Chapter 89. Uncle Bing's persuasive voice drilled into Tang Tian's ears. He did not know if it was because of Uncle Bing's hypnosis, or because he had really refined it, but Tang Tian felt that it was not as painful as before. Give up. No, I don't want to give up. How can I give up? How can I? Never. Even if I die, I will never. Bing stared at Tang Tian's martial spirit in the spirit cultivation flame. When he saw Tang Tian's martial spirit gradually becoming translucent, his eyes flashed with excitement. He was still talking non-stop. It had already been half an hour. In other words, this spirit cultivation flame was about to break through to the 4th level. The last 4 words were shouted out by the excited Bing with all his might. Bing, who had experienced it personally, knew more than others. At this stage, the spirit cultivation flame would become unstable, and it would gradually shrink towards the center. The energy that was spewing out from the energy crack was not high level, but it would continue to shrink, and it would break the 4th level barrier of the energy. Tang Tian lowered his head, and looked curiously at the cold flame that was spewing out from the training spirit device. Wait a minute, that was where Tang Tian was training. Bing encouraged Tang Tian as he continuously pointed at the spirit nucleus, and flicked it into the spirit cultivation flame. Tang Tian's martial spirit was growing rapidly, and the stronger the martial spirit, the more attractive it was. The energy around Tang Tian seemed to have gone crazy, and surged towards him like a tide. Tang Tian's expression congealed. Once I throw it down, it will fail? I want to be the strongest man. Tang Tian. He was close to the edge of collapse, wave after wave of attacks, his defense was on the verge of collapse. The impurities were quickly refined, and only a pure martial spirit was left. You can achieve your dream. 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. Tang Tian's body was trembling non-stop, the astonishing pain was even more violent than before, and the frequency was even higher. Are you willing? Have you forgotten your dream? Have you forgotten the oath you made? Have you forgotten that you want to be the strongest? Bing controlled the speed of his speech. He tried his best to speak slowly, so that Tang Tian would not feel the flow of time. You've had ample rest. We're about to start a new round of tempering. This isn't a problem for you at all. All right, just like before, attract another portion of the soul refinement flame. An hour passed. But this time, Tang Tian had reached the end of his rope. His body began to tremble more frequently, and the pain on his face became even more obvious. His face began to turn pale. Bing's hands were filled with spirit nuclei. Other than the ones that Tang Tian had accumulated previously, there were also some that he had plundered from the corpses in the base. Bing flicked his finger, and a spirit nucleus entered the spirit cultivation flame. In the blink of an eye, the silver frost was dyed, and the silver flames carried a biting cold intent. Tang Tian, have you forgotten all the ridicule you've endured all these years? That's right. All right, you can feel that your martial soul is becoming stronger. Continue to attract the spirit cultivation flame. Bing's expression became more and more anxious. There were still 10 minutes to 2 hours. The Southern Cross Army's record was set by Bing in 2 hours. The spirit cultivation flame's fireball expanded. The higher the grade of the spirit cultivation flame, the more thorough the tempering of the martial soul would be. The greatest use of the spirit cultivation device is to convert energy into flames that can temper the martial soul. This type of flame is called the spirit cultivation flame. Bing said indifferently, you've already condensed the martial soul. You can now try to use the martial soul to support the spirit cultivation flame. Bing's voice, in Tang Tian's ears, became fleeting and fuzzy, sometimes near and far. Tang Tian no longer had the strength to listen to Bing. Bing gritted his teeth and roared with all his might. His fists were also clenched tightly. His gaze was fixed on Tang Tian. After roaring, Bing suddenly felt as though his entire body was drained of energy. He actually felt tired. Then you can complete your oath. The intense pain continuously attacked Tang Tian. His brain felt as though it was being roasted on a fire. The pain became more and more intense. It was so intense that he needed to use all his strength. That's right, he really used all his strength to hold on. Do you want to give up? He took a deep breath and suddenly roared, Tang Tian. Bing quivered. This was not the time to be distracted. He knew, once he broke through 2 hours, every second after that would be extremely precious. Every second now would be worth 100-fold in the years to come. He actually held on for 2 hours. The spirit cultivation flame had already grown to the size of a table. Tang Tian's martial soul was completely enveloped by the spirit cultivation flame. Steady. No matter how painful it is, you must steady. The color of the spirit cultivation flame had completely turned green. Bing's expression was extremely anxious. 2 hours and 3 minutes. Very quickly, a translucent palm appeared on top of Tang Tian's head. Are you willing? Very good. Well done. You are starting to adapt. Your martial soul has become even purer. The moment the spirit cultivation flame landed on the translucent palm, Tang Tian felt a piercing pain in his brain. Tang Tian could not help but groan. The palm formed by the spirit cultivation flame trembled. The spirit cultivation flame almost fell off. Tang Tian reacted quickly. He immediately concentrated and held his breath. He stabilized the spirit cultivation flame. As expected, following the change of his thoughts, the flame-like martial soul slowly changed its shape. The green color of the spirit cultivation flame continued to deepen. Tang Tian, are you willing to give up just like that? You can definitely do it. Tang Tian's brain started to blur. There was a limit to the amount of pain that anyone could endure. He followed Bing's instructions mechanically. He continued to attract the spirit cultivation flame. Round after round. He completely did not know how long he had been cultivating. The piercing pain caused his brain to go blank. He could even clearly feel that the palm formed from his martial soul sizzled as it was burned by the soul refinement flame. The martial soul and the mind were connected. This kind of pain went straight to the mind. There was no way to escape. But he could not escape. He could not be distracted. Not only could he not be distracted, he had to concentrate. The pain of the martial soul was even more intense. That's right. Bing looked at Tang Tian. Let's begin. The color of the spirit cultivation flame started to change. The blue light started to turn green. The palm slowly floated to Tang Tian's feet. The spirit cultivation flame on the training spirit device seemed to be attracted. It floated to the translucent palm. How could he give up? Tang Tian curiously looked at the rays of light. They floated to the training spirit device. Bing's expression was calm. But his heart was in turmoil. 2 hours. Tang Tian was actually able to hold on for 2 hours, this arrogant and self-righteous fellow. Tang Tian closed his eyes. He focused all his attention on the martial soul. This was the first time Tang Tian was so focused on observing his own martial soul. His martial soul was a dim flame. It looked like it could be extinguished any time. Following Bing's method, Tang Tian started to imagine the martial soul as a palm. A surge of energy came out of nowhere. Under the intense pain, Tang Tian's face contorted. The corners of his mouth curled up. It was a wild and untamed smile. It looked extremely ugly. You can be the strongest man. 2 hours. In the army back then, no one else had achieved that. Come on, godlike young man, Tang Tian. Have you forgotten the taste of failure? Tang Tian, who was under the fireball, stopped. The color of the spirit cultivation flame turned green. It was a deep green like bronze. The cold aura disappeared. What replaced it was ferocious killing intent. All the energy in the radius of 200 feet were attracted. Like snowflakes in a gale, they were sucked into the spirit cultivation flame. 2 hours. Good. You will slowly get used to the pain. Do you feel less pain now? Because a portion of the impurities in your martial soul have been refined. The energy continued to enter the spirit cultivation device. The spirit cultivation device shone brightly. Suddenly, bang! A flame emerged from the spirit cultivation device. Tang Tian was shocked by the flames that appeared under his feet, but he quickly calmed down, because the flames under his feet were unexpectedly not scorching. Following Bing's instructions, Tang Tian carefully summoned another wisp of spirit cultivation flame. Sizzle. Tang Tian's mind trembled. The indescribable pain was like an awl piercing into his brain. Good. You did well. You have taken the most crucial step. Next, You need to control your martial soul. Attract another portion of the spirit cultivation flame. Not too much. We will do it step by step. Bing's calm voice gave people a strong sense of security. Tang Tian quickly calmed down. Tang Tian's martial soul trembled again. Jing Hao turned pale with fright. He ran with all his might. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was rooted to the ground. Are you willing to give up like this? With a crackling sound, the green spirit cultivation flame became a deep green. The color became darker until it was pitch black. The spirit cultivation flame had shrunk to the size of a bamboo basket. Suddenly, a silver light exploded from the flame. But Tang Tian's mind was filled with those few sentences. Focus your attention on your martial soul. Imagine your martial soul, like a palm, holding up the spirit cultivation flame. Bing's tone became serious. The first time you touch the spirit cultivation flame, it will be very painful. But you must remember, no matter how painful it is, you cannot throw the spirit cultivation flame away. Once you throw it away, you will be a complete failure. Tang Tian's face contorted. How is that possible? Give up. Bing's whisper could not be heard. Tang Tian. Bing took a deep breath. Just 10 minutes. Just hold on for another 10 minutes. The last 10 minutes. Hold up the spirit cultivation flame? Tang Tian was stunned. How do I hold it up? Tang Tian, have you forgotten the time when you were powerless to change anything? Tang Tian's body froze. Then, his body started to tremble violently. His pale face had a tinge of blood. His fists were clenched tightly. Tang Tian's martial soul immediately sensed the pure martial soul. He subconsciously swallowed it. Bing's attention was highly concentrated. His eyes never left Tang Tian. I am a godlike young man. How can I give up? Under the dense silver flame, the young man's figure was unyielding. Tang Tian's body trembled even more. He was shaking like a sieve. He could collapse any time. The spirit cultivation device lit up with a faint light. The energy that was spewing out from the crack was attracted by the spirit cultivation device. All of them floated towards the device. The energy in the entire crack was stirred. Jing Hao was alarmed. In his shocked gaze, the energy that filled the sky turned into tens of thousands of blue lights. All of them converged in one direction. The energy in the radius of 30 meters was like a shark that smelled blood. It frantically floated towards the fire on top of Tang Tian's head. The spirit cultivation flame became more and more intense. Chapter 90. After an unknown period of time, Tang Tian slowly woke up. Jing Hao was overjoyed. Without saying a word, he took out 3 golden cards and quickly stuffed them into Tang Tian's hands. He looked as though he was afraid that Tang Tian would go back on his words. Bing felt as though he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. He resisted the urge to slap this annoying face. This spirit general looked very strange, especially his face. It was as flat as a piece of paper. The facial features on his face looked as though they were painted on. It was the first time Jing Hao saw such a strange spirit general. But he did not dare to belittle it. This spirit general emitted a killing intent that was as solid as a needle, piercing straight to the bottom of his heart. He was like a reef in the raging waves. No matter how big the waves were, he would not budge. Jing Hao saw that Tang Tian had woken up. He was excited. Congratulations. To be able to cultivate a silver martial spirit with a 4th-level body, Brother Tang is the first. Your future is limitless. The number of orbs kept increasing. The difficulty continued to increase. Jing Hao's heart was secretly in awe. This spirit general's strength actually made him feel that he was unfathomable. His teacher did not explain in detail what the silver martial spirit did. But he could tell that the silver martial spirit definitely had its unique points. What made him feel even more inconceivable was that Tang Tian was only at the 4th level, but he had already condensed a martial spirit. Now, with his 4th-level strength, he had condensed a silver martial spirit. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would definitely not believe it. Jing Hao quickly ran over and carefully picked up the training soul tool on the ground. Jing Hao was also relieved. Tang Tian's spirit general automatically protected its owner. That meant that Tang Tian would not have too big of a problem. He was just secretly surprised that Tang Tian actually had such a strong spirit general. Usually, he did not reveal any traces of it. It seemed that Tang Tian's background was not that simple. However, Jing Hao quickly felt happy. Tang Tian had already been accepted into their sect. The stronger Tang Tian was, the more extraordinary his background was, the better it was. Don't bicker with this crazy youth. Don't bicker with this crazy youth. Bing took the initiative to retreat, and Jing Hao felt the pressure on him lessen. He heaved a sigh of relief, but his heart was filled with shock. Other than his teacher, no one else gave him such a huge pressure, but, logically speaking, a spirit general's level cannot be higher than its master's by one level. Jing Hao was startled. With a tap of his foot, he charged towards Tang Tian. Jing Hao's position in the Honorable Martial Alliance was mostly because of his teacher. Although his strength was good, he still needed time to accumulate because of his age. But to be able to pull in strong reinforcements, it would help stabilize his position in the Honorable Martial Group and the faction. Furthermore, Tang Tian understood tacitly, and said, "I don't know what the price is. Big brother Jing Hao, just give it as you see fit." Jing Hao felt that he could not see through Tang Tian and his spirit general. He secretly shook his head, and threw this question to the back of his head. He looked at Tang Tian with a burning gaze, and said, "Brother Tang, I wonder if this weapon, is it a training spirit weapon? Only half an hour faster than you." Tang Tian's face was full of disappointment. Bing's thick eyebrows twitched twice. He knew that this brat was definitely a villain intoxicated by success. Silver-ranked spirit general. Tang Tian looked up, and his tone was filled with deep regret. "Only half an hour faster than you, it completely does not reflect my power." When Tang Tian woke up, he saw Bing guarding in front of him, and Jing Hao who was far away. His heart warmed. As expected, Uncle Bing was still reliable. Tang Tian was calm from start to finish. After 20 minutes, he did not show any signs of fatigue. "Then I shall not disturb Brother Tang's training anymore." Jing Hao hurriedly said his goodbyes. Jing Hao's face became even more joyous. "Then I wonder if Brother Tang can part with it." He hurriedly added, "What price is it, Brother Tang? Feel free to tell me. If I can't make the decision, I will report it to my teacher." "You can promise?" Bing, who was behind Tang Tian, said quietly. Tang Tian felt that he had become abnormally sensitive to everything around him. The feeling of revenge was indeed great. "Brother Tang, don't worry. Teacher's news will come soon," Jing Hao added, and he stared at the training spirit weapon. Tang Tian was slightly moved. As expected of a gold grade card, the light balls were like rain, and the density gradually rose to a shocking level, causing people's scalps to go numb. Tang Tian was shocked. Gold grade card? The quality of the gold grade card was quite different from the silver grade card. The 3 cards looked very light, but they were very heavy in his hands. Caressing the 3 cards, an indescribable feeling entered his heart. The unruly and stubborn figure of the young man, like a wooden stake, fell straight down, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ah ah ah. Tang Tian's screams were drowned out by the overwhelming light balls. "Ah le, speaking of which, the standard of your army is very poor. I easily took 2.5 hours. If that's the case, wow, I'm so powerful. As expected of a godlike young man, with my own strength, I defeated the entire Southern Cross army." Waha! Jing Hao's face revealed his joy. Although he tried to suppress it, the joy in his eyes was still clearly visible. "I did not expect Brother Tang to have such a magical weapon. I heard that this item can only be used once for each person." Tang Tian actually grasped the technique of tempering the martial spirit. "I need to have a good talk with Tang Tian later." The sky was full of light balls, like raindrops, but Tang Tian's defense was impenetrable. Tang Tian immediately said without hesitation, "Okay. Teacher once said, once you break through to the silver martial spirit, the strength of the martial spirit will gradually become apparent." Behind Tang Tian, Bing said quietly with an ant's voice, "There's no harm in telling him." He crawled up, "Hey, Uncle Bing," and greeted Jing Hao. "Big brother Jing Hao." Jing Hao saw that Tang Tian was interested, and relaxed. "This is a set of gold grade cards, left behind by a senior. It's a set of 3 cards, and it gathers the seniors' 3 best martial techniques. They are Great Monument Palm, Tan Tui, and Scattering Vortex. Rank 5, very suitable for Brother Tang. As for the other rewards, teacher will send them over soon. He did not expect that he would see it. I'm not hostile. Jing Hao took a step back and stared at the spirit general in front of him. Seeing that Jing Hao's figure disappeared, Tang Tian asked Bing curiously, "Is it all right to give him the training spirit device?" Jing Hao did not expect Tang Tian to kick the ball back to him. He was honest, and this time he was in a difficult position, and said, "I can't estimate the value of the training spirit device. How about this? I'll use a set of gold grade cards as a deposit, and the rest of the rewards will be given by my teacher. I wonder if that's all right?" "Brother Tang, don't worry, my teacher is an upright person, and definitely not someone who takes advantage of others." Imagining that Tang Tian's intuition was already abnormally sharp, and his intuition was strengthened by 5 times, and Jing Hao decided, once he traded for the training spirit device, he would give it to his teacher. Jing Hao knew that his position in the group was not high enough, and if he handed it over to the group, the rewards he would receive would be much lesser. His teacher was different, and the rewards he could receive would definitely be astonishing. As long as his teacher could gain a foothold in the group, the benefits he would receive would definitely not be small. Hearing that, Tang Tian was relieved, and suddenly thought of a question, and hurriedly asked, "How long did I hold on?" That was scary. Although Jing Hao was not a scheming person, he was not stupid. He did not have the intention to snatch it. The spirit general in front of Tang Tian was very strong, and their sect was relatively gentle. When faced with such a situation, they would usually choose to trade. According to what he knew, the training spirit device could only be used once. To Tang Tian, this training spirit device was already useless. And he had enough confidence that he could trade for it, and with his teacher, his foundation was much thicker than the average person. Bing continued to recite in his heart, "Don't be calculative with him, don't be calculative with him, so strong." Tang Tian's defense finally fell. Pa, a ball of light hit his wrist. After laughing, Bing could not calm down. 5 times. The difficulty of taking a beating training increased by 5 times, and only then did he break through Tang Tian's defense, and this was Tang Tian's first training after his breakthrough. When Tang Tian started to adapt to the increase in his intuition, he could definitely hold on for a longer time. Recruit training camp, taking a beating training. Tempering the martial spirit. Seeing that Tang Tian had woken up, Bing's face did not change, and floated to Tang Tian's back. Jing Hao's gaze was blazing, staring at the training spirit device on the ground. For Tang Tian to be able to cultivate the silver martial spirit, it must be because of this thing. Legend has it, during the era of the 3 big armies, the Southern Cross Army had something similar. The Honorable Martial Group invested a lot in this, and many people thought of ways to restore this divine device. But until now, no one had been able to restore it. A strange spirit general blocked his way. After cultivating the silver martial spirit, his intuition had increased to an unimaginable level. Bing laughed sinisterly. This was what Jing Hao was truly envious of. His teacher had imparted to him the method of cultivating the martial spirit a long time ago, and warned him repeatedly that he must definitely cultivate the martial spirit well. Jing Hao did not relax at all, but until now, he was still a bronze martial spirit. Jing Hao was very clear how difficult it was to cultivate the martial spirit, and the silver martial spirit to him was very far away. Bing still had something to say. Not everyone could be as abnormal as Tang Tian. Just now when the silver flames dissipated, a strand of the martial spirit entered Tang Tian's body. Jing Hao saw clearly that strand of martial spirit, although it did not materialize, but it was suffused with silver light. Half an hour faster than me. Bing played it down. Just now, the entire energy crevice's energy mass was stirred with astonishing power. Even now when he thought about it, his mind could not help but tremble. Tang Tian was immensely proud, beaming with joy. Bing repeated it over and over in his heart. Tang Tian immediately knew, and nodded, "That's right, this is the Southern Cross Army's training spirit device. It's that thing, that's right." Tang Tian nodded. Tang Tian grinned, and waved his hand. "I believe in Big Brother Jing Hao, now it belongs to Big Brother Jing Hao." His gaze was fixated on the training spirit device on the ground. Bing whispered, "You do as you see fit." Tang Tian also wanted to see how much he had improved, and said, "Big brother Jing Hao, please go ahead." His expression was calm, without the slightest bit of his usual wretchedness. His movements were smooth like flowing water. His attack speed did not increase obviously, but every movement was just right. The training difficulty now had already been raised to twice the difficulty of Tang Tian's usual training. Shua, a figure flashed, a biting cold killing intent, rushed straight at him. Jing Hao's hair suddenly stood, he hurriedly stopped his body. The spirit general did not say a word, but the killing intent did not dissipate at all. Under Jing Hao's shocked gaze, the silver flames suddenly exploded, and became a sky full of silver rain. "No problem," Bing said indifferently. Actually, the use of the training spirit device is very limited. In the past army, it was only a very ordinary mechanism. Because to anyone, it can only be used once. Chapter 91. Tang Tian laughed, "I still have a long way to go. Fist techniques, palm techniques, finger techniques, joint techniques etc., he had to solve them himself. So powerful, it can actually change color." Tang Tian exclaimed as he activated the honorable plate. The honorable plate was like a treasure, able to connect with the martial spirit. Tang Tian felt the scenery in front of him change. "Kongyu," Tang Tian subconsciously replied. Tang Tian knew Jing Hao was doing it for his own good, and immediately nodded, "I won't be rash." In a moment, Tang Tian determined the value of this item. Training true power was a painstaking effort. 15% might not seem like much, but after accumulating for a long time, the amount would be shocking. Tang Tian saw Jing Hao coming over, and stopped. "Big brother Jing Hao." Jing Hao shook his head and laughed bitterly. "Of course it's a lot. Like me, I only have 700 points. Is 5,000 points a lot?" Tang Tian became spirited. "Take back that thought." Tang Tian's eyes widened, his heart bleeding. A silver-grade armor, that was a silver-grade armor, and it flew away just like that. He did not even get to see it. Actually, it was not only the joint techniques. The Honorable Martial Alliance was indeed strong. This was Tang Tian's first time training the gold grade card and silver grade card. What was the difference? He could not wait to use the gold grade card, concussion punch. Bing, after 3 days, Jing Hao came over again. His attitude towards Tang Tian was completely different from before. If it was said that he had the feeling of a big brother leading a little brother before, now he was completely on the same level. There were all sorts of strange things, and every item's required points were marked. Most of them were treasures, spirit nuclei and spirit cards. Tang Tian was interested in spirit cards. He already had a few treasures in his hands, it was enough. On the other hand, his spirit cards, especially rank 4 martial techniques, were still lacking a lot. Tang Tian quickly found the exchange meeting, and a list of items appeared in front of him. This is the silver-grade treasure of Antler Constellation, called the Antler Necklace. Antler Constellation is a small constellation, but this treasure is a very useful treasure. Jing Hao's words were filled with envy. Teacher heard that Brother Tang's true power is only at the 4th level, and specially picked the Antler Necklace. The Antler Necklace is an air pump. It can continuously absorb energy from the surroundings, and can increase the energy concentration in the surroundings by 15%. Tang Tian suddenly thought of his honorable martial plate. Jing Hao had mentioned that he could buy things with points, so he immediately took it out. Concussion punch, moon blade, tyrant angry finger, and stained fall. However, the prices of these cards were not expensive. Rank 5 silver grade cards, most of them only required 100 points. Tang Tian saw a rank 5 gold grade card that only required 500 points. When he thought of his 5,000 points, Tang Tian felt very proud. After listening to Jing Hao's introduction, Tang Tian immediately beamed with joy. He quickly took the pump necklace and put it around his neck. Jing Hao's expression was solemn. Although Kong Yu Lin is a practical person, his strength is not weak. Not only did he have a cultivation of the 7th stage, he also had the Swan Song armor. This set of armor is in no way inferior to your blue peacock. I didn't expect it to be plotted against. Until now, the martial group was still investigating. His sister, Kong Iyu, who is also the branch head of Immortal Constellation Mountain, swore to avenge her brother. Soon, the other party replied, yes. However, Jing Hao's expression quickly turned serious. There is something I should tell you. Kong Yulin is dead. That's good. Jing Hao nodded. As long as you don't provoke her, she can't do anything to you. Humph, the power of our faction isn't something that a trifling Kong family can provoke. Train well, and break through to the 5th level soon. After reminding him, Jing Hao then left. Before he left, he glanced at Bing. Jing Hao specially asked his teacher, but his teacher had never heard of such a weird spirit general. When the honorable plate was taken out, he exclaimed in surprise. The honorable plate that looked like black iron was now bronze in color. Although Jing Hao was envious, when he saw Tang Tian's uncontrollable joy, he could not help but laugh out loud. Yes. Teacher said, although the blue peacock is not famous, it has huge potential, and there is room for growth. If used well, its power is not inferior to a normal silver armor. So teacher hopes that Brother Tang can cherish it. Thinking about this, teacher decided to give a treasure that he used in the past to Brother Tang. This is the reward of the martial group. Brother Tang can check your honorable plate and you will see it. Jing Hao said. This time, the one who benefited the most was my teacher. My teacher is very grateful to Brother Tang. Originally, he wanted to give a set of silver armor to Brother Tang, but after knowing that Brother Tang had inherited the blue peacock from Senior Ghost Claw Nong, he changed his mind. After finding a direction, Tang Tian immersed himself in training. Concussion Fist and Minute Collapsing Fist had some similarities, and Tang Tian felt that it was suitable for him. Crescent Palm Blade was a variation of palm arts. The palm was like a crescent blade. Tyrant's Angry Finger was a very firm and ferocious finger art, and its power was strong. And Staining Fall was a rather powerful joint technique. As long as he stuck close to the enemy, the slightest change in the enemy's power would allow him to react quickly. Tang Tian asked Bing. Hey, uncle, how strong is a level 8 martial artist? Tang Tian was immersed in training. He had never felt so contented before, and was unable to extricate himself. Is it that exaggerated? Tang Tian exclaimed with an exaggerated expression, but very quickly, he rubbed his chin. Seems like, I can't slack off. He flipped through the cards, but very quickly, he realized, all these spirit cards were not lower than level 6. After thinking about it, he understood. Only bronze martial artists could enter the redemption meeting, and their ranks would not be lower than level 6. Naturally, no one would want a level 4 card. Any type of martial technique, when trained to a profound level, would definitely be the same. Uncle Bing said, his power was still too weak, so the true power of the silver martial spirit could not be unleashed. But with his intuition increasing by more than 5 times, it still allowed Tang Tian's power to soar. He trained tirelessly, until Uncle Bing reminded him, the time for this hardship training was up. After Jing Hao finished speaking, he took out a silver necklace. On the necklace was a shiny silver cylindrical object. After obtaining 4 gold cards, Tang Tian was extremely excited. Although he spent 800 points, he did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. These points came easily, and Tang Tian did not know how precious these points were. Jing Hao had been in the Honorable Martial Alliance for so long, and it was only 700 points. The points that Tang Tian spent today was more than Jing Hao's entire net worth. Not long after, as expected, Tang Tian found a few rank 4 gold grade cards at the exchange gathering. Each card only cost 200 points. Tang Tian picked 4 gold cards in one go. Yes, she has already broken through to the 8th level. Jing Hao warned, I know she has some conflict with you, but you must not clash with her now. The power of a level 8 martial artist is hard for you to imagine. The gap between a silver martial artist and a bronze martial artist is simply insurmountable, and this is the difference in power. The reason why I am telling you this is because the martial group will be holding a meeting at Baihong Constellation, and you might meet her there. Returning to the crevice, he continued his training. The joint technique was a niche martial technique, while the staining fall was an extremely famous technique. It was not like other martial techniques, where the levels were clearly defined. In fact, its power, would follow the increase of the martial artist's true power, and increase by a large margin. That also meant, until the 6th level, Tang Tian did not need to train in a new joint technique. Jing Hao could not hide the joy on his face, and laughed. Brother Tang is really hardworking. First, I have to tell Brother Tang a piece of good news. The higher-ups have decided to raise Brother Tang's level by 1, from an iron-ranked martial artist to a bronze-ranked martial artist. Not only is Brother Tang's contribution, but to be able to condense a silver martial spirit with the power of a 4th level, the higher-ups are also very surprised. Brother Tang's future is limitless. Looking around, he found a martial artist who specialized in selling spirit cards. This martial artist sold the most complete types of spirit cards, and looked like he specialized in selling cards. Jing Hao did not think that Kong Yulin's death had anything to do with Tang Tian. Not mentioning other things, with Kong Yulin's 7th level strength, the current Tang Tian would not be able to pose a threat to him. Tang Tian replied with an "Oh. I can easily beat you to a pulp." Bing did not even look at Tang Tian. In fact, the current martial technique system was a spindle-shaped structure. Starting from the fundamental martial techniques, climbing upwards, the types would increase rapidly, and when it evolved to the higher levels, the types would decrease rapidly. This was the so-called all streams return to the origin, different routes lead to the same destination. Tang Tian sent a secret message to the other party, asking if he had a 4th level gold rank card. After his intuition had increased, many things had changed, many sensations that he had neglected in the past were now revealed to him in detail. Tang Tian's heavenly dragon energy, which had no progress, suddenly had a new discovery. He could feel, within the true power, there was an explosive characteristic. Good stuff. As expected, Tang Tian could clearly feel, the surrounding energy concentration had obviously increased. The gold rank card that Jing Hao gave him was 5th level, distant water cannot quench present thirst. Sai Lei gave him 2 cards, one was, double loop kick, the other was, 4 heavenly dragons, in addition to the 8 trigram steps that Jing Hao had given him previously. Tang Tian suddenly raised both of his arms, and shouted, "All the best. Kill the 8th level." Jing Hao saw that Tang Tian was not too happy, and knew that Tang Tian did not know much about the benefits of a bronze martial artist, so he took the initiative to explain, the awarding of a bronze martial artist, in the honorable martial group, is rather strict. Other than strength, one must also have sufficient achievements. In a slightly more remote constellation, a bronze martial artist is sufficient to be a branch head. A bronze martial artist, every month, will receive 3 6th level star rocks, and can choose 3 6th level silver rank spirit cards, or 1 5th level gold rank card. Furthermore, a bronze martial artist already has the qualifications to enter the honorable martial group's internal exchange gathering. Brother Tang's current accumulated points is more than 5,000. In the bronze martial artist, this is rather shocking. Brother Tang can totally purchase the things that you need at the exchange gathering, treasures, spirit cards, spirit nuclei etc. Bing swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Seems like, this fellow still has some self-awareness. Dead. Tang Tian's eyes widened, a face of surprise. He was not surprised that Kong Yulin was dead, but surprised that Jing Hao actually found out so quickly. Chapter 92. With a sudden punch, the air around the fist was like wrinkles being blown by the wind, and countless complicated ripples appeared. A cold light flashed past Tang Tian's eyes, and he punched out again. When he punched out, there would be a low vibrating sound like the vibration of a zither. Jing Hao was surprised. Tang Tian's changes were strange, and he had never met such an opponent before. Completely suppressed. Countless ripples spread out with Tang Tian's fist as the center. Martial spirit. Bang. Bing was stunned. He was also stunned by Tang Tian's sudden thought, I don't know about this. During our time, spirit cards were not as developed as you are now, and not as common. Tang Tian did not have a hint of fear. He lowered his waist into a horse stance, with his left hand holding a crescent blade, and his right hand holding a tyrant's finger. The cold crescent blade was like a new moon, aiming straight for Jing Hao's lower body. The tyrant's angry finger on his right hand pointed out, a blazing red light beam, and a low whistling sound. It was as if a sense of familiarity permeated from his bones. Tang Tian did not stop. Boom boom boom, one punch after another, each punch faster than the last. Settling his mind, he shook his wrist, and the tip of the sword trembled. Jing Hao was distracted for a moment. To be able to withstand 4 gold cards at the same time, the strength of the silver martial spirit made him even more excited. Jing Hao's mouth twitched, and he said weakly, "All right." Tang Tian felt a wave of energy that was many times stronger than before entering his body, and suddenly he could not control his body, and took 7 steps back. It was the first time Jing Hao encountered such an unimaginable energy, and he was very excited, and with a long whistle, he changed from waiting for Tang Tian to come forward, and took the initiative to attack. Gold cards are indeed gold cards, so powerful. Tang Tian was full of emotions, and suddenly, he thought of a question. "Hey, uncle, if I use a few gold cards at the same time, what will the effect be?" Jing Hao's sword suddenly seemed to come alive, like a snake stretching its body. The sword body suddenly made a circle. The martial spirit actually had such a function. Tang Tian's line of defense finally fell. He was sent flying by the back of Jing Hao's sword and fell far away like a sandbag. When he used the 4th gold card, Tang Tian immediately felt strange. The true power in his body suddenly became chaotic, and he could not help but groan. Tang Tian did not understand. If he used too many spirit cards at once, it would be easy for something to happen. The chaotic true power was like needles stabbing into his body, rampaging about. Ding ding ding. Jing Hao bent his body and used ruler step. Right now, he had the mentality of a typical nouveau riche. He felt that he was rich, so he spent a few 100 points to give it a try. Young man Tang did it as soon as he thought of it. Without another word, he used another card. An hour later, Tang Tian suddenly jumped up from the ground and shouted, again. The sword will hissed through the air, the cold light penetrating through the wilderness. He composed himself, faced Tang Tian, and returned to normal. "Brother Tang, you don't have to hold back." Tang Tian's chi was naturally not as long as Jing Hao's. After a few tens of consecutive attacks, the frequency of his kicks became slower. But this slight change was immediately captured by Jing Hao. Without saying a word, the sword aura exploded and swept out. Personally experiencing it, Tang Tian then knew how fast Jing Hao's ruler step was. In a blur, he lost sight of Jing Hao. But Tang Tian's intuition was extremely sharp. Without thinking, without adjusting, he kicked out continuously. In a split second, it was as though the entire crevice was lit up by Jing Hao's sword. Although Tang Tian was being suppressed and looked battered, he was still able to block his torrential attacks. Although Tang Tian's true power was only at the 4th level and could not be compared to him, but it contained the heavenly dragon energy and crane body energy. When these two energies fused together, it was extremely strange and difficult to deal with. Tang Tian's moon blade and Overlord's angry finger were all contained within, and he twisted. Tang Tian's figure was completely enveloped by the sword aura. Wang. Very quickly, Jing Hao realized that Tang Tian's true power was starting to show signs of fatigue, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Jing Hao's expression did not change. Qiong, the long sword was unsheathed, and a cold light suddenly struck Tang Tian's fist. Tang Tian felt an extremely sharp true power following the sword tip into his meridians. Tang Tian groaned. His left palm was like a blade, and his elbow shook. Shua shua shua, 3 moon blades, forming a triangle, went straight for Jing Hao's heart. Once the fist was released, the momentum was very different. The subtle crackling sounds were incessant, as though bamboo was thrown into a bonfire. With a thought, countless realizations, once again reflected in the bottom of his heart. Regardless of whether it was concussion punch, hand moonblade, Overlord's angry finger, staining fall, with a thought, all the realizations were reflected in the bottom of his heart like flowing water. With this buffer, Tang Tian had already dispelled Jing Hao's sword intent. With a long whistle, he once again punched out. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. "Ari, this is a good idea." "Good." Jing Hao cheered. A strange look flashed past his eyes. His fighting intent grew stronger. Without dodging, the dazzling sword aura was like lightning, accurately piercing Tang Tian's fist. Both parties' attacks were extremely fast. Jing Hao actually heaved a sigh of relief. When he reacted, he suddenly realized that unknowingly, the pressure that Tang Tian gave him had already reached such a level. Indeed, there was no conflict. Tang Tian used Hand moon blade. Without saying a word, his palm was like a blade. A faint light aura enveloped his palm. With a few quick slashes, a few crescent moon-shaped slashes appeared in the air. The hand moon blade's attack style was very unique. It was mainly slashing. The range was extremely small. Usually, it used the shoulder, elbow, and wrist as the fulcrum. The changes were strange and fast. Wasn't he only at the 4th level of true power? But at this time, the martial spirit in his body suddenly lit up with a faint silver light. Countless realizations and information, like a tide, were absorbed into Tang Tian's martial spirit. The chaotic true power in his body suddenly calmed down. It was as though the chaos just now was just an illusion. Fight once an hour. Tang Tian scratched his head. He was also attracted by his own thoughts. You better spend more time now. Absorb these realizations. If not, when the time is up, they will all turn into nothingness. Bing reminded Tang Tian. His eyes flashed with a cold light. You can find Jing Hao to spar. I believe he will be very willing. Jing Hao's eyes stared blankly. The complicated realizations rushed straight to his brain. It was as though his brain was hit by a heavy fist. With a buzz, his mind went blank. After hesitating for a long time, Tang Tian could no longer hold it in. Why don't we try? Tang Tian immediately woke up. The true power in his body was greatly depleted. He sat down and started to recover his true power. Their energy flowed out in all directions, causing both of their bodies to tremble. Tang Tian's mind was clear, a cold aura flashed past his eyes, he changed his 8 trigram steps, appearing beside Jing Hao like a ghost, the tip of his feet pushed out. Jing Hao's eyes lit up. His sword trembled. Like a snake spitting out its tongue. Pa pa pa, 3 moon blades disappeared in the air. Tang Tian was actually feeling a little guilty. He nodded his head. Concussion fists tremor energy. The ferocious and violent heavenly dragon energy. The sharp crane energy. There is no conflict. Tang Tian was excited. Tang Tian's concussion fist used the heavenly dragon energy. After 20 hours, Tang Tian jumped up from the ground. He bellowed. Again. Good. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. He rushed forward and punched out. Jing Hao's sword techniques were strong. Each sword was extremely clear. It gave people a feeling that there was no way to avoid it. It was also extremely fast. Tang Tian suddenly felt an immense pressure. In that moment, it was as though he had returned to his training days. He blocked left and blocked right. He was in a sorry state. Clang. Tang Tian looked at his own fist, his expression was one of astonishment. After a while, he regained his senses. A silver-ranked martial spirit is indeed strong. It can actually withstand 4 gold-grade spirit cards. Brother Tang, you will know in the future that you should never use too many spirit cards at the same time. The higher the level, the more it is so. If not for Brother Tang's amazing martial spirit, I'm afraid you would have been in danger. Jing Hao felt differently. Tang Tian's punch actually contained 3 layers of qi. But after 10 minutes, Jing Hao still had not defeated Tang Tian. Even though his true power was 2 levels higher than Tang Tian's, he could not help but take 3 steps back. Jing Hao was shocked. Tang Tian was only at the 4th level. He had not even broken through to the 5th level. But he was already at the 6th level. Using the 6th level to fight the 4th level, logically speaking, it should be easy. But the reality was completely different from what he had imagined. Only when he finished a round of concussion punch did he reluctantly stop. The information contained in the gold-grade spirit card was extremely rich. It was an extremely deep comprehension. These comprehensions were as though Tang Tian had gone through a long period of training. It was much more detailed and profound than the silver-grade spirit card. The gold-grade spirit card could retain 100% of the cultivator's comprehension. Pa pa pa. Tang Tian's body was agile. Both his legs kicked out consecutively. The frequency was extremely fast. The sound of both parties colliding was clear and concentrated. Tang Tian, who was inexplicably excited, used the other 2 gold cards without a second word. Jing Hao's spirit was roused. Good. Jing Hao's face froze. He clenched his teeth and said, "Good. How is this possible?" Without another word, he sprinted towards Jing Hao. Jing Hao heard Tang Tian's thoughts and agreed. He had always wanted to find out more about Tang Tian. When he heard that Tang Tian had used 4 gold-grade spirit cards, he was stunned. This guy, but Tang Tian's strongest point was his intuition. His intuition was so strong that it was shocking. There were a few times when Jing Hao caught onto Tang Tian's flaws. But Tang Tian seemed to have foresight and made up for it in advance. Many times, Tang Tian was in such a sorry state that Jing Hao felt that he could end the battle with just one sword. But every time, it was blocked by Tang Tian. Tang Tian was surprised, happy and scared at the same time. That move just now was too dangerous. It was as if a ball of dazzling sword rain had suddenly exploded. 6 hours later, Tang Tian jumped up from the ground and shouted, again. It was the martial spirit. Although Tang Tian's heavenly dragon energy had only touched the edge, the heavenly dragon energy's fierce and violent characteristics were still present. However, Tang Tian forcefully persevered for another 5 minutes. The staining fall technique of borrowing force to strike force was used by Tang Tian in an extremely ingenious manner. Jing Hao did not expect Tang Tian to be in such a state where he was like an arrow at the end of its flight, and still maintain such a calm mind. Jing Hao was shocked. He could feel that the resistance coming from Tang Tian was getting stronger and stronger. Because Tang Tian's understanding of martial techniques was rising rapidly. Especially his heavenly dragon energy, it was starting to show its power. But what surprised Jing Hao was that Tang Tian's true power could actually allow him to persevere for so long. For a full 10 breaths, he did not even have a decent counterattack. The fierce and violent heavenly dragon energy fused with the 2 consecutive kicks. Immediately, it was like firecrackers being lit. The crisp and clear sound of explosion was continuous. Tang Tian's leg shadows were like a raging wave, sweeping towards Jing Hao. After 10 hours, Tang Tian jumped up from the ground and shouted, again. Chapter 93. Have you found out about Brother Tian? Qi Shanghai asked. When talking about Tang Tian, the ice on her face seemed to melt, and she became gentle and charming. In the study room, there was only Qian Hui left, her eyes flashing with light. Behind Tang Tian, Bing glanced at Jing Hao, who had fallen into a deep sleep with sympathy. Then Miss, bring our Wei and Diezhu along. I understand. Shanghai Qian immediately said, I'll go and prepare Miss' luggage. Shanghai Qian turned pale with fright. Miss, you can't. The matter of the Southern Cross hardship plate involves a lot of people, and can even be traced back to the era of the 3 big armies. This matter is not that simple, young Master Tian's father, I'm afraid. Jing Hao laid on the floor like a pile of mud, his eyes were like a fish that was about to suffocate, and could only gasp for air. He had never imagined that there would be a day where he would lay on the floor without any grace. They can't help. Qi Shanghai shook her head, I can go by myself. Uncle Qian, don't worry, I'll be fine. I never doubted that my brother Tian will become very strong. He will definitely become strong, because he has a truly brave heart. Qi Shanghai's eyes regained their calmness, he only needs time. And before that, let me go and scout for him. Tang Tian did not think much of it, he only used himself as a reference, he did not know what other people's training was like. Jing Hao regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Why did he agree to this guy? Jing Hao almost had tears streaming down his cheeks. Qian Hui did not waver in the slightest. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful face. Her dark and calm eyes were filled with determination. Her voice was sonorous. Towards the Shangguan family, I have already done all I can. Now that the Shangguan family has stabilized, even without me, they will still be able to survive very well. Shangguan Qian knew that it was a foregone conclusion. The miss had always had her own opinions. Once she decided on something, no one could stop her. She quietly returned to the Shangguan family. In the short span of 2 years, the Shangguan family had risen again at a shocking speed. No one looked at her as a young lady anymore. She had won everyone's respect. The ruined Shangguan clan, under her hands, exploded with astonishing power, and regained the #1 aristocratic family of immortal Constellation Mountain. This was the glory that had been lost for many years. Her long black hair draped over her shoulders, and her exquisite and beautiful face seemed to be without the slightest bit of worldly aura. Only the girl's bright black eyes were quiet and enchanting. She was dressed in the Shangguan family's traditional dark green military uniform, black leather boots, a bright yellow ribbon, and snow-white gloves. She exuded a sharp and cold aura. She suddenly smiled mischievously. I was planning to investigate these clues before Brother Tian comes. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to lie to his big brother Tian, but if he told him, he would definitely go. His current strength is still not enough. So at this time, we need the powerful Qi to step in. All of Brother Tian's enemies will all be killed by Qi. Because the results of sparring with Big Brother Jing Hao were outstanding, even more outstanding than training hard. Regardless of the few martial techniques, or his instincts to adapt, the results were amazing. But what really made Tang Tian unable to stop was the heavenly dragon energy. He had just touched the doorway of the heavenly dragon energy, and was still far from mastery. Just when he was most excited, Big Brother Jing Hao suddenly said that he was not going to train anymore. Why did it have to be like this? Shangguan Qian was incoherent. Qi Shanghai Guan's eyes curved, and with a thick smile, she said, he loves to play these kinds of games. He is very stupid, but you will feel that, doing these stupid things with him, is very happy. But, he was finally free. This time, I will be gone for at most 3 months. Qi Shanghai Guan thought for a while and said, let Big Brother Tian wait for me here. If I am not back after 3 months, bring him to my study room. The young lady sat in front of the table, looking at an old white book in front of her, her expression congealed. She was the most perfect woman in the entire immortal constellation mountain, but miss. We can think of another way to deal with young Master Tian's matter, Shangguan Qian said anxiously, once miss. Shangguan family. Tang Tian did not know, after a long period of training hard, he was already used to high-intensity training. Every round of training time was 10 days. In these 10 days, to maintain a high degree of concentration, non-stop training, other than him, no one else would do this. But Shangguan Qian's mouth was full of bitterness. Then if young Master Tian comes to find miss, what should I say? Uncle Qian asked. No one would have thought that, 2 years ago, the arrival of a young lady would change everything. Shangguan Qian sighed. He also thought of those years of anxiety, and then thought of the fright that Miss received. He suddenly felt that it was not so unacceptable. The Shangguan family had a long history. Its existence could be traced back to the pioneering era of immortal Constellation Mountain. In that era, the Shangguan family was synonymous with immortal Constellation Mountain. Her father's generation put in countless efforts for immortal Constellation Mountain. Wei and Da Zhu were the 2 experts in the Shangguan family, second only to Qi Shanghai. Even if Jing Hao was a strong-willed person, facing such a perverted and crazy way of fighting, very quickly he was tortured to the point of vomiting. It was not that he had not sparred with others before, but he had never sparred with anyone like this. Other than meditating in the middle, there was actually no time for rest. Tang Tian was like an undying cockroach. Every time he was about to relax, he would jump up, roar and challenge. Everything is on the right track. Shangguan Qian hurriedly replied. He was Qi Shanghai's most trusted butler, and also her uncle. He watched Qi Shanghai grow up. That time when Qi Shanghai was hiding in Starwind City, he went with her, and was loyal and devoted. Uncle Qian, is there anything going on at home recently? Qi Shanghai suddenly raised her head and asked. But slowly, the smile on Qi Shanghai's face disappeared. She stood up, and muttered, that means, Brother Tian will be here soon. Seems like, that matter must be investigated thoroughly. If not, with Brother Tian's character, he will definitely not give up. I have investigated thoroughly. Young Master Tian was brought by the Honorable Martial Alliance from Starwind City to Immortal Constellation Mountain. Shangguan Qian had accompanied Qi Shanghai in Starwind City for many years, and when he talked about Tang Tian, his face was full of smiles. He was chosen by the Honorable Martial Alliance's Kong Yu Lin. It is said that Kong Yu Lin values young Master Tian very much. Young Master Tian insisted on coming to Immortal Constellation Mountain, and in the end, everyone else followed. Coincidentally, Kong Yulin's sister is the branch head of the Honorable Martial Alliance's immortal constellation mountain, so Kong Yulin brought them all over. Young Master Tian must have wanted to give Miss a surprise. Thinking about the silly things she did with Tang Tian in the past, Qi Shanghai suddenly burst out laughing, and the whole room seemed to suddenly brighten up. I know. Qi Shanghai nodded her head, but this matter to Brother Tian, he is afraid that even if he dies, he will still investigate. I understand him. Let me off. But, hearing Big Brother Jinghao snoring, he could only suppress the urge to pull Big Brother Jinghao up. Yes. Qi Shanghai nodded his head. But he was a little curious. Why was Big Brother Jinghao's endurance so bad? Tang Tian ravaged Jinghao for half a day, but Jinghao still did not have any reaction, so he could only get up and leave bitterly, with a face full of unwillingness. Tang Tian, who had no one to practice with, simply returned to his original position, and began his own training. But it was also this aristocratic family with the longest history in Immortal Constellation Mountain, that a few years ago, almost met with the calamity of extinction. Even Qi Shanghai was sent to the remote Wuan star for protection. With the gradual restoration of peace, the Shangguan family's crisis was also quietly resolved, but the Shangguan family, which was greatly weakened, in everyone's eyes, was already on the decline. You can't play like this. Tang Tian squatted beside Jinghao, with a face full of anger, and nagged, I say, Big Brother Jinghao, your endurance is too bad. How long has it been? I haven't even won once. Why did you stop? Are you doing this on purpose? Afraid of losing to me? Aya, you don't have to be like this. We are upright men. How can you be like this? This was Qi Shanghai, so dazzling that people could not look at her directly, a genius young lady, the current real power holder of the Shangguan family. Qi Shanghai smiled slightly, her calm eyes were full of nostalgia. You don't understand, to a 7-year-old girl who was hiding in a foreign land, it was so hopeless, dark and cold at that time. I was so afraid that I did not dare to sleep every night. When I entered school, I was bullied, and at that time, I felt that the world was really terrible. You can't understand, when he suddenly appeared, and helped me to chase away those bad kids, he was as dazzling and warm as the sun. By his side, I could only feel at ease, and I could completely relax. Those few years were the best time of my life. Towards her enemies, she was cold and stern, decisive when she did things, and never hesitated. But among the poor people, her kind and gentle name was widely known. He planned to come again in a few days. Go! If the sleeping Jinghao knew of Tang Tian's thoughts, he would immediately be scared awake. But now, he was enjoying an unprecedented sweetness. It was only 24 hours, she did not say some words. The reason why she was so anxious was because the oblivion crack of the Southern Cross constellation was about to open. Although, usually, Big Brother Tian does not seem to care, but I know, in his heart, he cares a lot. At that time, to accompany him, I made a vow in my heart, even if I have to become the enemy of the world, I will accompany him to fight against the world. Qi Shanghai's voice was indifferent, full of nostalgia, but firm as steel. I know my responsibility, and have never thought of shirking it. 5 years ago, I left Big Brother Tian, and spent 5 years, to bring the Shangguan family back to glory. I have already done my duty for the family. To me, power is meaningless. If not for the Shangguan family's blood flowing in my body, I would never have left Big Brother Tian. Now, I have completed my duty. In my eyes, there is only Big Brother Tian. Jinghao's gaze became slack, he heaved a sigh of relief. 24 hours, continuously fought 24 round. Mrs. Study Room? Shangguan Qian was stunned. Chapter 94. What is this used for training? Is it also intuition? Tang Tian looked at Bing. Although he had not been in contact with the recruit barracks for long, he had a certain understanding of the Southern Cross Army style. The recruit barracks training room must have a specific purpose. No, it is suitable for training, staining fall. Is today still the training to take a beating? Tang Tian was full of fighting spirit. Ian, it is very troublesome to explain. Actually, I do not understand it. The old fellows in the society came up with the method of teleportation. It is very fast, but it costs a lot. Look at him, one card costs 200 points. Just teleportation alone, one card costs 50 points. Jinghao said. Why would he lose? Jing Hao patiently explained. Basically, no one will buy a rank 4 gold grade card. Why? It is not that it is not good, but you will not stay at rank 4 for long. Just like you, Brother Tang, with your current improvement speed, you will rise to rank 5 very soon. At that time, you will have to start training rank 5 martial techniques. You may feel that rank 4 martial techniques are very powerful now, but when you come into contact with rank 5 martial techniques, you will realize that rank 5 martial techniques are even stronger. Of course the speed is fast. Jing Hao looked at Tang Tian, opened his mouth, and said, "When you bought it, you should have asked me first." But after 1 day and 1 night, Jing Hao was lying down again. "Hey, uncle, what is this?" Tang Tian asked curiously. "No wonder I realized that the honorable plate seems to be stronger than before." Tang Tian was enlightened. 1, 2, 3, 4, Tang Tian exclaimed. "Then isn't he at a disadvantage? Brother Tang's martial spirit has already stepped into the silver rank, and many of the honorable plate's functions can be activated. Brother Tang, don't look down on the honorable plate. It was created by the old fellows in the society based on star treasures. The stronger the user's martial spirit, the more functions it can use. Unfortunately, my martial spirit is only at the bronze rank, and I am not clear on many of its functions. Brother Tang, you can explore it yourself." Brother Jing Hao is awake. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. The training room was not big, about 15 meters long, and 5 to 6 meters wide. But Tang Tian's gaze was curiously staring at the bronze men in front of him. These bronze men were about the same size as Tang Tian. They had different physiques, some were fine, some were rough, and they were quietly arranged in 3 rows. Bing was stunned, but very quickly, he acted as though he did not hear Tang Tian, and said, "The silver martial spirit can make you more sensitive to everything around, including strength. So now, your improvement will be faster. That is why you are more sensitive to true power." That. Jing Hao's face was full of shame. "I've let Brother Tang see a joke." Brother Tang's endurance is strong. Jing Hao really admires it. He had actually slept for 2 days and 2 nights. In his memory, he had never slept for such a long time. Thinking back to the training, he felt his scalp go numb. But when he looked at himself, he was surprised to find that his true power had a clear breakthrough. Not only that, his sword techniques had also improved 18 bronze men. Bing said lightly, "This was the masterpiece of the 4th mechanical engineer of the army, the chamber of the 18 bronze men." Jing Hao's sleep this time was shorter than the previous time. He only slept for a day and a night before waking up. 4 gold cards. Staining Fall was probably the martial technique that Tang Tian did not pay much attention to. Because Staining Fall needed to be in contact with the enemy's body. But in actual combat, Tang Tian knew how difficult it was. For example, during the battle with Jing Hao, Tang Tian did not even touch the corner of Jing Hao's clothes. Jing Hao's sword techniques were superb. The sword screen that he laid made Tang Tian helpless. Encouraged, Jing Hao took the initiative to challenge him. During the battle with Jing Hao, Tang Tian used the least. Staining Fall. Who said that this martial technique can only be used with body contact? Bing's tone was full of ridicule. "His sword, doesn't it have power? Didn't you touch it? It's just that the difference in power between the two of you is too big. Your understanding of power is not as good as his, so naturally you can't use it. But that doesn't mean that this martial technique is bad." "Can I really?" Tang Tian's eyes widened. His face was full of surprise. He rubbed his palms excitedly. Relax, I won't use too much strength." Bing said disapprovingly, "With your strength, of course you will. I only spent 800 points. Jing Hao's expression froze. He stammered, "What? You spent 800 points? Tang Tian felt the scenery around him change. He arrived at a green brick practice room. When Tang Tian saw Jing Hao walking over, he stopped. But thinking that he was the one who asked to stop the last time, Jing Hao shut his mouth. Jing Hao saw that Tang Tian did not mind. He did not try to persuade him. He was experienced and knowledgeable. He knew that everyone's training methods and paths were different. There was no need to argue. What's more, the person in front of him was a tyrant. Tang Tian shook his head, but This requires physical contact with the opponent to be effective. Look at me fighting with big brother Jing Hao. I can't even get close to him. Familiarity with the martial technique had become the most basic requirement. This change made Tang Tian feel uncomfortable. But he had to admit that the new training was effective. For example, the training to take a beating. Tang Tian had learned how to strengthen his intuition. Now that Tang Tian's hardship training had been moved to the recruit barracks, there were huge changes. For example, the hardship training of the martial techniques was gone. Both parties roared in unison. Once again, they clashed. Tang Tian finished his meditation. He was in high spirits. Coincidentally, it was time for hardship training. He entered the cross door and started his hardship training. This caused him to be both surprised and delighted. At his level of cultivation, even the slightest bit of improvement was extremely difficult, and it usually required a considerable amount of cultivation in order to obtain such an obvious improvement. Bing's explanation surprised Tang Tian. He could not help but ask, "Staining Fall? Uncle, are you sure?" "Yes, Staining Fall is a pretty good martial technique." Tang Tian's smile froze on his face. "Don't tell me he cheated me." Borrowing strength to fight strength. Bing said, "This is its most powerful point. It actually contains two main points. One is to judge the enemy's strength. The other is to make use of the enemy's strength. These 2 points need to be completed in a short period of time. The difficulty is very high." Chamber of the 18 bronze figures. Tang Tian was excited. "Are these bronze figures very powerful?" "I'm not a soldier," Tang Tian said weakly. This time, Jing Hao could feel it even more clearly. His sword intent was even more condensed and sharp. The previous prickly feeling had almost disappeared. Every sword that he brandished now seemed to have been polished. The sword aura was like water. There were no prickles at all. And in battle, you will be even more sensitive to the enemy's strength. Bing added, "As long as you know how to use it." Unknowingly, his martial techniques had risen to a whole new realm. Tang Tian did not mind and said, "It's nothing. I feel that if I were to ascend step by step, and train it well at every level, it would be very helpful in the future. Oh, it's just like when I trained in fundamental martial techniques. Many people said that it was useless. But now I feel that it's very useful. In my eyes, it's very ordinary. But if I were to let the recruits choose the 3 training sessions that they disliked the most, the Chamber of the 18 bronze figures would definitely be on the list." Bing's voice was somewhat gloomy. "Yes. I bought 4 of them." Tang Tian was a little proud. "I only spent 800 points. Jing Hao's eyes twitched. He thought to himself, "I'm obviously the stronger one," but it was obvious that this stifling feeling had deeply provoked him. Without saying a word, he unsheathed his sword. Jing Hao laughed heartily. "Come on, Brother Tang seemed to want more from the last time. Let's fight again." The battle between the two lasted for another day and night. Tang Tian thought, "That's right." Bing's explanation did not satisfy Tang Tian at all. He asked, "What's so powerful about the Staining Fall?" "He's level 6, you're level 4. He's much stronger than you. The only thing you've surpassed him in is your martial spirit. The silver martial spirit gives you a strong intuition. That's why you can persevere for such a long time. So, the silver martial spirit and intuition are your strongest points now." Bing said solemnly, "As a soldier, you have to learn how to use your strongest point." Spent points. Tang Tian did not understand. But this time, Jing Hao persevered for a slightly longer period of time. It was about 4 hours longer than the previous time. But he was immediately exhausted. Once again, he laid on the ground like a pile of mud. He did not even have the strength to move a finger. Tang Tian, who was still unsatisfied, continued to nag at Jing Hao's side for half a day. But seeing that Jing Hao did not have the strength to continue, he could only go to the side to train. "Nope. It's not obvious that the training has increased your intuition." Bing shook his head. He opened up another planet. Big Brother Jing Hao's body on the sword was extremely solid. In comparison, his strength was rather scattered. Tang Tian counted. There were a total of 18 of them. He suddenly grinned and said, "Young lad, Welcome to the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. Yes. 200 points for one. Tang Tian said, I just bought it and the shopkeeper sent the card over. I was still thinking about it. The speed is really fast. Unknowingly, seeing Tang Tian's expression, Jinghao felt his scalp tighten. It was completely instinctive. He could not control it. He laughed. Brother Tang, come and have a seat. Did you buy a gold card for the previous battle? Following the improvement of Tang Tian's martial techniques, the hardship training behind the cross door also started to change. Tang Tian trained more in Uncle Bing's recruit training camp. He no longer trained behind the cross door. According to Uncle Bing, it was only for people who did not have the qualifications to enter the army to train. I didn't cheat you. The price is very fair. It's just that not many people buy it. Jinghao explained, normally, even if the transaction is completed, it would take about a week to a month for it to reach your hands. The shopkeeper was afraid that you would regret it. He must have spent points to transfer it. Other than you, no one else would buy it. Compared to his improvement, the pain he suffered during the training was suddenly not that bad. And when Jinghao came over, he realized that Tang Tian was still training diligently. Immediately, he felt ashamed. No wonder Tang Tian's improvement was so shocking. Just this hard work was enough to move people. So when Tang Tian heard that Bing had specially found a place for him to train the staining fall, he was extremely surprised. You. Tang Tian's eyes immediately widened. His expression was not good. Chapter 95. His gaze swept across the bronze figures, as though he was in a slaughterhouse picking the fat and the lean. The 18 bronze figures did not seem to notice Tang Tian's gaze. They stood silently. The cold bronze luster was unusually solemn. There were only 18 bronze figures, but it made Tang Tian feel an indescribable killing intent. Bing, this asshole, was too shameless. Tang Tian initially thought that in the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, these bronze figures would go up one by one. He did not expect that all 18 of them would go up together. Noticing that Tang Tian's gaze was on him, Jinghao spat out 2 words, dispelling Tang Tian's intention to continue fighting. Meditate. Hey. Tang Tian exhaled, and with a punch, a formless ripple, hit the number 1 bronze figure. Tang Tian then noticed that, on every bronze figure's chest, there was a number. Tang Tian twitched his mouth. In the previous spar, although Jinghao's defense was troublesome for Tang Tian, but he was still able to suppress Tang Tian. Both parties were practicing offense and defense. Jinghao was the attacking side, while Tang Tian was the defending side. In the entire process, Tang Tian was completely focused on defense, and had no strength to counterattack. I thought the Honorable Martial Alliance fellow was so great. His standard is really low. The 2 of them meditated to recover, and after an hour, the fully recovered Tang Tian was the first to jump up. Those people in the camp, this caused Tang Tian to be surprised, but he also felt that Baldy Biaoji was actually a good person. Counterattack, counterattack. What are your long arms for? Are they for you to defend? I definitely cannot tolerate my recruit being a turtle that only knows how to defend. A man needs to use his fists to greet the enemy. Tang Tian felt that his surroundings were filled with shadows of fists. I must break out of the encirclement. Although Tang Tian liked to fight, he wasn't interested in things that were bound to be boring. The recruits used their blood and tears to conclude the first of the 3 laws of the chamber of the 18 bronze figures: do not ever run away. Bing floated in the air, and said sinisterly. Tang Tian clenched his fists tightly. Jinghao's breathing was slightly chaotic. He was extremely shocked. Although he would feel tired in the previous sparring sessions, the degree of exhaustion this time was much more than before. The bald man's calm and satisfied face appeared in Tang Tian's mind. This guy. I really can't see through him. This direction was not feasible either. Tang Tian gritted his teeth. Come. Any new soldier, upon entering the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, would at least be at the 6th rank. At this moment, Jinghao also opened his eyes and stood up. His expression changed slightly and traces of killing intent appeared on his face. He lowered his voice and said, "Prepare for battle." Using too much strength. Jinghao was puzzled. He couldn't imagine how much strength he had used to cause such a scene. But Jing Hao was a straightforward man, and didn't like to pry into other people's gossip. He didn't ask much, and asked, "Then Brother Tang, do you still want to spar?" "Ha." A group of people's voices came from outside the crevice. "Young lad, do your best." Before he finished speaking, 10 bronze figures rushed over from all directions, like ferocious tigers pouncing on their prey. With a face full of caution, he slowly walked forward. Tang Tian was still grimacing in pain, looking full of energy. After exchanging punches with the number 1 bronze figure, Tang Tian knew that these bronze figures were definitely very strong. He might not even be able to win in a one-on-one fight, not to mention 18 of them attacking together. There was absolutely no chance of winning. On the bronze figure's chest, there was a 1. Tang Tian's scalp went numb. Without caring about anything else, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey, old man, you're too shameless." This time's spar was longer than any of the previous ones. Tang Tian forcefully endured for 20 minutes before being defeated. The bronze figure opposite him seemed to have woken up from a deep sleep, and its body moved. Immediately after, it raised its head, and in its empty eye sockets, there seemed to be 2 stars shining. This bronze figure's figure was well proportioned. Its arms reached its knees, and its palms were wide. Its head was smooth, like a square bronze ball. Its facial features were very rough, and it could be seen that its creator obviously didn't put much thought into it. But because of this, it gave off a simple and rough feeling. Jing Hao was very curious, and he couldn't help but use his full strength. Tang Tian was just about to challenge him, when he suddenly heard a faint voice. He exclaimed, "Someone's here." But today, Tang Tian was different. He was still in a defensive state, but his defense had a strong intention to counterattack. Although Tang Tian's counterattack was often interrupted by him in advance, but Tang Tian's improvement surprised him. "Fight!" Tang Tian's eyes suddenly widened. "Pa!" Number 1 bronze figure stepped on the ground, and like an arrow released from a bow, it suddenly pounced towards Tang Tian. Bang bang bang! Tang Tian felt the pressure increase, but compared to the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, it was still like heaven and earth. In the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, it was a hopeless struggle. But facing Jing Hao, even if Jing Hao's sword aura increased sharply, Tang Tian still did not lose. Looking at the 18 bronze figures in front of him, the more terrifying Bing described them, the more Tang Tian wanted to try. 4, 5, 6 bronze figures formed a triangular formation, but, in the 10 days in the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, he completely forgot how many times he was beaten up. He felt that it was a miracle that he was still alive. Due to the accumulation of bruises all over his body, even the bamboo queen bee gel could not completely remove them. This caused Tang Tian to appear in front of Jing Hao, with a completely bruised and swollen face. Tang Tian was stunned, and when he understood, his face turned gloomy, and without hesitation, he followed Jing Hao. Bing's roars were incessant, mixed with the sound of Tang Tian being punched by the bronze figures. Bing looked extremely excited. The passion for training that had been silent for a long time was like a volcano erupting. The pitiful Tang Tian became the only one who could endure it. But, too hooligan, too infuriating. Luckily, the bronze figure on the left looked more normal, the shape and shape were no different from Tang Tian. Tang Tian's courage increased. With a loud shout, he rushed towards the opponent. A series of joint sounds drilled into Tang Tian's ears. He immediately raised his head, only to see the other bronze figures had all woken up from their deep slumber. "Where's your staining fall? Idiot! Don't you know how to use it?" Tang Tian's gaze landed on number 9 bronze figure, the bronze giant leg that was thicker than his waist. Coincidentally, number 9 bronze figure stepped on the ground. With a rumble, the ground shook violently. Ka. Without saying a word, Tang Tian rushed to the left. "Move! Idiot! Don't stay where you are." With this exchange, Jing Hao immediately felt that Tang Tian was different. A strong force came from the fist. Tang Tian groaned. "Kai." He felt like he was sliding on ice. His body slid back a few meters. "Although it's tough coming here, but I can enjoy the treatment of an iron-ranked martial artist. My family can be taken care of. Anyway, my talent is bad. I don't have a future. Earning some benefits to be worthy of my family is enough." The youths in the camp did not have much interaction with him. Tang Tian could not even call out their names. The only one he was familiar with was the Baldai Biao-ji who was beaten up by him. Even Baldai Biao-ji, Tang Tian did not have much interaction. The only thing that left a deep impression on Tang Tian was the time with the green sandalwood ape. Although Baldy's heart was filled with fear, he still moved over, trembling with fear, and prepared to collect his corpse. He did not have time to react, and his vision went black. Tang Tian was stunned. My God, without saying a word, he turned around and sprinted backwards. After 10 consecutive days of bitter training, being abused, Tang Tian had already started to develop the habit of counterattacking, although he was still far from it, but it was enough to make Jing Hao not underestimate him. The 3 bronze men were like 3 bronze hedgehogs. Their bodies were covered with arms, densely packed. What made Tang Tian swallow his saliva was that the weapons on these arms were all different. The 3 bronze hedgehogs blocked the way, even the light could not pass through. Floating in the air, he quietly looked down at Tang Tian, who was struggling bitterly. His poker face became calm again. He gazed at the sorry figure of the young lad. Although Tang Tian's performance was not spectacular, but Bing was full of anticipation. That Baldai can be considered a tough bone. Then seeing Tang Tian unwillingly start to meditate, Jing Hao heaved a sigh of relief. With regards to Tang Tian's pestering, he still had some lingering fear. This fellow was simply a pervert, as if he never knew fatigue. Those words also drilled into Tang Tian's ears without missing a word. No matter how tough the bone, it was still broken by Brother Qiong. Behind the crack, Jing Hao's eyes were filled with killing intent. After 10 consecutive days of bitter training, Tang Tian struggled bitterly in the storm of the 18 bronze figures. To step into the chamber of the 18 bronze figures at the 4th level, Tang Tian was the first person. Trash. That year, the highest record for a newcomer in the army was the 2nd time he entered the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, and broke through it. How many days have you been doing this? After being scolded for a while, he seemed to feel tired, and stopped. Tang Tian's gaze was dazed again. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. When Jing Hao woke up, the first thing he saw was Tang Tian with a bloody nose and a swollen face, and he was shocked. Brother Tang, what happened to you? It's not our people. The people in the camp, I'm afraid. Jing Hao did not finish his sentence. The killing intent on his face became thicker, and he quietly flew towards the crack. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded tightly, front, back, left, right, up, down. He was surrounded by the figures of the bronze figures. Tang Tian turned pale with fright. He protected his head and prepared to rush out. But when he peeked through the gaps of his arms, he saw a bronze figure that was like an iron tower. Oh no, a bronze tower, number 9. Tang Tian's expression slowly became serious. He kept a straight face, widened his eyes, and looked at the bronze figure in front of him. 3 bronze figures appeared in front of him like ghosts. In just one night, Tang Tian actually had such a huge improvement. Tang Tian's eyes twitched, but it was a pity. His eyes were also swollen, and could not be seen at all. He forced a smile. When I was training, I accidentally used too much strength. How many times do you need me to remind you? Staining fall. Pay attention to your strength. Pay attention to the opponent's strength. React quickly. So slow, did you not eat? Chapter 96. The cold voice was like a sharp cold knife sweeping across. All the other sounds immediately disappeared. Everyone quivered, and kept quiet out of fear. The impact of Kong Yulin's death was much bigger than what he had expected. Tang Tian planned to not use the mechanical weapons before the impact of the incident subsided. If he were to expose himself, Kong Yu would definitely find trouble with him. The true power in his body was stimulated, and became unprecedentedly active. Tang Tian's confidence increased. It had to be said, Jing Hao's timing was ingenious. The sudden appearance of the two was like 2 sharp knives, piercing into the opponent's troops, immediately causing panic. Kill. A rank 4 martial technique actually dared to provoke him. He must be tired of living. His palm technique was the rank 5, destructive heart palm. He had immersed himself in this palm technique for many years. It was because of this ferocious palm technique that he was selected as an Onyx Soul Cannon, and got rid of his identity as an Onyx Soul Soldier. Speaking of Jing Hao, everyone's face congealed. A smear of black aura enveloped the tip of his feet, like a sharp black spear. silently headed straight for Tang Tian. For this mission, she had prepared for a long time, spent countless of time and energy. Naturally she was not willing to give up. "Are you ready?" Jing Hao asked without turning his head. The blue peacock surfaced on the surface of his body. The blue peacock feathers were complex and beautiful. Jing Hao's ferocity immediately caused a commotion. Tang Tian's face was filled with shock as he looked at the gorgeous sword in front of him. These few days, big brother Jing Hao had used this sword, and sparred with him for so long. Tang Tian did not expect this unassuming sword was actually a bronze treasure. If these two palms were to land on the opponent's body, although he would have to bear the opponent's attack, and would be slightly injured, but the opponent would definitely be more injured. His heart was overwhelmed with shock. Moon palm blade. The man in black clenched his teeth, and was about to push out with both palms, to block Tang Tian's attack. Not good. Raising his iron palm, he welcomed Tang Tian, and slapped out. His reaction was so fast that the black-clothed man had the misconception that Tang Tian had already predicted his attack. He was overwhelmed with shock. 3 stacks of energy. This rascal's true power actually contained 3 stacks of energy. Heavenly dragon energy. Jing Hao's expression was solemn as he lifted his sword vertically. Suddenly, he loosened his grip and shouted softly, "Corona Borealis." At the end of the sword hilt, an extremely thin ray of light suddenly lit up. The light quickly flowed like silk. In the blink of an eye, the sword hilt transformed into a bright and beautiful crown. A cold flame poured down from the crown and flowed along the body of the sword until the cold flame enveloped the tip of the sword. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. His opponent's palm strike was extremely powerful. This guy's previous actions were all a ruse. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan and took a few steps back. Only then did he manage to strengthen the force. "Leave the onyx soul horse to me," Jing Hao said in a deep voice. "Be careful. The black-clothed man beside the masked woman is quite strong. He might be an onyx soul cannon. If not, then he must be a strong onyx soul soldier." However, Mr. Wu's strength had left a deep impression on him. Without waiting for him to react, a wave of sharp energy directly broke through his loosened true power defense and drilled into his body. He did not have any intention of dodging and welcomed it with a fist. Before he could recover, a thunderous roar suddenly exploded beside his ear. A fierce blue figure brought along countless of blue afterimages. A fist that was enveloped in countless ripples rapidly enlarged in his eyes. Tang Tian suddenly thought of the Onyx Soul Mr. Wu that he met in Starwind City. It must be the Onyx Soul phase. Both palms released a jet-black palm aura that was like a black mist. A wave of ferocious killing intent instantly enveloped Tang Tian. The black-clothed man's expression suddenly froze. Jing Hao squinted his eyes. Through the crack, he looked at the group of people who were groping their way towards him. Very quickly, his gaze landed on the masked woman in black. His expression immediately turned cold. "All right." Seeing Jing Hao's expression as though he was facing a formidable enemy, Tang Tian did not say a word and started to activate his star treasure. Tang Tian's target was the man in black that Jing Hao said could possibly be an onyx soul cannon. But Tang Tian, who was in front of him, reacted quickly like a ghost. His right leg fiercely stomped on the ground. Both his legs retracted in mid-air. His entire body curled into a ball and crashed into the arms of the black-clothed man. Onyx Soul was the mortal enemy of the Honorable Martial Alliance. The contest between the two parties had already started since the birth of both parties. The sneer in his eyes became even heavier. Truly overestimating himself, the black-clothed man's battle experience was extremely rich. He knew that he could not afford to hesitate. He retreated backwards. At the same time, his right leg was like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue. No one noticed Tang Tian. He did not expect that the strongest weapon of the Honorable Martial Alliance was actually a star treasure. Tang Tian was surprised. He did not expect that he would actually meet the Onyx Soul's troops here. It could be seen that Onyx Soul definitely had a plan. But it was already too late to think about it. Jing Hao himself was not afraid. He was only worried about Tang Tian. "It's Onyx Soul," Jing Hao said softly. His expression was grave and stern. His killing intent soared. 3 rays of sharp crescent moon aura, from different angles, entered the black smoke's palms. Be careful. It's an onyx soul horse, Jing Hao reminded. Then he remembered that Tang Tian did not know much about onyx soul. He explained softly, onyx soul's classification is completely different from other organizations. Borrowing the name of chess, soldiers, cannons, carriages, fortune-tellers, and generals. The onyx soul soldiers are the most numerous and the weakest. Their standards are uneven. Cannons are mostly martial artists. Horses are the scouts. They are the most well-informed. They are good at tracking and long-distance ambushes. The number of carriages are not many, but they are all truly strong martial artists. If you meet them, you must be careful. Fortune tellers are good at researching blood meridians and mechanisms. They rarely come out. But there are also battle-type onyx soul. They are good at scheming and have many strange methods. If you meet such enemies, you must remember not to give them time to speak. Kill them immediately. Fortune tellers are good at assassination. They come and go without a trace. They are very troublesome. They are all elites. They are the top martial artists. Before you become a top martial artist, if you see them, do not hesitate. Turn and run. With regards to the upcoming battle, Tang Tian was not the least bit afraid. His fighting intent was like a blazing flame, burning fiercely. Pa! The soaring boots of the pony extended out 4 little hooves. It was so strong that Tang Tian thought it was not a bronze rank star treasure. Compared to it, his Fornax fist gloves was much weaker. Jing Hao lightly pointed the Corona Borealis sword in his hand. A few traces of blood appeared in the air. A few people's throats suddenly had traces of blood. They opened their eyes wide. Their hands covered their throats. But they could not say a word. They fell to the ground. The Honorable Martial Alliance was Onyx Soul's main enemy. They knew the experts of the Honorable Martial Alliance like the back of their hands. Tang Tian's heart trembled. He thought about the time in Starwind City. In truth, he had a bad impression of Onyx Soul. It was even worse now. It was obviously only at the 4th level of true power. But it almost made him fall. Jing Hao is below. Just then, a black-robed man beside the lady in black said, I heard that there is a newcomer. His strength is not bad. But he has very little information. And, such a strong chi. Tang Tian, who was at the side, immediately noticed the change in Jing Hao's expression. He immediately asked softly, what's wrong? The distance between them was getting closer. A pair of black smoke palms was about to imprint on Tang Tian's body. He saw Tang Tian's dumbstruck expression. He could roughly guess Tang Tian's doubts. He laughed. Brother Tang's blue peacock was even more famous in the past. But these few years, the treasure martial spirit lacked nourishment. That's why it became weaker. Our Honorable Martial Alliance's research on treasures is unparalleled. In the future, Brother Tang will naturally have the chance to come into contact with these things. I hope you don't disgrace the name of Blue Peacock. Who? Pu. When she heard the news, the lady in black was shocked. She almost wanted to give up on the mission. But after hesitating for a long time, she felt that she had enough power. So she decided to go deeper. This is only their occupation. It does not explain their strength. Every occupation has their own level. Other than the Onyx Soul soldiers, do not look down on the other occupations. The competition in Onyx Soul is much more intense than us. They are more proficient in fighting. If you meet an Onyx Soul, do not hold back. Jing Hao warned solemnly. En. Tang Tian replied softly. His eyes were filled with fighting intent. Who? The Fornax gloves released a red flame. It's just an outer barracks. What's there to be proud of? The lady in black said, if you can't even take care of the Honorable Martial Alliance outer barracks, humph. It's a pity. I can't use the saber-toothed tiger in front of Big Brother Jing Hao. The lady in black did not expect that Jing Hao would actually be in the big tomb outer barracks. Only when they interrogated the outer barracks disciples of the Honorable Martial Alliance, did they find out that Jing Hao was actually here. When Tang Tian was about 5 m away from the man in black was shocked. But when he realized it was Tang Tian, his mouth revealed a sinister smile. Tang Tian's body that was curled up suddenly stretched out. His toes touched the ground. Pa! He soared into the sky and actually flew over the man in black. The lady in black noticed the arrogance of her underlings. She frowned and bellowed, "All of you shut up." But his recent improvement made him more confident. Even without the mechanical weapon, he was not afraid. This Corona Borealis sword was given to me by my master. All these years, it has never left my hands. Jing Hao said proudly. Jing Hao's voice floated in the air. The figure in front of him had already disappeared. Jing Hao was one of the young experts of the Honorable Martial Alliance. He was an expert in swordsmanship. His master was the famous expert of the Honorable Martial Alliance, Zhuo Yi Tian. Jing Hao did not embarrass his master. At such a young age, he was already a bronze-ranked martial artist. Furthermore, he kept a low profile. His heart was focused on martial arts. Very few people knew of his true strength. Not good. Oh. Tang Tian remembered it in his heart. Both parties did not have any intention of dodging. A fist and a palm clashed together without any fancy moves. It was the first time he was restrained to such an extent in a battle. Who? The curled-up Tang Tian was like a huge stone thrown by a catapult. With a low whistling sound, he smashed towards him. Without saying a word, Tang Tian rushed out. Corona Borealis Constellation's bronze treasure, Corona Borealis sword. The man in black was stunned. He did not understand what Tang Tian was trying to do. Suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, he saw 3 rays of light rushing towards him. He quivered and his face changed. The last cold snort was like a heavy hammer. It fiercely knocked on everyone's heart. Everyone's heart trembled. The vibrating power of the fist was not out of his expectations. But following that, the opponent's true power exploded without any warning. The man in black saw that Tang Tian did not dodge or evade. A trace of ridicule surfaced in his eyes. Especially when he saw the fine ripples surrounding Tang Tian's fist. With one look, he recognized that Tang Tian's fist was a rank 4 martial technique, concussion fist. Woo. Chapter 97. He groaned, but he noticed that a few figures were pouncing towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian did not hesitate. This fist completely ignited the fighting intent in his body. Although the opponent's strength was slightly weaker than the monster Amauri, but his technique was much weaker than Amauri. But this kind of pure strength confrontation was the easiest to make people's blood boil. Those Onyx Soul soldiers who were only at the 4th level were naturally not his opponent, and after a few jumps, there was no one left standing around him. Jing Hao glanced at Tang Tian, and coincidentally saw Tang Tian pouncing towards the sturdy man with the crescent moon spade, while the rest of them were unable to conceal their joy. Jing Hao laughed coldly in his heart. The clash of true power, the clash of physical strength. As such, the lady in black had no other choice but to go deeper underground. He raised his chi and shouted, and 3 figures quickly appeared beside him. The man in black was assured, the 3 of them were his old friends, all 3 of them were soldiers, but they were not ordinary black iron soldiers, but elite bronze soldiers. All of them were at the 4th level of power, just 1 level lower than him. For this mission, he had specially invited the 3 of them to help. With the help of the 3 of them, his confidence soared. 4th level true power, regardless of purity or strength, was unable to break through the man in black's true power, but the originally sharp crescent moonblade, coupled with the equally sharp crane body energy, increased its power by another level. If not for the crane body energy, Tang Tian's true power would not be enough. In the current martial technique system, the levels were clear and awe-inspiring. To cross levels to challenge, one must have other bargaining chips. But obviously, Tang Tian had such a bargaining chip. Everyone's pupils dilated. Zhu used the crescent moon spade. His physique was tall and sturdy, his strength was boundless. The crescent moon spade that weighed over 100 kilograms was like nothing in his hands. Without saying a word, the muscles on his body bulged. With a shout, he instigated his true power, and without any fancy moves, he used the spade. The earthen yellow true radiance shrouding the shovel's body surged with power, making it hard for anyone to block it. Zhu practiced the Earth Monk's 8 shovels, a rank 4 earth-attributed martial skill. The moves were simple, but it focused on using force to break technique. The other people also recovered and hurriedly made their moves to buy time for Zhu. He dismissed the idea of helping Tang Tian. With Tang Tian's strength, even if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be a problem for him to hold on for a while. After sparring with Tang Tian for so many days, no one knew better than him how abnormal Tang Tian was. The young man in front of him was definitely not a nobody. He was definitely not an exiled rookie with no future. He must be a rookie with real potential that the Honorable Martial Alliance had secretly hidden. Bing, who was paying attention to Tang Tian's battle in the recruit barracks, was stunned. This is an extremely long-distance jump. This freak, stretching his arms, Tang Tian took a deep breath. The light in Tang Tian's eyes flourished. He lowered his body and his entire leg was like a sharp blade that pierced into the ground, up to his knees. But, this was obviously a mechanical weapon's tactical move. A scarlet fist, dragging a long fiery tail, like a shooting star, collided with the earthen yellow shovel aura without any fancy move. This was the code between them. It meant to exhaust the opponent's strength. Zhu was overwhelmed with shock. Tang Tian's eyes became calm. He lowered his waist into a horse stance and released his fist. The congealed fighting intent spread out like a ripple. Tang Tian roared. He stepped on the ground with the soaring boots of the pony and shot up. A long battle, a battle of attrition. The first to move was Dau. He used the Chi Mai short rod. With a shake of the short rod, with a low hum, 3 green rod auras, like 3 green dragons, whizzed towards Tang Tian. Dau trained in the Greenwood Dragon Rod. It was a rank 4 wood-attributed martial technique that had many variations. The other 3 immediately understood what he meant. In a split second, the man in black found a breakthrough. He did not believe that the young man in front of him could compete with him in attrition. As long as he occupied the small path, it was equivalent to completely sealing off the retreat of the lady in black. The crane body energy of the ancient crane sect, at this moment, showed its power. Jing Hao frowned. He did not care about the lady in black's strength, but her light body technique was ridiculously strong. Jing Hao's light body technique was not bad. But compared to her, it was still lacking. The crucial point was that the lady in black was extremely slippery. She did not even confront him head-on. Once she touched him, she would leave. Jing Hao did not have any good ideas. Pa. Little Lu trained in concealed weapons. With a wave of his hands, 3 flying daggers appeared in each of his palms. He tiptoed and soared into the air. In midair, he extended his arms. 6 flying daggers, with a golden aura, floated erratically, aiming for Tang Tian's vital points. Rank 4 metal attribute martial technique, Golden Willow Phase. The 4 of them started to circle around Tang Tian, looking for an opportunity. Everyone's face congealed. The lady in black was a typical Onyx soul horse. Her light body technique was outstanding. She majored in archery. This kind of enemy would roam around you and shoot arrows at you from the back. They were as annoying as flies. The lady in black's archery technique was not bad. It was a rank 6 wood attribute martial technique, Shooting Willow. The shooting method was accurate and varied. But to Jing Hao, it was not enough. Jing Hao knew the place like the back of his hand. The small path that the lady in black used was the only path. Seeing that, Jing Hao decided to target the Onyx Soul Soldiers. The expression of the man in black froze on his face. Even though he had become an Onyx Soul Cannon, even though it was the most ordinary black iron cannon, but around him, he had never seen anyone who could fight against Zhu in terms of pure strength. Simmer it. Catching a turtle in a jar. The information was wrong. The faces of the 4 men in black changed. It was as though the young man in front of them had changed into another person. In the silence that did not match his age, there seemed to be a reckless fighting intent that silently rose up like a flame. The man in black seemed to have awoken from his dream. With a shake of his body, he unleashed a heart destruction palm. Without a sound, he welcomed Tang Tian's ribs. His body was like an arrow that flew straight towards Zhu. Tang Tian looked at the 4 men in front of him. There was no fear on his face. Anyone who was used to seeing those ferocious bronze men of all shapes and sizes, no matter how one looked at them, would not feel much of an impact when faced with humans who looked like normal humans. Tang Tian's mind was clear. A cold aura flashed past his eyes. He exerted strength in his legs. Jing Hao squinted his eyes. The sharp moon hand blade entered the black smoke of the heart destruction palm. Facing the dazzling yellow shovel aura and the deep and terrifying whistling sound, Tang Tian did not have any fear in his heart. In his calm eyes, a wisp of flame jumped and swayed. The strength of the muscles in his body was like a stream returning to the sea. It gathered into a ball. His fist was enveloped by the fornax fire and exploded. As expected of a bronze horse, he had heard of the heavenly dragon energy before. There were not many mental cultivation techniques that could produce an explosive effect at the 4th level. The famous heavenly dragon energy was one of them. But the difficulty of the heavenly dragon energy was equally outstanding. The lower the level, the harder it was to comprehend. He never thought that the young man in front of him would be able to comprehend the heavenly dragon energy at the 4th level. Dau, Erju, Xiaolu. The man in black felt as though his palms were being cut by knives. The pain was so intense that he almost cried out in pain. He was very experienced and knew that he could not be discouraged at this moment. Otherwise, his opponent's next killer move would directly take his life. Erju actually lost in terms of strength. Jing Hao's gaze landed on the lady in black. When he noticed the position she was standing at, his heart skipped a beat. The position she was standing at was closer to the inside. If he sealed the small path, bang! His heart relaxed a little. But when he noticed the change in his emotions, he could not help but feel ashamed. He was actually being suppressed by a 4th-level brat to such an extent. If he did not personally experience it, he would never have imagined it. The soaring boots of the pony extended out 4 hooves and suddenly bent. In the next moment, Tang Tian's figure disappeared from his original position. The advantage of the man in black's true power was greatly reduced. His mind was racing. But he was experienced and quickly thought of an idea. The young man in front of him had strange true power. But the 4th-level true power could not change the size of the Dantian pool. Compared to the 5th-level Dantian pool, it was much smaller. No one would have thought that Tang Tian would actually place his main target on Erju. Everyone was immediately overjoyed. In terms of strength, the 3 of them were almost the same, just that they had different styles. But in terms of strength, Erju, who had extraordinary strength and majored in Earthmonk's 8 shovels, was unparalleled. Even the man in black did not have the confidence to take 1 shovel from Erju. And there was that unknown weird energy. The young man's killing intent lingered around his body as he soared into the sky. The 3 of them cooperated well. Their martial techniques were hard and soft. The 3 types of true power were all different. At the side, there was also the man in black who was glaring like a tiger. In a moment, Tang Tian was in danger. One of the standard tactical movements of mechanical weapons, long-distance leap. In the eyes of the man in black, there was no longer any contempt. His face congealed as he once again sized up the blue-clothed young man in front of him. Erju's face changed. The shovel aura shattered. The hands that were holding onto the shovel handle felt a huge force. He almost could not hold onto the crescent moon shovel. His body that was like an iron tower retreated a few steps. His arms felt numb. In everyone's eyes, Tang Tian's figure became shorter. It was as though he had smashed into the ground. Without any warning, he accelerated. He was like a gust of wind sweeping past. All the attacks were thrown behind him. Baldy, I will take revenge for you. You must rest in peace. When did the Honorable Martial Alliance actually produce such a powerful newcomer? Bing was dumbstruck. What made him even more fearful was that the true power that broke into his body was weird and hard to deal with. He almost spat out blood. A few figures flew out. The few Onyx Soul Soldiers were not the fierce young man's opponent at all. But this gave the man in black time to catch his breath. His chi calmed down. His gaze regained its calmness. The others were shocked speechless by the result in front of them. They could hardly believe their eyes. This rascal was seeking death. Tang Tian's figure appeared in front of Zhu's crescent moon shovel. Chapter 98. Not knowing why, seeing this proud and cold peacock, Jing Hao suddenly saw the stooped and skinny old man with proud eyes. What to do? Damn it. Before Senior Nong died, he placed his martial spirit into the treasure. This peacock, Zhu barely managed to block 2 attacks, but his ribs were hit twice, and his skin was immediately lacerated. Zhu, who was retreating in panic, his face was pale white, and his eyes that looked up to the sky were filled with fear. The power that he was so proud of, in that moment, was completely defeated. This beautiful name was actually connected with a cruel and ruthless name, Ghost Claw. Tang Tian quivered. She was quick-witted. Just now when she was entangled with Jing Hao, she did not make a move, and even Jing Hao did not expect that the bow in her hands was not an ordinary item. The peacock flame screen blocked, wrapped and rolled, and once again entered Tang Tian's back. Tang Tian groaned, and his body became faster. The peacock flame screen was not able to completely block the 8 rays of energy. The blue peacock protected its owner in times of danger, but usually Tang Tian did not have enough nourishment, and its power was still far from its peak state. It was the first time that Tang Tian met with energy that the crane body could not eliminate. His meridians were actually slightly injured, and his heart was overwhelmed with shock. The peacock on his shoulder looked dispirited, and once again entered the feather armor, blocking the attack. It obviously consumed a lot of its energy. The 2 tiny arrow blades transformed into 2 tiny arrows of light in the air. They suddenly sped up and blended into the 6 golden handle flying daggers without a sound. The blue peacock on Tang Tian's body, on the surface of the exquisite blue feather armor, suddenly rippled with light, and a green flame suddenly emerged from the feather armor. A strong qi, at an astonishing speed, was forming. Pu. Suddenly, a blurry thought connected with his silver martial spirit. Kill. Zhu's eyes were wide open. The crescent moon sped from bottom to top, with a surging yellow light, fiercely shoved towards the sky. No one noticed that in the corner, the black-robed lady's bow was fully drawn, the cold mask exposed her eyes, the killing intent congealed like needles. This is? When the green light penetrated the tip of the arrow, clang clang, 2 emerald green arrow blades suddenly shot out from the arrowhead. The flat arrowhead tip instantly became a 4-edged arrowhead tip. Jing Hao was in a trance. With a thunderous roar, Tang Tian, who had almost lost his life, was completely enraged. Sagittarius constellation, bronze treasure, called green bow. Zhu was shocked. In a moment of desperation, he stretched out his hand to block the attack. Jing Hao's face changed. He had actually forgotten about the onyx soul horse. He was in midair and had no way to borrow strength. That was peacock blue. The opponent's counterattack before death was not something that Tang Tian could enjoy, but the opponent's earth affinity true power was not a match for the crane body, and would melt in the blink of an eye. At this point, Tang Tian's bravery was completely stimulated. He forcefully activated his true power. Like a bone maggot, he stuck close to Zhu's body. Tang Tian was in danger. Bang! It was as if a heavy drum was beating on everyone's heart, causing their blood to churn. The lady in black groaned. Jing Hao's sword was full force. She naturally did not gain any advantage, but her eyes flashed with a ray of light. 6 flying daggers swept out 6 drifting golden light paths, with a sharp piercing sound, straight towards Tang Tian's back. Little Lu saw that Zhu was in danger, and came to his rescue. He did not hold back. His true power poured into the flying daggers. The golden blade aura was released from the daggers, flying in the air, like a willow branch being blown by the wind. Jing Hao heaved a sigh of relief. If anything were to happen to Tang Tian, then he would regret it. But just at this time, the arrow and the sword aura collided, and in the annihilation of the light aura, 2 small green light blades suddenly shot out. It was the arrow blades that were formed from true power. Tang Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent, and like a ghost, he moved closer to Zhu. Everything was destroyed. On the fully drawn bowstring, there was an extremely heavy bronze arrow. Zhu, who was below, put on a defensive stance. The 4th level earth element true power rushed towards his crescent moon spade. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He knew that if he did not fight with his life on the line, he would die. The fear on his face disappeared, and what replaced it was a desperate counterattack. The peacock feathers floating in the air that were covered in green flames, the light aura became stronger. Suddenly, a ray of blue light shot out from one of the feathers, connecting to another feather armor. In the blink of an eye, countless light beams interweaved to form a blue light screen. On the light screen, the green flames were quiet, like a peacock spreading its tail. He was very clear of Big Brother Jing Hao's strength. Even Big Brother Jing Hao could not block it. Tang Tian's eyes widened, his face revealing an uncontrollable joy. This is. The feather armor on Tang Tian's back was burning with a green flame, slowly peeling off, silently floating in the air. Tang Tian was like an eagle hunting its prey, looking down from above. With a terrifying momentum, he punched out. Both legs kicked out consecutively, like a torrential storm. Zhu, who was already suffering from internal injuries, was completely suppressed. Bitterly holding on, among the raindrop-like leg shadows, a red light suddenly lit up. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a ray of green arrow light, disappearing in the air. The target was actually Tang Tian. The slender snow-white fingers released the arrow string. Tang Tian, who was in the air, had nowhere to hide. Zhu's body froze, his face maintained a furious expression, his throat had an additional hole as thick as a finger. This bronze arrow was different from the bronze arrows she shot out previously. The body of the arrow was as thick as a thumb, the arrow feathers were not 2, but 3, the cold arrowhead, sparkling with a terrifying light aura. Unknowingly, this word spontaneously came out from Tang Tian's heart. The hand moon blade was cunning and ruthless. Everyone who saw this scene had their mouths wide open, dumbstruck. Tang Tian did not stop, but borrowed the force. His speed did not decrease, but increased. Like a cannonball, he pounced towards Zhu. The name of Fire Scythe Ghost Claw made many people tremble in fear. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind, 6 erratic gold lines, intertwined in the air, strangely drifting, fast as lightning. Tang Tian's flying speed was as fast as lightning, but the blue feather armor peeled off, giving people the illusion that it was extremely slow. This contradictory scene happened in front of them. Tang Tian, who was flying, the wind whistled in his ears, the flame in his eyes also seemed to be swaying with the wind. The lady in black's eyes flashed a look of horror. She stared at the cold and proud peacock on Tang Tian's shoulder, as if she was possessed by a demon. Killing intent filled the air. The young man in the sky stretched his body, like the sun shining brightly. Without caring about anything else, Jing Hao did not hesitate. He shouted, "Corona Borealis." Tang Tian, who was in the air, firmly locked onto Zhu. The other party's expression was in his eyes. There was no surprise, no fluctuation. The current Tang Tian was like an experienced hunter. The silver martial spirit's flame suddenly soared. That vague idea also quickly became clear. Originally it was a surefire attack, but the opponent caught the flaw. Ordinary people's mood would be very depressed, but at this moment, Tang Tian did not have any distracting thoughts. Although the killing intent was very weak, but Tang Tian did not relax. Intuition told him, this weak killing intent contained a fatal danger. Tang Tian racked his brains. Under the strong stimulation of danger, the silver martial spirit in his body seemed to sense the danger, became abnormally active. Jing Hao's face changed again. He did not expect the opponent to be so sinister and cunning. Tang Tian felt an extremely dangerous aura, firmly locked onto him. The strong sense of danger made all the hairs on his body stand. The explosion from behind made him heave a sigh of relief. He thought the danger was over, but he did not expect. Suddenly, a weak and cold killing intent appeared. The fist enveloped in the transparent green flame brought along countless fine ripples. The fist swept past, bringing a series of crackling sounds. His palm was instantly pierced by the red light. Peacock flame screen. The crown on the sword hilt suddenly burst with light. At the same time, the Corona Borealis sword in Jing Hao's hand pierced out. Senior Nong. Jing Hao muttered. He looked at the blue light screen absent-mindedly, and the proud eyes of the blue peacock on Tang Tian's shoulder. Suddenly, he remembered the description of the blue peacock. It was said, when Senior Nong first obtained it, the blue peacock was just an ordinary bronze treasure. But Senior Nong spent countless effort to transform it into one of the strongest bronze treasures in the association. Unknowingly, a blue peacock climbed onto Tang Tian's shoulder. It turned its head, its cold eyes filled with condescension. The red feather on its forehead trembled. it was bright and dazzling. Zhu's figure retreated again, his eyes, mouth and nose, were bleeding. Green and yellow collided with each other. There were 3 remnants of qi that drilled into Tang Tian's body. One was sharp, it was a flying blade, the other 2 were cold and strange. The flying blade qi was quickly dispelled by Tang Tian using the crane body, but the 2 cold and strange qi could not be completely dispelled by the crane body. The bow had 3 different arrows, and the heavy bronze arrow was one of them. Ordinary bronze arrows were unable to unleash the true power of the green bow, only the 3 specially prepared arrows could unleash the full power of the treasure. Tyrant's angry finger, the dazzling white sword aura, left the sword and disappeared. This guy, the lady in black's hands and feet were ice cold. Jing Hao was slightly dazed by Tang Tian's domineering attack, although during the sparring, Tang Tian kept on giving him all sorts of surprises, but in a real battle, Tang Tian's performance had once again toppled his understanding. Suddenly, an intense killing intent caused his heart to jump. Fornax. True power poured into the bronze heavy arrow, the thin green light, like lightning, followed the tail of the arrow, intertwining with the tip of the arrow. At that time, the peacock must have been as proud as it was now. The white sword aura and the dark green arrow clashed. The flames on the Fornax gauntlets turned into a translucent green color at a speed visible to the naked eye. The cold aura suddenly increased. Such a beautiful scene, it was breathtaking, shocked everyone. Didn't that guy die long ago? Don't tell me this young lad inherited Ghost Claw's legacy. Why did I not know about it? Dawn. Continuous light sounds, 6 rays of golden light and 2 dark green arrows, entered the peacock flame screen. Chapter 99. As Tang Tian's meridians were injured, he had no choice but to use the dragon tactic, but by a stroke of luck, Tang Tian's strong endurance was completely displayed. Tang Tian snorted discontentedly, and threw away the rag in his hand. His heart was extremely unsatisfied, he was just a little too slow. As expected, the development of the battle was exactly the same as what she had predicted. Even with the 3 of them attacking together, they were still suppressed by Tang Tian. Her gaze immediately became greedy and passionate. In Onyx Soul, a strong blood meridian was more valuable than any treasure. As long as she could obtain this blood meridian, she believed she could obtain everything she wanted. A trace of panic flashed past the eyes of the lady in black. She instantly felt a strong pressure. She had never thought that the person who gave her such a huge pressure was not Jing Hao, but an unknown young man. The lady in black, who was shocked, stepped on the ground, bringing up a series of afterimages. Only when she pulled a distance away did she calm down. She lowered her head to look at her waist, and saw that a small piece of her clothes had been torn off. There was not much suspense in the battle. To Tang Tian, who was struggling bitterly in the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, this level of battle intensity was just a warm-up. In terms of strength, Tang Tian was actually only slightly stronger than the man in black. Adding Dau and Xiao Lu, it would not be easy for Tang Tian to win. Seems like in the future when I spar with this fellow, I have to be careful. I must not let him go crazy. The lady in black, who was shocked, suddenly tiptoed, and her figure turned strangely, bringing up a series of afterimages. The young man in front of her was a typical battle maniac. This kind of person was born to fight. Just that, this fellow, where did he come from? The lady in black did not know. She was not the only one who was scared witless. Even Jing Hao, who was at the side, was also scared witless. The lady in black's face behind the mask was a mix of green and white, her gaze uncertain. Shit. To actually meet such a stubborn fellow. How? How is this possible? The way she looked at Tang Tian immediately changed. That's right, why didn't she think of it earlier? This kind of inhuman body, other than the power of blood meridians, what else could do it? His shocked gaze landed on Tang Tian. However, at this time, she did not care about anything else, and quickly threw out her trump card. Could it be that even the Lyra treasury cannot make you sit down and talk? The black-clothed woman pulled out another arrow, but Jing Hao snorted coldly and took a few steps forward, standing between the black-clothed woman and Tang Tian. She had always been very confident in her intelligence ability, but she had never heard of such a person in the Honorable Martial Alliance. Jing Hao's heart was filled with amazement. The moment the woman in black moved, even he didn't see it clearly, but Tang Tian was able to accurately determine her direction. This made Tang Tian a little angry. As for the other three, the explosions from both sides turned from low to crisp. Kai. Nonsense. Go to hell. Tang Tian was furious and rushed towards the woman in black. I think we can talk, the woman in black suddenly said. The black-clothed girl's mind suddenly flashed, and two words involuntarily appeared in her mind: bloodline. The descendant of Ghost Claw Nong, how could he be easy to get along with? And the battle strength that Tang Tian had displayed just now was very strong. Even the black-clothed girl did not have the confidence to win. But what left the deepest impression on her was Tang Tian's fierce fighting style. In this aspect, even Jing Hao could not compare. The black-clothed man and Dau, one on the left and one on the right, formed a pincer attack, pressing towards Tang Tian. Little Lu had a throwing knife in his hand, but he did not immediately use it, but patiently waited for an opportunity. Just now when Tang Tian killed Zhu, they had seen it with their own eyes, and knew that this battle was unprecedentedly dangerous. If they were even slightly careless, they would all be wiped out. The black-clothed girl stared blankly at the lively figure in the field. Her face did not show any signs of tiredness. It had already been a full 20 minutes, how could he still maintain such a high tempo of attack? Could it be that this guy still has a killing move? Her heart jumped, but after a while, Tang Tian still did not use any killing move. The doubts in her heart grew stronger. She did not believe that Jing Hao could not even see through Tang Tian's predicament. Tang Tian's fierce fighting style was displayed incisively and vividly. His attack frequency was astonishingly fast. His reaction was even more amazing, although the martial techniques in his hands were not considered high level, but the combination of various martial techniques was astonishingly smooth, always just right, to the peak. Pa. Tang Tian was ruthless. Isn't it just a battle of attrition? Let's see who can outlast who. The black-clothed girl's expression was normal as she put down her bow and arrow. Tang Tian and Jing Hao were both frightened by the black-clothed girl's ruthlessness. They did not think that the black-clothed girl would actually make a move on her own companion. Jing Hao's gaze was fixed on the opponent. The arrow just now was actually his mistake. He only wanted to block the black-clothed girl's escape route, but did not realize that although the black-clothed girl was not his opponent, she could still pose a fatal danger to Tang Tian. Such a mistake was enough to make Jing Hao feel ashamed. If he were to make the same mistake twice, then he would not be Jing Hao. Blood meridians. He started to control the consumption of his true power, and used more of his physical strength. Tang Tian's valiant body was the real reason why he was good at drawn-out battles. Withdrawing his true power and not releasing it, the consumption immediately decreased, and the opponent's true power could not break through his defense and enter his meridians. This was the real chance to win. She glanced at Jing Hao, only to see Jing Hao laughing coldly. The black-clothed girl's heart sank. Jing Hao's sword techniques were strong, and could easily block her arrow. If not for her light body technique being stronger than Jing Hao, she would have already lost. With the remaining 2 arrows, she was afraid that she would not have such a wonderful opportunity again. Does this guy not know fatigue? On the other hand, Tang Tian was still as lively as before. His attacks were still like a violent storm. The sound of fists hitting flesh caused people to tremble in fear. Under such circumstances, Tang Tian actually had the upper hand again, and the other two were not only in a defensive position, but were in imminent danger. This is not possible. The voice behind the mask was filled with a thick coldness. The opponent's eyes were filled with unwillingness, determination, and fighting spirit, causing her heart to tremble. Even a wild beast would be ashamed to death. Tang Tian was completely oblivious. The rod shadows and palm prints in front of him, he was not the least bit afraid. But the light injuries he received had a significant impact. Tang Tian realized that as long as he used his true power too much, his meridians would feel as though they were being cut by knives. And the 2 people in front of him were also very careful. In a defensive position, adding the unpredictable flying daggers, Tang Tian was actually unable to defeat them in one move. Little Lu's face was pale. Gathering his remaining energy, he wanted to escape to where the black-clothed girl was. Just as he turned, an arrow pierced through his body. Little Lu looked in front of him in disbelief, and fell down with a loud bang. Tang Tian once again lowered his waist, as though he was about to pounce. His eyes flashed with a not-admitting defeat ray of light. Previously when he missed, it did not make Tang Tian the least bit discouraged, only an intense unwillingness and fighting spirit. Tang Tian was even more furious, and scolded, "You woman, such a ruthless heart. Don't even think of leaving here alive today." Just now, he had said to Baldy's spirit in heaven that he would take revenge for him. The black-clothed girl's heart was trembling with fear. What kind of body does he need? She focused her eyes and looked carefully, but the battle in the field made her shocked. The black-clothed man's heart destruction palm and Dau's rod shadows were dim, and with one look, she could tell that they were like arrows at the end of their flight. The ray of light from Little Lu's flying daggers also dimmed. No matter if it was the frequency of his attacks, or the speed of his flying daggers, they were all decreasing. Wait a minute. Today we are in deep trouble. The painful experience in the chamber of the 18 bronze figures caused him to have a stomach full of anger, and Baldy's death also made him sad. Young man Tang was originally not a person with a good temper, and after half a day, he actually could not do anything to the 2 turtle shells, which made him even angrier. The scene in front of her was completely out of her knowledge. Even if Tang Tian's true power was profound and vigorous, at such a young age, he had already stepped into the 5th level. No, even if he had stepped into the 6th level, she would not be so surprised. What she saw was a rascal, using his body, forcefully dragging down an opponent who was 1 level higher than him and 2 of the same level as him. One hand grabbed onto the corner of her clothes, and forcefully tore off a piece. Tang Tian's attack did not slow down at all, and even became faster. Wasn't he tired? But the opponent was an honorable martial alliance, so she had to think of a way. Hey, wait a minute. Only until Zhu crashed to the ground did everyone regain their senses. The lady in black's eyes suddenly lit up. She could see that Tang Tian's true power was about to be exhausted. She was smart, and after thinking for a while, she understood the profoundness. The 4th level Dantian pool was much smaller than the 5th level Dantian pool, and if the battle dragged on, Tang Tian's weakness of frail true power would be fully exposed. Time continued to pass, but the killing technique that the lady in black was always on guard against did not appear. She secretly shook her head. She was not optimistic. Why was Jing Hao so calm? This rascal. How far would he grow? Why would he appear here? The lady in black's eyes suddenly congealed. Why was this rascal not defeated yet? The lady in black thought quickly. A look of ridicule flashed past the lady in black's eyes. Her light body technique was stronger than Jing Hao's, and even stronger than Tang Tian's. Her figure flashed, and disappeared from her original position. Suddenly, her eyes twitched, almost at the same time. A blurred figure, like lightning, rushed to her side without any warning. The lady in black seemed to have expected the two's reaction, and calmly said, "Will you let him go? Anyway, he is going to die, dying in my hands, and dying in your hands. What's the difference?" How did he do it? The man in black and Dau were already so tired that they were gasping for breath. Their footsteps were as slow as an old woman, to the point that when Tang Tian finally finished them off, their faces revealed a look of relief. "There's nothing to talk about." Jing Hao snorted, blocked the road, and closed in on the lady in black. Although his character was rather cold, but he was cold on the outside, warm on the inside, and very loyal. Seeing that the lady in black actually made a move on his comrade, his eyes revealed a look of disgust. Only those strong blood meridians could make a person's body become so tyrannical. What a terrifying intuition. Jing Hao saw it clearly. In fact, Tang Tian only started to move after the lady in black moved. Tang Tian did not rely on light body technique, but in a split second, he judged the direction of the lady in black's movement, which was why it was so scary. Chapter 100. The black-clothed lady said with a thick sense of ridicule, "Do you think I will believe your words? Keep acting, you will definitely turn back." "You are saying, the Lyra treasury is underground?" Jing Hao asked without batting an eyelid. "Naturally I have my sources." The black-clothed lady said calmly, "If not, why would I spend so much effort to come here?" Tang Tian looked at the black-clothed lady with sympathy, and said righteously, "A person like you will never understand the grand dreams of a godlike young man. I want to become strong, not because I want to obtain anything, but because of my thirst. I want to protect Qi, I want to go to heaven's road. Blindly chasing after treasures, that is because you want to be lazy, you want to take shortcuts. I am not smart enough, and cannot take shortcuts. No matter how strong the treasures are, how can they replace my sweat and tears? I believe, to be strong through sweat and tears, is true strength. Do you know why? Jing Hao froze. He then remembered the origin of the big tomb outer barracks. The senior who first discovered this place was because he felt the undulations of treasures, but could not find any treasures, and then established the big tomb outer barracks under the Beehive mountain range. The black-clothed lady chased after him. She was trying her best to think of a way to persuade that asshole. Only by pulling Tang Tian to explore the treasury would she have the chance to get close to Tang Tian, and take the chance to obtain Tang Tian's blood. To join the Honorable Martial Alliance. Jing Hao's eyes twitched. He squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. Are you really speaking nonsense? Because Tang Tian had once again dragged him to exhaustion, and then the two of them meditated, and then after an hour, the vigorous Tang Tian jumped up to challenge him again, and then, finished, he stood up, and said to the black-clothed lady, "You can go, because of Brother Tang's words, I will not kill you." The black-clothed lady's pressure decreased, and she relaxed. From Jing Hao's voice, she could tell that Jing Hao was interested in the Lyra treasury. She thought quickly, and said, "I'm sure Mr. Jing Hao has heard of the Lyra treasury. 3,000 years ago, Lyra constellation flourished for a period of time, but in a mere 40 years, it disappeared. And the few new treasures of Lyra constellation are all missing." Tang Tian said seriously, because sweat doesn't lie. For the first time, she, who had always been calm and quick-witted, had the urge to curse in her heart. She had never expected to meet two such idiots. A look of shame appeared on Jing Hao's face. Thinking back to his excitement and anticipation just now, and then hearing Tang Tian's words, he suddenly understood where Tang Tian's astonishing progress came from. The black-clothed woman was startled. The killing intent that Jing Hao was emitting was bone-chilling. She knew that Jing Hao was truly enraged. If she continued to be entangled with him, she would most likely lose her life. Her eyes turned, full of temptation. The Lyra treasury has more than one gold rank treasure. The three of us can have one each. You don't like me, but you don't have to go against the treasures. With these treasures, you will become even stronger, and you can get whatever you want. A familiar yet terrifying cycle. Forget about that asshole young man. To say such nonsensical words, one look and you could tell that he was young, foolish and naive, an idiot young man who had not gone through any trials and tribulations. What should I do? I want it. Tang Tian stopped in his tracks, but he looked at the black-clothed woman. But I don't like you. You are such a vicious woman, I hate to be with you. Tang Tian and Jing Hao were both stumbled by the words that came out of nowhere. Very quickly, Jing Hao regretted challenging Tang Tian. The black-clothed woman was stunned. She had thought of all sorts of reasons for Tang Tian, but she never thought that Tang Tian would actually say something that made her not know whether to laugh or cry. Jing Hao. He took a deep breath, and seriously bowed to Tang Tian. Brother Tang's words have really enlightened me. But no matter how much she disapproved, the two figures actually walked further and further away. Jing Hao regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Hearing brother's words today, I feel my blood boiling, but I don't have any killing intent, just let her live. Jing Hao said solemnly, with a face full of fanaticism. Recently, my sword techniques have reached a bottleneck, and I have not been able to break through. Until today, hearing brother's words, I was enlightened. We pursue power, only to make ourselves stronger, to let ourselves step into a higher realm. Blindly pursuing power, relying on external forces, is actually disadvantageous. Really, why should I bother with this asshole? Without saying anything else, the Corona Borealis sword appeared in his hand. The tip of the sword pointed straight at the black-clothed woman, his killing intent cold. All right. Jing Hao nodded. Hand over the location of the treasury, and I will let you live. I will definitely find out everything about you. The reason for the destruction of Lyra constellation had always been an unknown mystery, and until now, no one knew. Along with the destruction of the Lyra dynasty, the wealth of Lyra constellation, at that time, Lyra constellation's most important treasures, especially Lyra constellation's gold rank treasure, gold Lyra, were all missing. The black-clothed woman was stunned on the spot. The black-clothed woman abruptly blurted out such a sentence from behind. Wait, don't you want to know where the treasury is? Don't you want the treasures? Seeing that Tang Tian was about to leave, the black-clothed woman anxiously said. So he was a rash fool. Lyra treasury? Jing Hao squinted his eyes. She looked deeply at Tang Tian. Without saying a word, she turned and left, disappearing. The rage in Jing Hao's chest was finally ignited. He turned his face and laughed sinisterly. Come, young man, let us fight. The black-clothed woman said seriously. I feel that the Honorable Martial Alliance has a better future. I feel that the Honorable Martial Alliance is more suitable for my development, so I have decided to forsake the dark for the light and join the Honorable Martial Alliance. Big brother Jing Hao actually let her go. Tang Tian rubbed his chin and said, could it be that big brother Jing Hao is interested in her? Go, you guys will definitely come back. Hey, I want to join the Honorable Martial Alliance. Where did you hear that from? Jing Hao asked in a deep voice. The black-clothed woman's tone was slightly mocking. Then why would the Honorable Martial Alliance establish an outer camp in such a place? Jing Hao, when Tang Tian heard Jing Hao's question, he coldly snorted and retracted his fist. That's right. The black-clothed woman nodded very straightforwardly, but only I know the location. Jing Hao sneered, I've been here for many years, but I've never found any treasure trove here. Hey, big brother Jing Hao, you're stupid. Tang Tian looked at Jing Hao with a face full of disdain. I said that to lie to her. The black-clothed woman was stunned and shook her head. No. The black-clothed woman stared dumbfoundedly at the two people who turned and prepared to leave. She suddenly felt, what was wrong with this world? Tang Tian's words, in her opinion, were extremely ridiculous. Everyone in this world was chasing after secret treasures. What was the point of pretending to be noble and virtuous? Ayaya, she's catching up. Tang Tian suddenly poked Jing Hao, who had a lifeless face, and lowered his voice. You have to act more realistically. Idiots are the best to be fooled. Jing Hao felt that he was about to go crazy, being tortured by these two crazy people. His face turned cold, and he shook his head without hesitation. Impossible. The Honorable Martial Alliance will not allow people like you to join. I'll give you 1 minute, if you don't disappear in front of me. Don't blame my sword for being merciless. Jing Hao's fanatical expression instantly froze on his face. Of course, Tang Tian said proudly, if there really is a secret treasure, I'll definitely be the first to rush up. Do you think I'm stupid? Let me tell you, I'm very smart. If it's a gold secret treasure, even if I don't use it myself, I can sell it for money. It's not easy to catch this opportunity, of course I have to perform, but big brother Jing Hao should kill her before I finish performing. Jing Hao also followed suit. Don't tell me Jing Hao, you don't know the market. Don't you know that every young genius, young master, is produced by countless resources piled up? The Corona Borealis sword in your hand, is it a fire stick? Jing Hao frowned. Unless you think you still have room to bargain? Jing Hao wanted to speak, but suddenly Tang Tian interrupted the lady in black. Hey, did you kill Baldy? Where's the Lyra treasury? How do we get in? Other than me, no one else knows. If you kill me, you'll never be able to get in. The lady in black laughed. Why don't we make a deal? Tang Tian was not surprised, but happy instead. Without fear, he took a stance. Come, big brother Jing Hao, why didn't you kill him? Tang Tian walked and asked curiously. So in history, there was a Lyra treasury, where all the secret treasures of Lyra constellation were gathered. I think she's definitely bullshitting. What Lyra treasury? She's definitely lying. Tang Tian did not notice Jing Hao's strange expression, and continued to say, look at her proud look, as though it's real. If there really was a treasury, we would have found it long ago. How could it be her turn? Haha, this time she must be depressed. She thought she could lie to us, as expected, in front of this godlike young man. We are all trash. But these two rascals really went far away. The lady in black was dumbfounded, thinking about the mysterious and powerful blood meridians, getting further and further away from her. She quivered, as though she was awakened from a dream. Without saying a word, she ran towards the direction the two disappeared to. Jing Hao's face turned green. Being played by Tang Tian is fine, but you, a loser, are playing with me. If she had said it directly, it would have caused Tang Tian to be cautious. Humph, luckily it's not, if not you'd be dead. Tang Tian snorted, turned and prepared to leave. Big brother Jing Hao, I'll be leaving first. Lyra Treasury, this name was not the first time Jing Hao had heard of it. Lyra Constellation was once extremely illustrious and prosperous. At that time, Lyra Constellation had many experts, fierce generals, and was once seen as one of the strongest constellations. But no one would have thought that such a strong constellation would actually be destroyed in a short 40 years. Chapter 101. Master Jing Hao. Although the leading bronze-ranked martial artist was of the same rank as Jing Hao, but he still addressed him as master, and took the initiative to greet, "The bronze carriage is ready, you can leave any time." The other martial artists on the carriage were all shocked. Master Jing Hao, actually did not accept the challenge. Me. Tang Tian's expression froze, he looked at Jing Hao in a daze. This master is a martial artist asked carefully. Tang Tian was startled. There really is a Lyra Treasury? The third day after breaking through to the 5th level. On the carriage, Tang Tian asked Jing Hao softly, "Why are there so many people?" "All of them are very strong." One of the bodyguards beside him praised, as expected of Master Jing Hao. "These words are the essence of our cultivation." Master Jing Hao did not move an inch, a green-tipped sword in his hand, sword light lingering around, sharp and pure. As for Master Tang Tian, he was like a ghost, extremely ferocious. His attacks were like a torrential storm, every part of his body could be used as a weapon, making it hard to defend. Finally leaving the dark underground, leaving the dreamlike energy crack, Tang Tian felt some reluctance, but very quickly, he threw the sadness to the back of his mind. Not far away, a long whistle came out, the breath was long and drawn out, the balls of light coming out from the energy crack seemed to be startled, like a school of frightened fish. They flew in all directions, causing the energy crack to be in chaos. Jing Hao suddenly stood up, his gaze looking towards the direction of the whistle, his eyes filled with shock and sorrow. Master Jing Hao walked the path of specialization, only training in sword techniques. His sword techniques were strong, reaching perfection. A 6th level sword technique was not considered strong, but Master Jing Hao's sword techniques had an indescribable feeling. But this thought, in Jing Hao's heart, was extremely strong. Everyone treasured the chance to observe, and the number of people watching every day was not missed. The martial artists on the carriage were all in admiration of Tang Tian. He was obviously only at the 5th rank, but he was unbelievably strong, as expected of a bronze-ranked fighter. Especially when they witnessed the fight between Tang Tian and Jing Hao. The fight between the two experts was an eye-opener for them. "Allow me." Jing Hao could no longer hold back his laughter. Tang Tian broke through to the 5th order. Tang Tian's excited cheers came from afar. Jing Hao couldn't help but smile. If this guy wasn't so stupid, he would probably be a genius. For the first time, Jing Hao felt ashamed in front of Tang Tian. Jing Hao's face was full of pride, but he pretended to be calm. "All right, one by one. Line up." There were no disturbances along the way. And Heaven's Road, Tang Tian, who was glaring at Jing Hao, suddenly grinned. Jing Hao's heart was filled with emotions. He had personally witnessed how Tang Tian became stronger step by step. No one was clearer than him on the amount of sweat and hard work that Tang Tian had put in. Jing Hao himself was an ascetic cultivator, if not he would not have entered the harsh conditions of the Big Tomb outer barracks alone. All along, this ascetic cultivator was what he was most proud of, but until he met Tang Tian. Jing Hao said in all seriousness, "Young man, don't blindly chase after treasures. That is because you want to be lazy and take shortcuts. No matter how strong the treasures are, how can they replace your sweat and sweat? You have to believe, the strength that comes from burning sweat and sweat is true strength. Do you know why?" Everyone scrambled to be the first, afraid to miss such a good opportunity. Seeing that, Jing Hao heaved a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the fact that Tang Tian was dumbstruck and had yet to react, he quickly pointed to a person. "Then, it will be you. Go." If Jing Hao wanted to win against Tang Tian, it would take at least 1,000 moves. As soon as he heard the Tang-style cyclic fighting method, Jing Hao's heart felt weak. This young man seemed to never know fatigue, never know tiredness, never feel bored, always dripping with sweat, always gnashing his teeth. The corner of Tang Tian's eyes twitched, countless black lines flew across his forehead. Unable to bear it any longer, Tang Tian jumped up and pointed at Jing Hao, gnashing his teeth and inviting him to fight. Come. Such a beautiful time, how can it be wasted? Come. Young man. Let's have a good fight. Jing Hao felt as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit, his whole body felt indescribably comfortable. He still said in a serious and awe-inspiring manner, because, sweat will not lie. But Master Tang Tian was the complete opposite. His martial techniques were extremely diverse, and he cultivated 5 to 6 different types of martial artists. His close combat skills were incomparably ferocious, and the most amazing thing was that he could switch between martial techniques. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, but everything was just right. There were many ingenious points that made people involuntarily cry out in admiration. The words that Tang Tian said to the black-robed lady were his heartfelt thoughts, and were his principles. For so long, he had always done so. I'm going to Rainbow City to see Qi. At this time, Tang Tian then regained his senses, and turned to stare at Jing Hao. Everyone's gaze towards Tang Tian immediately changed. They did not know who Tang Tian was, so they did not take Tang Tian seriously. Some people even thought that Tang Tian was Master Jing Hao's disciple or follower. At this time, everyone then realized that Tang Tian was not ordinary. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all of you. Jing Hao said in all seriousness, to be able to exchange pointers with Tang Tian, it will be of great help to your cultivation of martial techniques. I can responsibly tell you that although brother Tang Tian is young, he has a unique understanding of martial techniques. Who wants to come? A rank 5 martial artist, in the Honorable Martial Alliance, still belonged to the grassroots. For Tang Tian to reach rank 5 at his age, compared to those geniuses in the Alliance, it was not worth mentioning. However, Jing Hao had a strong feeling that Tang Tian's future achievements would definitely be higher than those outstanding geniuses. This was a youth that even if you just stood beside him, your eyes would be burned by his burning light and heat. Tang Tian calmed down for a while, and hooked his finger at Jing Hao, and said word by word, "Come, big brother Jing Hao." Qi. Tang Tian wailed, and hugged his head in annoyance. What that woman said was actually true. I missed it. I missed it. Treasure house. So many secret treasures. Everyone immediately became respectful. Ghost Claw Nong's fierce reputation, even after so many years, it was still widely spread within the Honorable Martial Alliance. When the two returned to the Big Tomb's outer camp, a few martial artists greeted them, led by a bronze-ranked martial artist. Tang Tian was shocked. As far as he could see, there were actually 5 bronze-ranked martial artists and 9 iron-ranked martial artists. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jing Hao could not put down his pride and retreat. The petty Tang Tian seized the opportunity, and displayed the Tang-style circular fighting method to the extreme. Big brother Jing Hao, do you think I can't do anything like this? The current Tang Tian, even Jing Hao felt that it was extremely difficult to deal with. We've reached Rainbow City. A martial artist's shout came from the front. Tang Tian even went to Three Spirit City, mainly to visit Sai Lei at the base. Sai Lei was completely immersed in the sea of mechanical weapons, and did not even have the interest to speak to Tang Tian. Tang Tian spoke 3 sentences with her, and was chased away. Tang Tian left enough food for her, to prevent Sai Lei from starving to death. Tang Tian could not help but clench his fists tightly, his eyes filled with excitement. I have not seen Qi for 2 years, I really miss her. From the undulations of the whistling sound, Jing Hao effortlessly found the undulations that belonged to the 5th level. Jing Hao nodded his head. Thank you. Young man, sweat really does not lie. The exchange between the two caused people to be dazzled. Jing Hao felt as though he had heard the sounds of nature, and almost cried tears of joy. To be able to cause Master Jing Hao to be so afraid of a person, Jing Hao explained, I have reported what happened the last time. Previously, the higher-ups did not know what treasure it was, but now that they know it is the Lyra treasury, they have found some clues. It is still the early stages of exploration, so they have only sent these people. If it really is the Lyra treasury, I am afraid that even the silver-ranked martial artists will personally come. Don't worry, I have already told teacher. If we find the Lyra treasury, The two of us will be the main contributors, and the benefits will not be small. The martial artist excitedly rushed to the front of Tang Tian. Sure, he bowed to Tang Tian. Master Tang, please enlighten me. 5th level. Let's go. Jing Hao said. Okay. Tang Tian nodded his head heavily. Jing Hao was not afraid of sparring with Tang Tian. Jing Hao was afraid of Tang Tian's circular techniques. Half an hour later, all the accompanying martial artists were all lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. Tang Tian did not hold back at all. After breaking through to the 5th level, his strength had reached a whole new level. His true power had become more vigorous, adding his heavenly dragon energy and crane energy. Every move and every style had extremely strong destructive power. Jing Hao was suffering. Wawa, you are truly a godlike young man. Haha. 5th level. I have finally broken through to the 5th level. Master Tang, please enlighten me. Jing Hao's laughter stopped abruptly. When Jing Hao heard that, he immediately grabbed onto a life-saving straw and coughed lightly. Master Tang Tian is a bronze-ranked martial artist of the Honorable Martial Group and has contributed greatly to the Honorable Martial Group. He is also the successor of Senior Ghost Claw. The two of them had fought once, and it was a draw. Tang Tian's true power was weaker than Jing Hao's by 1 level, but adding the heavenly dragon energy and crane body energy, he was not at a disadvantage. Tang Tian's martial techniques were also weaker by 1 level, but his intuition was strong, and the current Tang Tian already had 6 times of intuition. Jing Hao's rationality told him that his thinking was absurd. The geniuses in the Honorable Martial Group, all the resources they had, were unimaginable to outsiders, an astonishing number of star rocks, spirit nuclei, treasures, and adding the guidance of famous teachers, all of them had strong backing. In comparison, Tang Tian was so poor that his teeth were falling off. Tang Tian and Jing Hao boarded a bronze carriage, although this carriage was not as luxurious as Kong Yulin's carriage, but the interior decoration was not bad. Yes. Jing Hao nodded. The Lyra treasury is famous in history, just that no one has found any clues. That woman last time, I think she really found some clues. But, now that we know, Onyx Soul no longer has a chance. These people are just the first batch. There will be many strong martial artists coming from behind. The security here will be even tighter. Onyx Soul will not be able to interfere. When Jing Hao told him that they could leave, Tang Tian started to prepare. Tang Tian went to Baldy's grave to light up some incense, and told Baldy that he was leaving, and that he would not have the chance to see him in the future, and hoped that he could rest in peace. Tang Tian. Chapter 102. Shangguan Wei, Shangguan Zhu. This kind of fighting method consumed a lot of Shangguan Wei's energy. He looked like he was on the defensive, but in reality, he had the initiative. The Shangguan clan fought 2 against 1, and still lost. Qi Shangguan would definitely not be able to hold it in. Shangguan Zhu and Shangguan Wei's body suddenly froze. Uncle Qian's face changed. Such a terrifying attack, no one would be able to come out alive. The blade aura was like a tide, 1 life and 1 death. Shangguan Zhu's mouth leaked a stream of blood. This killing technique was extremely taxing on him. Shangguan Wei was panting heavily at the side. He had used up a lot of energy too. His gaze turned cold. Yu Mingqiu opened up his 5 fingers, as though he was playing a zither. His 5 fingers did not have any light aura, but the green light screen that was covering him was like raindrops falling into a pond, causing ripples. The blade aura rolled like a tide, like a raging wave, sweeping towards Yu Mingqiu. This is interesting. The light screen trembled violently. The light screen collapsed. In front of him, there were a few young Shangguan disciples lying on the ground in disorder. Yu Mingqiu's frivolous face disappeared. His expression became serious. He extended both his arms, opened up his 10 fingers, and with a speed that normal people could not catch, he continuously flicked. Uncle Qian was not unfamiliar with this name. The Yu clan's once most outstanding genius disappeared without a trace for 4 years. The Yu clan was the Shangguan clan's main competitor. Shangguan Qian knew much more than normal people. This genius from the Yu clan, 4 years ago, went berserk when he was training, and his true power was crippled. Yu Mingqiu squinted his eyes. Then let me see, the Shangguan clan's cold jadeite. Wait a minute. The jadeite ball of light descended with a shocking speed. The jadeite ball of light rotated at an astonishing speed. Shangguan Zhu, who was in the ball of light, clasped his hands together, his expression solemn. Yu Mingqiu raised his eyebrows, a cold glint flashed past his eyes, but his mouth was smiling. Seems like, to see Miss Qi, I have to do it myself. Shangguan Zhu. With that, he walked straight towards the Shangguan residence's courtyard door. The two of them stood side by side, exuding an imposing aura. Yu Mingqiu once again appeared in front of everyone. His expression was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. On his face, there was a small scar of blood. TSK, this isn't how the Shangguan family treats their guests. A white-robed young man gently fanned himself with a smile on his face. Not a speck of dust could be seen on his body. Shangguan Wei was young and mature, his expression calm. Suddenly, from the corner of Yu Mingqiu's eyes, he saw a shadow, and his heart shivered. Unbeknownst to him, a dark green ball had appeared above his head. This ball had a diameter of more than 3 meters, and within the ball of light, one could vaguely see a human figure. However, it was too naive to think that he could trap him with just this. Fortunately, he had finally succeeded. A blurry silhouette slowly walked out from the dust. He suddenly waved his palm. A gust of wind rose from the ground and dispersed the dust. Dust filled the air, and countless rocks flew everywhere like raindrops, entering the crowd. Everyone screamed one after another. A burst of air wave suddenly arrived. Everyone did not have time to react. It was as though they were forcefully pushed by someone, and all of them retreated a few steps. Yu Mingqiu's eyes flashed a trace of astonishment. He looked at Shangguan Zhu's physique and thought that Shangguan Zhu walked the path of using brute force to break techniques. He did not expect that such a burly man could actually use such exquisite martial techniques. Shanghai Wei's movements were extremely fast. The tips of his legs and palms lit up with a faint green light. Whether it was chopping, lifting, kicking or hacking, every movement was definitely a ray of green arc blade light. Could it be that someone was looking for trouble with Qi? Tang Tian snorted coldly. His face was filled with killing intent, and his footsteps unconsciously increased. Bang! Bang bang bang! The green ball of light above his head brought a strong sense of oppression and danger. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. But everyone's gaze was attracted to the thing on Yu Mingqiu's body. The sound of raindrops crashing could be heard incessantly. The way to treat a guest. Not just anyone has the qualifications to be a guest of my Shangguan clan. Uncle Qian was obviously furious, and his tone was not polite at all. Shangguan Zhu's figure was like a mountain, glaring angrily. Yu Mingqiu's figure was outstanding, suave and elegant. This casual counterattack was filled with the demeanor of an expert, causing the hearts of the surrounding young ladies to palpitate. Tang Tian could not help but clench his fists. After a while, he loosened his fists. Following the address that Qi gave him, he started to look for the Shangguan clan's location. If there's any problem, just use the honorable plate to contact me. I know you have matters to attend to. Don't worry about me. Quickly go, quickly go. Other than Qi Shangguan, the Shangguan clan had 2 other famous youths. Both of their strengths had reached the 6th level, and both of them were not older than 20 years old. They were seen as geniuses with limitless prospects. The 2 of them looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. Uncle Qian, who was watching the battle, also heaved a sigh of relief. Just at this moment, a shadow rose from the top of his head and enveloped him. 2 figures emerged from behind Shanghai Qian and blocked Yu Mingqiu's path. Is that so? Yu Mingqiu's handsome face revealed a playful smile. That's a pity. But my servant clearly saw Miss Qi yesterday, and she's not here today? Although I, Yu Mingqiu, am not old, Uncle Qian, please don't treat me like a kid. In everyone's eyes, a thick green light descended from the sky and crashed into the rolling blade aura. Shanghai Wei was not moved, and said coldly, compared to the Yu clan who specialize in embroidered pillows, our Shangguan clan is still very reliable. The true power in Yu Mingqiu's body surged. In these 4 years, he had suffered endless pain before he once again entered the eyes of the people. He wanted to use a victory of sufficient weight to witness his return. Rumble. A few figures flew out and fell into the courtyard. You guys surprised me a little. I did it. The jade-green light ball started to spin slowly. His body swayed like a pendulum, and in the blink of an eye, he was about to brush past the green light pillar. The green light pillar actually changed again, and transformed into a ball of green light pillar, and headed towards Yuming Qiu. What made Tang Tian feel surprised was that the Shangguan clan seemed to be famous in Rainbow City. Very quickly, Tang Tian found the Shangguan clan. The jade-green arc blade aura continued to crumble. Shanghai Wei's expression was grave and stern. His hands and legs continuously drew out rays of blade aura at an alarming rate. He directly slashed at Yuming Qiu's waist. The white-robed man closed his paper fan and did not feel offended at all. He continued to laugh. I heard that Qi Shangguan is a rare beauty. In Yuming Qiu, I came because of your reputation. To be rejected at the door like this, I am really sad. Dang dang dang. Tang Tian saw that there were many people crowding at the door. He could not help but frown. Usually, this situation meant that he had met with trouble. Jing Hao quickly chased Tang Tian out. Then, he brought the other martial artists and escaped. Ding ding ding. The crisp and clear sounds of collision rang out. The jade-green blade aura shattered into countless jade-green rays. Yuming Qiu scoffed. He did not expect that he was actually still alive. The Shangguan clan's main door's location was extremely good. It was right opposite the flagstone street. The street was more than 30 meters long and was paved with thick and sturdy flagstones. But the dust that was stirred up shrouded the entire street. Jade-green arc blade. The sharp cold intent seeped into the bones. Yuming Qiu did not dare to be careless. His 5 fingers flicked continuously, like rain hitting a banana leaf. Tang Tian stood on the street of Rainbow City. He looked around. Suddenly, his heart was unspeakably excited. He had finally reached Rainbow City. He could finally see Qi. He thought back to the night Qi left. Under the starry sky, he made a promise to Qi loudly. But Shanghai Wei brought along an afterimage. He appeared beside Yuming Qiu. His body was filled with flexibility. Suddenly, his leg swept up like lightning. The tip of his leg lit up with a dash of jade-green light. This leg brought along an arc of jade-green light. Yuming Qiu. Uncle Qian's gaze exploded. But his heart was shocked. Yuming Qiu's finger strength was extremely astonishing. It looked like a random bullet in the air. But every ray of jade-green crescent blade aura, in an extremely short period of time, suffered 7 to 8 concentrated attacks. Yuming Qiu's mouth flashed a mocking smile. He tiptoed lightly. His figure suddenly became blurry. Out of nowhere, he appeared a few steps away. But what he did not expect was that the green fist image that was like a cannonball suddenly changed shape in midair. It was as though an invisible hand was kneading a lump of green dough. The green fist image transformed into a green pillar of light, and swiftly swept towards Yuming Qiu. These 2 people were handpicked by Qi Shanghai after she became the patriarch of the Shangguan clan. Qi Shanghai personally taught them martial techniques. In their hearts, Qi Shanghai's position was supreme. So when they heard Yuming Qiu teasing Miss Qi, the 2 of them were already burning with anger. A jade-green gigantic fist image suddenly smashed towards Yuming Qiu. Almost at the same time, Shanghai Wei's figure also disappeared from his original position. Shangguan Zhu roared in anger and punched out. Uncle Qian's heart groaned. The Yu clan and Shangguan clan were both traditional aristocratic families of immortal Constellation Mountain. The relationship between the 2 clans was like fire and water. A few years ago, the decline of the Shangguan clan was directly related to the Yu clan. These 2 years, if not for misturning the tide, the Shangguan clan would have already. Shangguan Zhu did not say a word. He immediately activated his true power. His entire body emitted a green light. The light quickly condensed into strands of jade-green light, surrounding his entire body. A jade-green light, like a curved blade. That's Urama. When the spectators stabilized their bodies, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Yuming Qiu quivered. So terrifying. TSK, the Shangguan clan has indeed declined. They actually rely on two brats to hold up the facade. Yu Mingqiu pretended to be emotional. This really makes people sigh. This kind of Shangguan clan, how can they represent our immortal Constellation Mountain's strongest aristocratic family? 2 against 1, but Miss was not here. The jade-green arclight was as sharp as a blade, and he was even stronger than 4 years ago. In the light of the blade, Yu Mingqiu quickly calmed down. He began to move with ease. His mouth was unforgiving. What? Is this all you've got? You guys are 2 against 1. Hurried footsteps came out from the courtyard. After a while, Shangguan Qian's face was gloomy. He brought a few people out. Uncle Qian knew that it was not possible to be kind this time. He said, Miss has something to do and has yet to return. You're unlucky. Suddenly, a voice came out from the dust. Shangguan Qian knew that the other party came prepared. He was determined to cause trouble. He did not waste any words. What a glib tongue, not to mention that Miss is not here. Even if she was, she would not bother to meet you. Where was the other person? He wanted to let the people of Immortal Constellation Mountain know that he, Yu Mingqiu, was back. Jadeite pendant. An incomparable sense of danger. It made him like a cat with its hair standing on end. He cried out weirdly. His face changed. Chapter 103. As expected, you do have some skills. Yu Mingqiu said, but it ends here. He raised his palm. What a weird true power. 2 pieces of jade transformed into 2 rays of light and shot towards the 2 of them. Yu Mingqiu was bewildered. In a short span of 2 years, how did Qi Shangguan establish her unshakable prestige? Very simple. She brought the Shangguan clan to the east and fought in the west. That year, the clans that attacked the Shangguan clan were destroyed more than 6 clans. If not for the Yu clan's quick reaction, and took the initiative to retreat, they would not have been able to escape. In the past, they were all blinded by Qi Shangguan's power. Behind Uncle Qian, Shangguan Wei, Shangguan Zhu, and the others were also dumbfounded and silent. Uncle Qian, I've never heard of him before. Could it be fake? Shanghai Qian was very experienced. Yu Mingqiu's words were filled with evil intentions. How could he not hear it? Even the restlessness in the crowd, he took it all in. How could it be so fast? Not right. The question was still lingering in their minds. Suddenly, the unfathomable figure in front of them suddenly said, You actually dare to bully Qi. Tang Tian's gaze looked at Yu Mingqiu fearlessly, as though he was staring at his prey. Let's use this flashy fellow to commemorate the great and pure relationship between young lad Tang and young lady Qi. Young miss. A buzzing sound immediately came from the surroundings. Everyone was shocked speechless by the result in front of them. Yu Mingqiu's display of valiant power just now had shocked everyone. But now, he was injured by a young man who had appeared out of nowhere. That's right. But Miss Qi's man. I'm so sad. Before the 2 of them could see clearly, they were grabbed by the other party and thrown into the air. Uncle Qian's heart calmed down. He said, Furthermore, who said that young Master Tian is an outsider? Young Master Tian is young Mrs. childhood sweetheart. He is also our Shangguan clan's future son-in-law. Young Miss personally chose him as her husband. So strong, he retracted his gaze and looked at the shocked Shangguan Wei and Shangguan Zhu. He smiled faintly, like a celestial being who had been banished to the mortal world, without any worldly aura. The 2 of them had consumed a large amount of true power, and no matter how much strength they used, they were unable to struggle free. As the thin piece of jade flew closer and closer, the 2 of them couldn't help but show fear in their eyes. Young master, whoosh. Without warning, a figure appeared in front of him, almost sticking close to the tip of his nose. Shangguan Qian was dumbfounded looking at the domineering and valiant figure in the field. He could hardly believe his eyes. That was Tian. This day had finally come. Yu Mingqiu was a little surprised. He looked at Tang Tian from head to toe, and ridiculed, since when did the Shangguan clan fall to the point where they need outsiders to protect their face? Could it be that other than Qi Shangguan, there is no one else in the Shangguan family who can fight? Under the sunlight, the armor on his body shone with a magnificent radiance. Every piece of the armor was like jade, and the white jade was like fat. Every piece of the jade armor had undergone meticulous carvings. The complicated and classical patterns were connected, layer upon layer. The bright yellow tassels on his waist were even more luxurious and respectable. Yu Ming-Cho shivered. So fast. His figure flashed and dodged Tang Tian's punch. The entire street fell into a dead silence. Uncle Qian, we'll catch up later. Tang Tian's face darkened. He turned and stared at Yu Ming-Cho, and said coldly, "You actually dare to bully Qi? Rascal, you're dead meat today." Yu Ming-Cho was overwhelmed with shock. He hurriedly flicked his fingers. A few rays of energy entered the figure, but all of them missed. Ha 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 ha. The fear on the two of their faces had yet to fade away. But the shock in their hearts was even greater than before. No. Impossible. First, there was a hubbub. Very quickly, the hubbub turned into a wail of anguish. Qi Shangguan, with her beautiful appearance and unparalleled temperament, became the goddess in the hearts of all the men in immortal Constellation Mountain. Before he could stabilize himself, the sound of wind behind him could be heard. Yu Ming-Cho jumped in fright and hurriedly dodged again. Now the goddess suddenly had a man. Uncle Qian looked as though he was struck by lightning. He was dumbstruck. He stared blankly at the familiar face. Yet, he felt that it was so unfamiliar. This was really Tian, the young Master Tian who was still practicing fundamental martial techniques when he left Star Wind City. The young Master Tian whom Miss could not forget. Ever since Yu Ming-Cho appeared at the door of the Shangguan family, he had attracted the attention of many people. Those who had some power, almost all ran over to join in the fun. The conflict between the Yu clan and the Shangguan clan, to the immortal Constellation Mountain, was extremely important. Among the surrounding onlookers, almost all of them were people of status and prestige. The jade piece entered the person's palms. Before the two of them could react, the person in front of them released his palms, and the jade powder fell. The fine jade powder was blown away by the wind, and landed on the two people's faces. The two of them did not bother to close their eyes. Their eyes were wide open, and they stared blankly at the back view in front of them. It was really Tian. With a few words, it immediately calmed those restless fellows down. Ah! Tian. Sculptor Constellation Armor, magnificent jade bright autumn. Damn it! I can't move. Once they thought of Qi Shangguan's rage, everyone shuddered. Yu Ming-Cho had just returned to immortal Constellation Mountain. There were many things that he did not understand. But they had been suppressed by Qi Shangguan for the past 2 years. Qi Shangguan's terror, no one was clearer than them. The two jade pieces approached each other quickly. The two of them could even see the thin jade piece. When it spun, it cut through the air, bringing up a small airflow. Yu Ming-Cho stood proudly. A gust of wind blew past, and the thin jade armor trembled lightly, creating a beautiful sound. To them, no matter how strong a martial artist was, it was impossible to support an entire clan by himself. They were now sure that Shangguan Qian did not lie. Qi Shangguan was not around. If not, he would definitely come out. Some of them even felt that it was a good opportunity. Without Qi Shangguan, the Shangguan clan was shockingly weak. The jade piece's target was the two people's throat. The jade light was fleeting. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Who was this person? This person opened his arms, like a wall blocking in front of them, leaving them with a back view that they could never forget. To die in my hands, you guys should be proud. Yu Ming-Cho muttered softly. His voice was not loud, but everyone could hear him. Tang Tian suddenly rushed in front of him, his face full of excitement as he shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. Gigolo. Godlike young lad, I'm impatient." Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them without any warning. His back was in pain, as if he was hit by a heavy hammer. A wave of ferocious and peerless energy drilled into his body. He groaned, but borrowed the energy, rushed forward, and pulled apart the distance. Tang Tian heard Uncle Qian's words, and was stunned. But, Qi's man. There was dead silence, and the entire street suddenly exploded. He raised his right hand, and flicked his finger. The other party turned his face, and revealed a face full of sunshine. Uncle Qian, long time no see. Tang Tian was eager to try. The Shangguan clan's disciples were deeply shocked. Such a powerful son-in-law. That's right. But what made the two calm down was, from this sentence, they could hear that the person was a friend and not an enemy. But, since when did Miss have such a powerful friend? Pa. Yu Mingqiu stood up again. His gaze was gloomy as he stared at Tang Tian, extended his palm, and wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. Uncle Qian seemed to have awoken from his dream, and hurriedly extended his arms to receive the two people, but his gaze was still firmly fixed on the young Master Tian, and could not move away. He is Qi Shanghai's man. Although Shangguan Qian was anxious, his face did not change. Who in the Shangguan clan can compare to Miss? Not in the past, not now. Just like who can withstand Mrs. Anger? Those huge figures that caused Mrs. Anger, who are still here. The Yu clan can only struggle at death's door until Miss returns. He also did not expect that the situation would change so drastically. Miss probably did not expect that Yu Mingqiu would suddenly return. As long as another 2 years, Shangguan Zhu and Shangguan Wei would be able to grow to the stage where they could take care of things independently, but now, they were still lacking. Qi Shanghai's man. Fake. How is that possible? In front of so many people. How would Shangguan Qian dare to fake this kind of thing? If Qi Shanghai knew, she would be the first to not let him off. His tone was low and stern, like the roar of a wild beast. It contained killing intent and anger, causing the two people to tremble in fear. Tang Tian was elated. He only felt that his entire body was filled with endless energy. He clenched his fist, and the fighting intent in his body was boiling to the extreme. But, why was the young Master Tian in front of him so unfamiliar? All the disciples of the Shangguan clan were shocked by the sudden appearance of this son-in-law, and their minds went blank. Reality collapsed too quickly. The 2 rays of light did not seem to be fast, but the two of them had a feeling that they could not avoid it. They suddenly realized, their bodies could not move at all. Oh, if Qi was here, she would probably have already rushed forward with her knife. Yu Mingqiu suddenly laughed out loud. Qi Shanghai's man is actually such an idiot. It can be seen that her foresight is really terrible. A fresh flower stuck in cow dung, tsk, then I will first kill her man, then I will love her tenderly. Yu Mingqiu's mocking words made everyone feel the same way. In these 2 years, Qi Shanghai was like the sun in the sky, and pushed the Shangguan clan back to the #1 aristocratic family of immortal Constellation Mountain. But at this time, people then realized, the Shangguan clan that had returned to #1 was not as strong as they thought. Ayaya, just because of this sentence, they had to beat up this pretty boy in front of them. Among the spectating young ladies in the crowd, many of them could not help but cover their mouths, their eyes filled with adoration. Dressed like autumn, Yu Mingqiu raised his head to look at the sky. He waited for this moment, waited for a whole 4 years. In these 4 years, who knew his pain, who knew his loneliness, who knew his torment? Yu Mingqiu was originally suave and extraordinary. This white jade armor made him look even more suave and elegant. Uncle Qian, Shangguan Wei, who was in mid-air, did not care about anything else, and shouted anxiously. Bang! Everything was over. Chapter 104. Bang! You must trust your star treasure. The more you trust your star treasure, the stronger it will be, and the higher the rapport with you. Then when this rascal is at his strongest, he will completely defeat him. Qi was not around. Uncle Qian and the rest were in danger. Someone was plotting in the dark. There was someone behind Yu Mingqiu. What did you feel? The handlebar mustache man stared at Tang Tian without blinking, and asked quickly. Some people understood Tang Tian's prowess, but the majority of the people did not. Such a powerful armor. The handlebar mustache man was shocked, but he frowned. It's Peacock Constellation. Did Peacock Constellation have any strong people? This kind of armor, it can't be a nameless person. It seemed like he just got the armor not long ago. A faintly discernible clue became clear in his mind. Peacock. This kind of person did not deserve to own the armor. Tang Tian retracted his gaze, lowered his body, opened up his arms, and clenched his fist. Pa. The jade armor pieces that were wrapped around Yu Mingqiu's arms all collapsed and floated around his arms. Every piece of the jade armor piece became a ray of light and entered his body. The austere aura suddenly like a volcano eruption, soared to the sky. Yu Mingqiu's eyes became even more ruthless. A few years of living like a trash made him even more twisted. At this moment, he was extremely anxious to announce his return, to announce his strength, but this kind of person, how could he deserve to own a stronger armor than him? 10 rays of light continuously entered Yu Mingqiu's body. Peacock. Everything was blocked by this rascal in front of him, but, from Tang Tian's point of view, Yu Mingqiu was still unfamiliar with this armor. It seems like the Honorable Martial Alliance had one before, Ghost Claw, and he used the Peacock Constellation's armor. A tall person's gaze was firmly fixed on Tang Tian, not moving an inch, and said quickly. From the record of cultivating treasures, Tang Tian obtained a word, trust. Tang Tian squinted his eyes. Almost at the same time, the peacock on his shoulder squinted its eyes as well. The eyes of the peacock glowed with a layer of silver light. Like silver eyes, it added a sense of coldness and sternness. A layer of blue light aura, with a speed visible to the naked eye, rose from the tip of Tang Tian's feet, spreading along his body, until it covered his arms. In the blink of an eye, a blue feathered armor appeared on Tang Tian's body. Yu Mingqiu's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fiercely at Tang Tian. The killing intent in his eyes was boiling. A voice uncontrollably resounded in his heart. As long as I kill this fellow, I'll be able to obtain this powerful armor. As long as I kill this fellow, I'll be able to return as the king. I'll be able to let everyone remember your name. In the crowd outside, a tall person suddenly exclaimed. He straightened his back and stared at Tang Tian. Although they were both bronze armors, the blue peacock was obviously more powerful than the magnificent Jade Autumn. Yu Mingqiu still needs more training. A tall person was slightly dissatisfied. He could only kill this fellow. No matter how powerful he is, how powerful can he be? The handlebar mustache man disapproved. How old is he? Yes. A tall person did not expect that the situation would change in such a way. Everyone was curious. How would Tang Tian, this silly-looking young man, deal with Yu Mingqiu? Yu Mingqiu stared blankly at Tang Tian, who seemed to have changed into another person. This idiotic fellow actually had an armor. I feel that the silly-looking fellow is not bad. A tall person raised his eyebrows. I'm just casually saying. A tall person shrugged his shoulders. Just as the handlebar mustache man finished speaking, Tang Tian roared, Peacock. So troublesome. It seems like Yu Mingqiu has met a strong enemy. The handlebar mustache man was obviously not optimistic about Yu Mingqiu. He is Qi Shangguan's man. Give up. The handlebar mustache man said coldly. These people actually dared to have ideas about Qi. In comparison to Yu Mingqiu, Tang Tian was too ordinary, so ordinary that there was no bright spot. Until he made a move and injured Yu Mingqiu, then people finally looked at this silly-looking young man. When Yu Mingqiu's aura exploded, Tang Tian's actions became especially eye-catching. Tang Tian squinted his eyes and stared at Yu Mingqiu in front of him. He could clearly feel that Yu Mingqiu's aura was continuously rising, but he still did not make a move. Don't look down on her. Don't forget, that thing is in her hands. A tall person reminded him. A surge of jealousy immediately burned in his heart like a fire. All the distracting thoughts in Tang Tian's mind disappeared. He stared intently at Yu Mingqiu in front of him, squinting his eyes. He was extremely calm. For such a huge figure like the Honorable Martial Alliance, to be tainted, it would be troublesome. It's the armor. The handlebar mustache man exclaimed. Such a strong intuition. A tall person in the crowd suddenly said softly. Tang Tian's actions immediately attracted the attention of many people. There's a fluctuation. A tall person's expression congealed, a very strong energy fluctuation. If Jing Hao saw this peacock, he would definitely be shocked, because it was even stronger. During the battle with Onyx Soul, the peacock saved Tang Tian's life. After hearing Jing Hao say that there was a secret technique that could nourish and strengthen star treasure martial spirits, Tang Tian did not hesitate to spend 1,000 points to buy a secret technique. Bastard! Tang Tian, who was in the arena, suddenly opened his arms. The method to strengthen the star treasure martial spirit was not complicated. It was to feed the spirit nucleus to the star treasure martial spirit, and then use his own martial spirit as a flame to refine the star treasure martial spirit, helping it to remove the impurities in the spirit nucleus. There were two benefits to this. One was that it could make the star treasure martial spirit stronger and purer at the same time. The other point was that it could make the star treasure martial spirit closer to his own martial spirit. As such, the connection between the star treasure martial spirit and the owner would be closer, and the owner would be able to unleash more power from the star treasure. Tang Tian stared at the opponent calmly, and shook his head in his heart. Ever since he bought the breeding treasure record, he finally had a more systematic understanding of the star treasure martial spirit. This fellow is from the Honorable Martial Alliance. The handlebar mustache man frowned even more. If Tang Tian had the background of the Honorable Martial Alliance, then things would become even more troublesome. The jade armor on Yu Mingqiu's body continuously crumbled, transforming into rays of light and entering his body. His face revealed a painful expression, but his aura continued to rise at an astonishing speed. It should be, a tall person also regained his senses. The Honorable Martial Alliance's efforts in the field of star treasures are unrivaled. Look at the eyes of the peacock, it's glowing with silver light, it must have been tempered. The beautiful blue color that caused people's hearts to palpitate, like a feather, slightly opened up. On the shoulder guard, a cold and arrogant peacock squatted. The three bright red feathers on its forehead were exposed to the air. It raised its head, and that pair of eyes did not hide its arrogance at all. The two of them were strong. With one look, they could see that Tang Tian was able to punch Yu Mingqiu, not because of his speed, but because of his intuition. Tang Tian used his advantage very well. Other than the first time he rushed forward, the other few times were all small-scale dodges and interceptions. Coincidentally, he displayed his strong intuition to the fullest. This secret technique was called breeding treasure record. As long as he killed this person, an armor that was stronger than his own, then he would be able to obtain everything he wanted. The key point was, his martial spirit was very strong. With the strength of a 5th-level martial spirit, it was a silver martial spirit. This was something that normal people could not imagine. The silver martial spirit quickly proved its strength. The peacock today had become much stronger. The key point was the communication between Tang Tian and the peacock. It was previously vague, but now it became clearer. He has suppressed it for too long. The mustache man said, but he does not lack the will to fight. Tang Tian retracted his gaze and stood up straight again. If Yu Mingqiu relied on other methods, Tang Tian might not have the confidence. But if it was an armor, Tang Tian was not afraid at all. As long as he killed this person. And Yu Mingqiu already did not trust his own armor. Tang Tian now had a few thousand points in his hands. These points came easily, and he did not feel the slightest bit of heartache when he spent them. The difference between star treasures and other things was its martial spirit. The higher the rank of the star treasure's martial spirit, the higher its spirituality, and it would have emotions. For the same star treasure, whether the star treasure's martial spirit was close to you or distant from you, the power it displayed was as different as heaven and earth. Ian, it's a pity she's not here, the mustache man immediately said. Continue to watch the battle. Yu Mingqiu and this armor are rather compatible. The Tang Tian who was in battle seemed to have changed into another person. His thoughts were abnormally active, but he was strangely calm. A few unclear areas quickly became clear in his mind. Yu Mingqiu's valiance was out of everyone's expectations, and the sudden appearance of Tang Tian made everyone even more surprised. Compared to the suave and powerful Yu Mingqiu, Tang Tian was not eye-catching. That was why when Shangguan Qian said that Tang Tian was Qi Shangguan's man, everyone was in an uproar. Almost instantly, this thought jumped out from Tang Tian's heart. That kind of calm thinking quickly became fuzzy and was replaced by intuition. But intuition also told him it was not a bad idea. Regarding this saying, a tall person also agreed, it's a pity I did not see Qi Shangguan. I am rather curious, how powerful is Qi Shangguan? People with valiant intuition were rarely seen, and to be able to consciously use it to its maximum potential in battle was even rarer. The two of them frowned. His gaze was fixated on the armor on Yu Mingqiu's body. Uncle Bing told him, this was Sculptor Constellation's armor. The contact between both parties was very short. Just now, Tang Tian was able to gain the upper hand, because Yu Mingqiu did not know that Tang Tian's intuition was actually so valiant. A man with a handlebar mustache beside him nodded, and was somewhat surprised. This is the first time I've seen a little fellow with such powerful intuition. Since it's like this, then I'll let you die fair and square. Tang Tian's roar was like an echo reverberating in everyone's ears, as though there were countless people roaring at the same time. Die. It's such a pity for this armor. Tang Tian looked at the rays of light regretfully. In those rays of light was the sadness of the armor martial spirit. Then let it all end. In Tang Tian's squinted eyes, the calmness gradually disappeared, and something called danger, like a dark cloud, quietly and quickly gathered. Chapter 105. The deafening explosion caused his ears to be unable to hear anything. The smoke formed from the intense explosion was like a monster that had broken free from its shackles, wreaking havoc in front of him. The low whistling sound caused people's hearts to tremble. The dazzling blue fist aura brought along countless of broken ripples, whistling towards Yu Mingqiu. The dazzling blue aura wrapped around Tang Tian's right fist, wrapped around his right arm. The Fornax glove's green flame floated in the air, swallowing and spitting out. Let's go back first. A tall person said softly. These things are not something we can decide, let's see what the people above will do. The two of them disappeared. Although Tang Tian borrowed the power of the soaring boots of the pony, but even so, to be able to do this, was already very valiant. It was the first time they saw a martial artist with such strong intuition. What made them feel even more inconceivable was, this martial artist with such strong intuition was actually an honorable martial alliance martial artist. It was like a blue star had suddenly exploded. Yu Mingqiu's mouth leaked a stream of blood, his bloodshot eyes were filled with madness. What is that? Why? Why is his armor so strong? Miss a buzz. Looking at the jade pieces in the pit, his heart was filled with regret. Such a pity, you did not meet a good master. The astonishing strength, from his 10 fingers, suddenly exploded. Tang Tian looked up. The whistling strength of the fingers did not make his state of mind tremble at all. His expression was abnormally focused. His keen intuition, his strong explosive power, allowed him to pass through the finger strength, continuously moving forward. A pit that was more than 5 meters wide, the pit was charred black, with a few pieces of broken jade pieces scattered. The outcome of this battle was hard to say. Yu Mingqiu's strength was rather valiant. Compared to big brother Jing Hao, he was only slightly weaker. What is this? The surging blue light instantly arrived. But, the closer it was to Yu Mingqiu, the greater the pressure. The demonic 10 fingers, like a blossoming flower, flicked continuously. The shocked Yu Mingqiu was like a wild beast in a cage. Suddenly, he let out a roar of desperation. His 5 fingers faced each other and his 10 fingers suddenly clasped together. The moment the fist light left his hand, it rapidly expanded to the size of a washbasin. The fist light was like a blue whirlpool, with countless sharp strength qis surging and spinning crazily. They thought that Qi Shangguan's absence meant that the Shangguan family was at its weakest. They didn't expect that Qi Shangguan's man would appear out of nowhere. They didn't expect that this ordinary-looking teenager would be so powerful. At the last moment before he was swallowed by the blue light, his heart suddenly became strangely calm. Yu Mingqiu's mouth revealed a sinister smile. He exerted force in his legs, causing the soil beneath his feet to explode. His entire body was like an arrow that had left the bow as he charged forward with a loud bang. Countless rays of blue light converged on his open arms, forming a light screen that looked like a pair of blue wings. If he did not have the blue peacock, if he did not refine his armor in this period of time, if Yu Mingqiu believed in his armor, I believe that Brother Tian will definitely become very, very strong to the point where he can protect Qi. The shockingly powerful finger force hit the azure fist light, but like a clay ox entering the sea, it disappeared without a trace. Why? And from what Tang Tian saw, he must have gone through specialized training to be able to reach such a frightening standard. But the number of people who studied intuition, who were good at using and training intuition, could be counted on one's fingers. A tall person's words made the mustached man agree, but he suddenly realized he did not know what to say. He could only shake his head and lament, "Such a scary fellow, we are in trouble this time." "Huh?" Yu Ming-Chiu was startled. Tang Tian's figure stabilized, both his legs were like wooden stakes, deeply embedded into the soil, his entire body was already accumulating true power, and suddenly burst forth. Tang Tian snorted, then his figure suddenly became blurry. Everyone was discussing, they felt that the scene in front of them was inconceivable. Yu Ming-Chiu's finger force was concentrated to the point that there were no blind spots, but Tang Tian was actually able to dodge it. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar, they were all dumbstruck. "Kill. It is indeed different." The mustached man's eyes flashed with light. If it was said, previously when Yu Ming-Chiu revealed his armor, many people had a preliminary understanding of the power of the armor, then now, in front of such a terrifying fist, the surrounding spectators could no longer maintain their composure. All of their faces were aghast, and many people could not help but tremble. Honorable Martial Alliance was never good at intuition. Yu Ming-Chiu's eyes suddenly floated a blood red, he roared, both of his palms joined together, and fiercely pointed forward. What made them even more worried was, behind the young man, was the Honorable Martial Alliance. Shanghai Wei's eyes were filled with shock, and immediately filled with fanaticism. "Our son-in-law." The silver eyes of the peacock on Tang Tian's shoulder flashed with light. Even if it was Tang Tian, he had to admit, Yu Ming-Chiu's finger technique attainments were rather profound. The finger force that was released was colorless and formless, but congealed and heavy, as fast as lightning. "Ian, you're right." The mustached man deeply agreed. A fist blasted out. Ordinary, but perfect, concussion fist. To be able to have such valiant strength at such a young age, this young lad's position in the honorable martial group was definitely not low, and his teacher would definitely treat him like a treasure, which meant that he had a lot of power. Shanghai Qian's mind suddenly surfaced the words that Miss once said. Miss had said such words more than once, and every time, she was full of confidence. In the wantonly flying smoke, suddenly a dazzling blue ray of light lit up. "Young Master Tian, all these years, what exactly happened to you?" A tall person also revealed a bitter smile. As though he felt Shanghai Qian's gaze, Tang Tian suddenly turned his head, revealing his snow-white teeth and a sunny smile, just like 2 years ago. Everyone was shocked by the power of this fist. His raised right palm suddenly flicked a finger towards Tang Tian. It was like a piece of blue ocean. The surrounding air was stirred, and a deep whistle that made people's scalp numb spread far and wide. Those 2 fists displayed the power of the armor to its fullest, which was a typical honorable martial alliance fighting style. The scattered finger force was like rain, covering Tang Tian's head and face, covering an extremely large area. Tang Tian could not avoid it. So what if the armor was powerful? In front of him, it was still a road to death. Shangguanzhu muttered blankly, "Son-in-law is so powerful." This was the true power of the armor, but the distance between both parties was reduced to within 10 meters. This distance should be enough. What kind of powerful light body technique was this? Was it going to end? He was like a lunatic, laughing hysterically. This brat, the surrounding spectators, were deeply shocked by the battle just now. Was this really young Master Tian? Tang Tian's concussion fist's vibrating energy was strengthened to a shocking level by the armor. Those fine ripples that enveloped the fist aura started to be covered with a layer of faint blue. In the blink of an eye, that smear of blue light blossomed in front of him. The bright blue light instantly occupied every corner of his vision. Yu Ming-Chiu's face was pale, his heart was filled with fear. The figure in front of him that was filled with ruthlessness, in the divine wilderness, was rapidly getting closer. The fighting intent in Tang Tian's body also continued to rise. Is it a body technique? Such a strange body technique. A tall person was silent for a long time, then faintly said, "Just now with those 2 fists, I believe that he really is an honorable martial alliance." Lowering his waist into a horse stance, his body slightly arched, Tang Tian suddenly roared. Bang! Yu Ming-Chiu's last burst of power made Tang Tian feel extremely shocked. The azure blue feather armor rose in threads of blue light, with a shocking speed, converged towards Tang Tian's 2 fists. Since when young Master Tian was actually strong to such an extent? It was like a ball of shadow continuously advancing. The strange power of the finger swept through this ball of shadow, but did not affect Tang Tian at all. Dong! A muffled sound came from behind, countless of soil splashed. This power of the finger exploded a half-a-meter wide pit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The peacock that was squatting on the shoulder guard, its gaze was still arrogant, but its expression had withered a lot. Tang Tian's body leaned forward, his speed was shocking. In the cold and austere blue light screen, he slightly raised his face, his eyes burning like a raging fire. Almost at the same time, Tang Tian's eyes squinted, his right leg suddenly jumped to the side, a shocking power brushed past his body. Shangguan Qian looked at the strong and robust figure. Uncle Qian, long time no see. The peacock on Tang Tian's shoulder let out a sharp cry, the light in its eyes exploded, the feathers on its back were straight like swords. The white light pillar suddenly burst out, fiercely crashing into the blue fist aura. Tang Tian's tyrant's angry finger, compared to Yu Mingqiu's finger technique, was much inferior. Only the two of them could see clearly. Tang Tian did not rely on light body techniques. In their eyes, the Bagua steps was just a normal light body technique. To purely rely on the Bagua steps, to achieve this, was simply impossible. The reason why Tang Tian was able to dodge the concentrated power of the finger was all because of his strong intuition. He could always judge the weakness of the finger power in advance. He blocked the vibrating power, the exploding heavenly dragon energy. He could also block it. The sharp crane energy, like a drill, caused the true power defense to crack. His face immediately changed. Without giving him any chance to buffer, the surging ice-cold blue power, like the raging waves of the sea, instantly smashed his true power defense into pieces. It's over. Their arrangement was completely messed up in a short while. A tall person exclaimed, his intuition is so strong. Is this guy really from the Honorable Martial Alliance? Those fellows from the Honorable Martial Alliance, since when did they start to research on intuition? Weird. Yu Mingqiu was also frightened by the power of the fist. His face was filled with fear, his 10 fingers frantically flicked towards the fist aura. Dead silence. Tang Tian stood up. Shangguan Qian stared blankly at the young man who was like a god of war beside the burnt pit. His mind was blank. Tang Tian maintained the posture of punching, panting. His entire body was covered in smoke. The last astonishing power explosion, to him, was also not a small impact. Chapter 106. Yaya was even more furious. Her face flushed red. She pointed her bow at Tang Tian and was about to pounce. Bing's anger finally swallowed his rationality. With a roar, he pounced towards Tang Tian. Unless. Tang Tian was deep in thought. The decline of the immortal crown is a disaster for immortal constellation. The other immortal star treasures have also started to drop in quality. Our Shangguan clan's inherited treasure, the immortal green needle, has also started to drop in quality. The power of the entire immortal constellation has dropped rapidly. Everyone in immortal constellation is in a state of panic. 5 years ago, a group of unfathomable villains suddenly barged into the palace with the intention of getting their hands on the immortal crown. They plundered the immortal king, but what they did not expect was that they did not find the immortal crown. In order to save the king, the Shangguan clan suffered greatly, and lost almost all of their experts. The entire royal family was massacred in that tragedy. The opponent's viciousness was beyond imagination. The patriarch was worried that Miss would be implicated. That's why 5 years ago, Miss and I ran to Star Wind City to avoid the disaster. Tang Tian raised both his arms and admitted honestly, "Sorry, I forgot about you." After the queen passed away, immortal constellation started to decline. Everyone thought that the next few generations of immortal kings were not capable enough. Each generation was worse than the previous. However, very few people knew that this was related to the immortal crown. After the queen passed away, the immortal crown's martial spirit became weaker for some reason. 100 years ago, the immortal crown actually became a silver treasure. And 30 years ago, the famous immortal crown became a bronze treasure. Tang Tian enunciated each word clearly and mocked, the chief military officer of the army. Tang Tian felt a pain in his heart. She would never write about such things when she wrote to him. She would only say that she was doing well and had many interesting things to do. He did not expect that. Tang Tian was instantly disappointed. He said unhappily, "You don't know this, you don't know that." "Then what do you know, uncle?" Along the way, the disciples of the Shangguan clan all wore respectful expressions. Tang Tian's valiance and the earth-shattering battle had given them a great shock and impact. After Qi Shangguan's management for the past 2 years, the Shangguan family was very united. Everyone was secretly guessing that the Perseus crown had been found, and it was recovering. Uncle Qian immediately felt a little helpless. It just so happened that Miss went to the ruins of the palace during that time. So there has been a rumor that Miss has obtained the immortal crown. Tang Tian did not show any signs of weakness. He widened his eyes, and his tone became even more sarcastic. "Hey, uncle, don't be a coward, aren't you the chief instructor of the army? Don't tell me this title is self-proclaimed. Immortal King's whereabouts are unknown, and Immortal Constellation has also started to become chaotic. The relationship between us and House Yu began to deteriorate. And following the decline of the Immortal Constellation star treasures, the youths with a future in Immortal Constellation all went to the more prosperous constellations. Immortal Constellation Mountain's power is now extremely weak." Shanghai Wei could not help but say, "Son-in-law, this. Don't think that I will fall for such a cliché and despicable method." Bing clenched his teeth and said coldly, "Wow. The house here is so big." Uncle Qian sighed softly. "This is a long story. We have to start from the origin of Immortal Constellation." Tang Tian did not retreat either, and counterattacked. The two of them immediately felt ashamed. Son-in-law was right. Seeing Yaya, Tang Tian smacked his head. How could he forget about Bing? For such a matter, Uncle Bing should have a way. "Uncle Qian, what exactly is going on?" Sitting down, Tang Tian decided to clarify. "So, in order to increase your power, I have decided to impart my cultivation method to you," Tang Tian said solemnly. Yaya jumped onto the table, her hands on her waist, gritted her teeth, her cheeks puffed up high, and stared at Tang Tian with extreme dissatisfaction. Then, she raised her bow, separated from Tang Tian by a distance, and slashed randomly, her mouth letting out a series of squeaks. Yaya's body froze, her eyes suddenly emitted light, her flushed face, the anger disappeared without a trace. Tang Tian flicked his finger, and the spirit nucleus drew a beautiful arc in the air. "Play by yourself. I don't know if Miss got it." Uncle Qian laughed bitterly. "But Miss has been very strong these few years. This rumor has become more and more real, so many people think that Miss will definitely revive Immortal Constellation Mountain, so all along, there have been many families that have come to us. The Yu clan's reaction is obvious. They have always been plotting in the dark. It's just that Miss is very strong. Whoever challenges Miss, all return in defeat. Sigh, these 2 years, Shangguan clan has been supported by Miss alone." Uncle Qian brought Tang Tian around, and then found a place to sit down. "This guy is really ruthless." Shanghai Wei and Shangguan Zhu were speechless. They had a deeper and more direct feeling of the frailty of Immortal Constellation Mountain. Shanghai Wei and Shangguan Zhu were also excited. The Immortal Crown was the strongest treasure of Immortal Constellation Mountain, if Miss got it. Tang Tian clenched his teeth, and said unclearly, "Last night, I accidentally got it while cultivating." Seeing the two's fanatical faces, Tang Tian coughed lightly, and said seriously, "Last night, I thought about it. Shangguan clan cannot just rely on Qi alone. The other disciples of Shangguan clan have to be more useful. Training." Uncle Bing spread his hands, and said irresponsibly, "I am the chief military officer of the army. As long as I know how to train the soldiers, that is enough." Hearing the last sentence, Bing's hair stood up, and his smile froze on his face. "Rascal, you better take back your last sentence." The two of them wrestled into a ball. Seeing that, Tang Tian did not say anything, and a spirit nucleus appeared in his hand. Shanghai Wei and Shangguan Zhu were in awe. As expected of the son-in-law, even during his daily training, he was so desperate. No wonder son-in-law was so powerful. Shanghai Qian accompanied Tang Tian, with a face full of smiles. Shanghai Wei and Shangguan Zhu, who were following behind Tang Tian, heard Tang Tian's exclamations from time to time, and the smile on their faces became wider, and they felt even more intimate. "WA. I like this, it's a high-class training ground." Bing's thick eyebrows trembled violently, and said coldly, "Don't try to provoke me." Tang Tian then realized, no wonder Qi came to Starwind City. Qi got the immortal crown? Tang Tian was excited. That's great. Shanghai Wei was so excited that his lips were trembling, and after a while, he calmed down, and said resolutely, "Don't worry, son-in-law, whoever dares to disobey son-in-law's orders, I will not forgive him." Son-in-law is indeed a maverick person. Son-in-law is indeed a pure child's heart. Son-in-law is indeed a straightforward person. All the heavy responsibilities of the Shangguan family, all fell on Qi's shoulders. Tang Tian righteously waved his hand. "All right, don't talk nonsense. I am also doing this for Qi to have an easier time in the future. Go and gather all the disciples at the training ground. But I will say the ugly words first. During the entire training process, everyone has to listen to my orders." 2 years ago, Tang Tian was stunned, and subconsciously said, when Qi came back. No matter how the two looked at it, they felt that Tang Tian was a good person. These people this time, it is very likely, they are the people from 5 years ago. Uncle Qian's expression was solemn. Miss has long suspected, 5 years ago, the Yu clan, already colluded with them. If it is really those people, they are definitely here for the immortal crown. Yaya bounced on the table, hugged the spirit nucleus in mid-air, and then ran around the house happily. Looking at the back view of the two running, Tang Tian touched his bruised face, and immediately twitched. Hiss, it was so painful that he sucked in a cold breath. When Tang Tian heard this, he retorted sarcastically, "Uncle, can you do it? I ask you this, ask you that you don't know, ask you that you don't know, now there is finally someone who knows, you keep picking this and that, if you can't do it, just say it. And you are even the chief military instructor of the army, ha." Bing's face revealed a mocking expression. "Stop daydreaming. With the standard of the Shangguan clan, even if they train, they will only be a pile of cannon fodder." When Tang Tian walked out of the room, Shanghai Wei and Shangguanzhu saw Tang Tian's bruised face, and were instantly shocked. Shangguanzhu even roared fiercely, "If he doesn't listen to the son-in-law, I will strangle him to death." That's right. Uncle Qian's face revealed a hint of excitement. 2 years ago, suddenly there were many immortal treasures, martial spirits that started to become stronger. Although the extent of this change is not big, it is undoubtedly real. Early the next morning, Tang Tian took a deep breath, loosened his fist, raised his face, and revealed a bright smile, but his eyes were like a ball of fire burning. "Uncle Qian, don't worry, if these people dare to come, I will definitely beat them up until they look for their teeth on the floor." Such domineering words, coming out of young Master Tian's mouth, made Uncle Qian absent-minded. Young Master Tian, as expected, was different from before. Yaya's eyes lit up, she was excitedly babbling at the side, her small face was full of excitement. From time to time she waved the little bow in her hand, cheering for both parties. His fists unconsciously clenched. The first-generation Immortal Queen discovered and developed Immortal Constellation. The Shangguan clan head at that time, Shangguan Hong, was the Queen's most trusted subordinate. Our ancestors followed the Queen to establish the current Immortal Constellation, and the Yu clan head at that time was also an important minister of the Queen. Immortal Constellation at that time, although it was not one of the strongest constellations, it was strong, and outsiders did not dare to look down on it. The Queen's strength was unfathomable. Immortal Constellation's strongest treasure, the Immortal Crown, was also in the Queen's hands. Train troops. Tang Tian was stunned, suddenly his eyes lit up. Then why don't we help Qi train his troops? Haha. I am indeed too smart. Yes, train Shanghai Wei and Shangguanzhu well, raise the Shangguan clan's strength. When Qi returns, he will definitely be surprised. Tang Tian was stunned, but did not say a word, and listened patiently. And Shanghai Wei and Shangguanzhu, who were at the side, were also surprised and curious. They knew a little about the grievances with the Yu clan, but they did not think that it could actually be traced back to such a distant era. Shanghai Wei and Shangguanzhu were both ashamed. In today's battle, if not for son-in-law, then the blow to the Shangguan clan could be imagined. Uncle Qian's words were not the least bit exaggerated. Son-in-law, you. Shangguanzhu could not help but ask. After listening to Tang Tian, Uncle Bing shook his head. Such a complicated matter, I do not know how. In the army back then, the things that used brains were done by the leader, Ah Zhe, those people with dark hearts. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. It was the first time he heard there was actually a star treasures grade that could drop. Shangguan Wei and Shangguan Zhu's faces were also filled with disbelief. This was the first time they had heard of such a secret. The two of them glared at each other, like fighting cocks, not backing down. Suddenly, his face revealed a weird expression. With a thought, a little rascal jumped out from the Aquarius Marshal cabinet. On the contrary, Shanghai Wei and Shangguan Zhu, upon hearing this, their eyes immediately lit up, and looked at Tang Tian with a look of worship. This situation, until 2 years ago, quietly changed. Uncle Qian's eyes flashed a hint of excitement. The two of them raised their heads, a face of disbelief. Son-in-law was domineering. The chief instructor of the army. Tang Tian opened his eyes wide, and said. Back in his room, Tang Tian fell into deep thought. She was not around. The Shangguan clan did not seem to be in a good situation. He had to think of a way. Chapter 107. No one was lazy. Everyone started to train quietly. Was it impossible to do it 3,000 times? As long as they trained like son-in-law, they could do it. It was their first time seeing such a perfect concussion punch. The disciples who mainly trained in concussion punch were all infatuated. Concussion punch was not some unorthodox fist technique. Many disciples knew of it. But Tang Tian's concussion punch was very different from what they knew. Bing looked at the disciples who were training in the field. His eyes flashed a look of satisfaction. Sima Xiangshan choked. Tang Tian's cold and emotionless words made everyone shiver. Even Shangguan Wei and Shangguan Zhu swallowed hard. Son-in-law was too cold. No wonder son-in-law was so powerful. Tang Tian ignored the gazes that floated over, but his tone became cold. What? Who has a different opinion? The discussions became much softer, and the gazes they gave Tang Tian had an additional trace of respect. Amauri was puzzled. Why are you so obedient? Even the powerful son-in-law was so hardworking, so risking his life. What reason did they have to be lazy? What reason did they have to retreat? The three of them turned to look at Sima Xiangshan. Sima Xiangshan choked again. Quantitative change would always lead to qualitative change. In every disciple's eyes, there was something like a flame that quickly rose. Yu Mingqiu, such a ferocious person, was able to take care of our Wei and Ba Zhu. But in front of son-in-law, it was not enough. Go. Han Bingning replied very straightforwardly. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people's gazes became distrustful. They felt that Tang Tian was completely messing around. 3,000 times, he was really bragging too much. Then I will continue training. Tang Tian threw out a sentence and immersed himself in training. Shanghai Wei quivered. He immediately stood up and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Start training." Tang Tian's first order was for them to start using the martial skills they were familiar with. Originally, they were still muttering in their hearts. Could this be the so-called cultivation method of the son-in-law? All the disciples were shocked by this scene. Tang Tian's concussion punch was not bad, but he had yet to comprehend a killer move. Although it was not like before where he could comprehend a killer move by practicing a few punches, Tang Tian's cultivation still continued the same train of thought. Today's training task is very simple. Practice the martial skill you are most familiar with 3,000 times. Perfect. It was a perfect concussion punch. At this point, no one made a sound. Sima Xiangshan faintly said, "Qi Shanghai is not here, so I will accompany Tang Tian to have some fun. I'm really looking forward to it." I never thought that Tang Tian would actually grow to such a powerful extent. 2 hours later, Tang Tian still did not stop. It could be seen that he had used up a lot of his energy, and he was drenched in sweat. After an hour, everyone was too tired, and many of them fell to the ground. This thought flashed through everyone's mind at the same time. Once he entered the state of cultivation, Tang Tian was completely oblivious to everything else. The disciples below had always been secretly paying attention to Tang Tian. Seeing that Tang Tian was actually cultivating with them, they were even more curious, and could not help but sneak a peek. Amauri had a strange face and said, You actually did not think of it, so strange. Fundamental Tang is a godlike young man. It was normal for him to become stronger. But, I, a Maori, have also become very strong. I really want to quickly see Fundamental Tang, and have a good fight with him. Let's see, whose improvement is greater. Uncle Chen was also alarmed. He immediately put down what he was doing and rushed over. He knew better than anyone else how precious the method that Tang Tian had imparted was. 2 years ago, Tang Tian was a retainer who was still cultivating fundamental martial techniques. But now, Tang Tian had already become a strong martial artist who could defeat Yu Ming Qiu. Without saying a word, he picked up the disciple, bang, and forcefully smashed him into the limestone tiles. They usually cultivated, and many of them boasted that they were hardworking. But seeing how Tang Tian cultivated, they received a huge shock. It was the first time they saw someone cultivating like his life depended on it. That's right, it was his life depended on it. Compared to Tang Tian, their cultivation, Tang Tian, who was on the stage, still did not have any signs of stopping. Suddenly, Bing was filled with curiosity towards Qi Shangguan. From the soldiers below, he could see the standard of the general. Although Qi Shangguan did not know how to train soldiers, but he could see that these young men, to their young patriarch, sincerely loved and respected him. Seeing that Sima Xiangshan was defeated again and again, Han Bingning and Liang Qiu's eyes revealed a smile. At the training grounds, all the Shangguan disciples were gathered, and it was dead silent. They looked curiously at the young man with a swollen face on the stage. Was this the rumored son-in-law? To be able to cultivate concussion fist to this stage, you must have put in a lot of effort. A mournful scream, and the disciple fainted. 5 hours later, Tang Tian was so tired that he was on the verge of collapse. He strenuously sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Tang Tian, who had entered the state of cultivation, immediately threw all other matters to the back of his mind. He could save a lot of time and effort. Tang Tian glanced around. Seeing that no one was slacking off, he began to cultivate by himself. Although these people's strength was terrible, but they had a fighting spirit. Bing could accept newcomers who were not strong enough, but he hated those who lacked fighting spirit. Without waiting for the disciple to explain, Tang Tian grabbed him and laughed sinisterly. Now you want to slack off, you must be tired of living. Tang Tian was immediately embarrassed. The two of them fought. Although Bing agreed, but he also mentioned that all the problems regarding cultivation had to be listened to. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Tang Tian's voice. The two of you have a mission of 5,000 repetitions. In terms of levels, there were many people who were of the same level as Tang Tian. But in terms of fighting strength, none of them were his match. Bring a bucket of water, wake him up, and continue training. Ian, I'm going too. I'm looking forward to meeting Fundamental Tang. Liang Qiu laughed. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. Bing said without any politeness. Take note, young man, you have no right to question. Tang Tian's figure leaped up, and with one jump, he appeared in front of the disciple. I'm going to find Fundamental Tang. Are you guys coming? A Maori raised his hand. Actually, Tang Tian felt that these disciples were quite strong, most of them were 4th level and above, had solid foundations, and were young. It could be seen that when Qi was choosing these people, he had put in a lot of thought. Suddenly, Tang Tian's gaze congealed, he saw some people slacking in the crowd, he was secretly happy. Just as he was about to warn the others, the chicken was sent over. Almost everyone knew, son-in-law's strength was unfathomable. Luckily there was Tang Tian, this abnormal person, around, the others could not help but be motivated. Han Bingning said coldly, this rascal has always been so vile. Tang Tian's words caused an uproar below. Training 3,000 times a day, how was that possible? Absolutely impossible. Most of their standards were 4th level martial techniques, don't talk about 3,000 times, to be able to train 700 to 800 times a day was already extremely powerful. Everyone was resting while discussing softly. Everyone's training immediately became serious. As for completing 3,000 times, they still felt that it was completely impossible. Their thinking was very simple, anyway they just had to train like this, when no one could complete it, would son-in-law beat everyone up? Shangguan Wei and Shangguan Zhu were even more ashamed. Sima Xiangshan's face twitched, he squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. Let's go. Looking at these youths who were full of vigor, Bing felt that Qi Shangguan was really not simple. So when they heard that son-in-law was going to personally guide them in training, all the disciples were roused. They fought to be the first. Everyone's faces were filled with anticipation. Since it was so, then it was better to settle it earlier. Many were even fantasizing, if Miss and son-in-law were to work together, then who in immortal constellation would be their opponent? Actually, Uncle Qian was worried for nothing. The battle where Tang Tian defeated Yu Mingqiu, who knew how many Shangguan disciples witnessed it. In one night, this soul-stirring battle had long spread among the Shangguan disciples. Son-in-law's physical strength is really valiant. Tang Tian's expression was focused, fist after fist, meticulous. The reason why Bing agreed was not only because he was provoked, there was another reason. He wanted to help Tang Tian solve his worries. Tang Tian and Qi Shangguan ultimately had to walk on the Heaven's Road, walking on an unknown journey. If the Shangguan clan did not have enough strength to protect themselves, the two of them would definitely not be able to leave with peace of mind. Tang Tian's true power recovered. He opened his eyes, looked at the bustling training scene, and was satisfied. But after a few glances, he could not help but ask, Bing, is this really okay? After 3 hours, Tang Tian was still persevering. Under his feet, there was a puddle of water that was formed by the continuous dripping of sweat. Every fist of his was not the least bit sloppy. His gaze was so focused that nothing else could be seen. Hearing this, a Maori turned his head in astonishment. You didn't think of that? Tang Tian saw that there were people slacking, and immediately sneered, 3,000 times, no matter if you are willing or not, whoever misses one round, will continue training here, training until you are done. Those who intentionally want to muddle through, those who want to slack, first ask my fists. Shanghai Wei staggered, while Shangguan Zhu was very straightforward and started. 3,000 times? Isn't that a joke? I never thought that Tang Tian would create such a huge commotion when he just arrived. Liang Qiu leisurely raised his cup and took a sip. It's a pity that Miss Qi is out, it's really unfortunate. Tang Tian did not mind. I'm waiting for you to turn trash into treasure, godlike uncle. There's nothing better than this to defend your chief instructor's glory. A bunch of trash. Bing glanced at them and said mercilessly. Tang Tian ignored everyone and lifted the unconscious disciple. His control of his strength was extremely good. It looked like he was going to take someone's life, but it only made the other party faint and feel pain, but not injured. The minister said, we can't casually walk around. Sima Xiangshan poured cold water on him. Uncle Qian was worried that there would be people who did not know what was good for them, and personally gave an extremely strict order. In order to carry out his ideas, the Shangguan clan was almost completely cleaned up by Qi Shangguan for the past 2 years. The current Shangguan clan, although their power was still weak, but they showed a kind of vigorous vitality. Chapter 108. Unless, this perverted fellow, was always as perverted as before. If it was anyone else who said this, they would definitely pick up a brick and smash that person's head open, to see if there was any paste inside. But the person who said it was Tang Tian, they did not know what to say. Liang Qiu muttered, since we are all from Starwind City, if we are in the same powerhouse, we can take care of each other. Out of everyone's expectations, Han Bingning suddenly said coldly, I will join too. On the outer layer of his fist, there was suddenly a transparent ball of light the size of a coconut. It was as though the thin layer of window paper was gently poked through. The beautiful scenery outside, in that moment, could be seen. A look of admiration flashed past Liang Qiu's eyes, and he praised, as expected of fundamental Tang, vacuum jolt, as the killing technique of concussion fist. Its power is extremely strong. Since you have gained enlightenment on it, why not when you are at the 6th level, train in vacuum punch? It will definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Hearing a Maori's incessant chatter, Tang Tian's heart felt an indescribable warmth. A Maori's temperament was magnanimous and simple, just that he was a bit talkative. Everyone's face changed, their footsteps involuntarily stopped, as though they were struck by a spell. An indescribable emotion pervaded Tang Tian's heart. In the past, every punch of Tang Tian's from concussion fist would bring forth countless of fine ripples. These fine ripples were caused by the vibrations in the air caused by true power. These ripples had a strong destructive power and could easily shatter rocks. Until Tang Tian appeared, He was obviously only at the 5th level, but he displayed a power that far exceeded the 5th level. But, before today, many people thought that son-in-law could be so strong, was borrowing the power of the armor. But when they realized that the seemingly perfect concussion fist, son-in-law actually spent a large amount of time, and continuously continued to train. Liang Qiu smiled, and asked with interest, Tang Tian, what you did just now, was that vacuum jolt? How is that possible? When the two of them let go, Tang Tian's face turned into a mocking expression. Everyone's faces were still filled with shock, only a Maori laughed out loud, stepped forward and gave him a bear hug, loudly said, Fundamental Tang, long time no see. Aya, you really surprised me now. You are getting more and more powerful. Originally, I wanted to fight with you, but after seeing your punch, I don't have the energy. Young man, I'll leave the task of saving the world to you. Fundamental Tang, Tang Tian practiced tirelessly. Nowadays, the trend was to judge based on one's level. The higher one's level was better than the lower one. Everyone's goal was to break through to a higher realm. With regards to martial techniques, very few people would put in the effort to train them to a perfect state. No matter how perfect a low-level martial technique was, it would not be as strong as a high-level martial technique. A Maori and his party found the Shangguan family and revealed their identities. Coincidentally, the one who received them was Uncle Chen. When Uncle Chen heard that these young people were all from Starwind City and were looking for the young Master Tian, he immediately brought them in. Hearing that, Tang Tian laughed bitterly, and told them about his situation. Other than killing Kong Yu Lin, he did not hide the fact that he had joined Jing Hao's faction. The light ball only lasted for a second before it shattered, and the sound of the explosion resonated throughout the entire field. Tang Tian retracted his gaze, and said to the rest with a face of sympathy, This guy was with you guys, but you guys did not kill him. You guys are too kind. Han Bingning's hand touched the hilt of his sword, his eyebrows drooped, and cold chi permeated everywhere. You're saying I'm a 10,000-year ice mountain? 5th level true power, activating a 4th level fist technique, he felt something different from before. This difference was extremely minute, and Tang Tian only noticed it today. That was a vacuum. A soundless punch without any energy. The three's gazes landed on Sima Xiangshan. Everyone only felt a blur in front of them, and Tang Tian had rushed in front of them. Han Bingning and the rest felt a chill in their hearts. The wind from the fist gradually disappeared. But now, Tang Tian's concussion fist, the ripples of the concussion were getting lesser and lesser, and the wind from the fist was also quickly disappearing. Tang Tian's concussion fist was getting less and less powerful, and looked like an ordinary punch. But in reality, this meant that Tang Tian's energy was getting more and more concentrated, and the energy did not leak out at all. Aya, Fundamental Tang, you have to understand a lively martial man who has been holding back for so long, they are too boring. One is a 10,000-year ice mountain, one is sinister, and the last one is actually a vegetarian. Can you understand that in this world, there are actually creatures that are vegetarian? And this creature is actually Big Brother Liang Qiu. Oh my god, my idol is broken just like that. Of course, don't worry, this will not stop a lively martial man's determination to create his own path of martial arts. Training, in the end, was a process of grinding, and the higher the realm, the more effort was required. Tang Tian knew that Liang Qiu was giving him pointers, and he said gratefully, Thank you Big Brother Liang. Tang Tian said honestly, I intend to train every type of martial technique to perfection, and it would be best if I can comprehend a killing technique. The more concentrated the energy of the fist, the stronger the power. Everyone was stunned. The 5th level true power was even more surging, regardless if it was the heavenly dragon energy or the crane body energy. With just a thought from Tang Tian, the energy contained in the true power would burst forth, and the explosive power would be even more astonishing. Tang Tian turned his head and asked in surprise, Lively martial man, did you name it yourself? A Maori's incessant chatter immediately attracted the dissatisfaction of the others. This is concussion. Tang Tian nodded his head. Yes, I also just comprehended it. The air in the entire training grounds seemed to be moved by an invisible hand, and suddenly surged towards the broken transparent ball of light. As if there was a silent sigh, it floated past his heart. A Maori suddenly became proud, Haha, of course, such a unique name, only a passionate and lively martial man can think of it, his eyes were thoughtful. But when Tang Tian's fist wind disappeared, everyone was shocked. Every punch of Tang Tian obviously did not make any sound, but there was an indescribable sense of danger. Everyone's state of mind was involuntarily attracted to Tang Tian's fists, and could not move their eyes, as if it contained some kind of magic. They stared blankly, and completely forgot to train. The huge training grounds, unknowingly, became quiet. So fast. Concussion Fist was obviously a rank 4 martial technique. It was obviously a rank 4 martial technique. No one would have thought that it was actually a Maori who was the first to recover from the shock. He shook his head and shouted, "Let's not fight anymore, let's not fight anymore. How can we fight anymore? Perverted Tang is too perverted. Will this guy die if he doesn't comprehend the killing technique?" Vacuum Quake was just a legend, they had never seen anyone master it before, but today, it was displayed in front of their eyes. This kind of impact and shock was strong, even if they were all mentally strong people. In that moment, their minds were still blank. Only then did the others wake up. Rank was everything, this was what many people thought. Before this, Shanghai Wei and the rest also thought the same. When they rushed to the training grounds, they just happened to see Tang Tian's transparent ball of light. Only Tang Tian's fist after fist, completely forgetting himself. Tang Tian bellowed, with a few leaps, he appeared in front of everyone. Everyone understood the logic, but very few people could do it. The current martial techniques were passed down through spirit cards, easy to learn but hard to master. Gold-grade spirit cards were expensive, and not everyone could afford to buy them. And silver-grade and bronze-grade spirit cards, the comprehension contained within them was not complete. Also, the so-called comprehension differed from person to person, it might not be suitable for him, like the martial artist and spirit cards not being compatible, it happened frequently. "Tang Tian, how are you doing in the outer barracks?" Han Bingning suddenly raised his head, and asked. Countless of energy shot out, Tang Tian's body was as imposing as a mountain, not moving an inch. "Housefly cow, you're still so long-winded." The concussion fist in Tang Tian's hands started to change slowly. "Humph, it's just Vacuum Quake, young man Tang, your realm is already at the 5th level, why are you still training in a 4th level fist technique?" Sima Xiangshan said faintly, his triangular eyes were like a snake's eyes, flickering with an ominous glint. Tang Tian's senses were already abnormally sharp, continuously training the fists, those hard-to-notice details gradually surfaced. "Housefly cow." The 5th level True Powers upgrade was all-round, regardless of strength or finesse. Compared to the 4th level True Power, there was a qualitative leap. Some of the finer details of the concussion fist, under the 5th level True Power, became even clearer. The true power in his body was boiling. Tang Tian felt extremely comfortable, one punch after another, following his heart's desire, every little detail, was like flowing water, gliding past his heart, it was extremely wonderful. Tang Tian's heart was warm, but he knew it was not that easy. After thinking for a while, he said, "Don't be anxious, don't leak the news, I'll ask Big Bro Jing how first." That punch actually caused the air to be annihilated, forming a vacuum ball. If you have the time, you should train more true power, high-level martial techniques are the way of the king. A Maori immediately shut up. He had long forgotten to supervise others' training, and also forgot that this was Chi's house. The current him only had his own martial techniques, only his fists. He suddenly roared, his true power boiling, a crane's cry sounded out, a dragon's roar sounded out, the boiling true power suddenly gushed out. Tang Tian did not think, and punched out. Everyone was surprised. They originally thought that Tang Tian would definitely be valued by Kong Yulin, they did not expect him to be exiled. Shangguan Zhu and the rest who personally witnessed the change were extremely shocked. Although the Shangguan family had declined in the past few years, but their inheritance was still there, although the disciples were weak, their eyesight was not bad. "A Maori, I want to join your faction too." A Maori raised his hand. As expected of fundamental Tang, a Maori clapped his hands, his eyes lit up, he was extremely excited. Only a godlike young lad would have such courage. A lively martial man also wants to learn from a godlike young lad. Oh, just thinking about it makes me excited. What a world filled with fighting spirit. Tang Tien had also come out from his state, coincidentally hearing a Maori's voice. He was startled, turned his head to look, seeing a Maori and the rest, he was immediately overjoyed. They had heard before that when Concussion Fist was trained to the peak, it could shatter the air, forming a partial vacuum. That was the famous vacuum quake. Sima Xiangshan waved his hand. I'm fine with anything. A Maori was such a stubborn person. Tang Tien was not surprised, but Han Bingning actually joined in. Tang Tien was surprised. Chapter 109. A Maori and his entourage stayed for a while before they left. Before they left the address of the inn they were staying at. A Maori and his entourage were newcomers and did not have the honorable martial plate. When they found out that Tang Tien was already a bronze-ranked martial artist, everyone could not help but stare with their eyes wide open, their faces lifeless. Even when young Miss was around, these brats did not work so hard. Only then did their expressions soften. These little rascals, they really changed a lot. Every Shangguan disciple was deeply shocked. House you? Yeah, I didn't expect that little rascal to be able to persevere. In the past, whenever he trained, he would complain incessantly. From fist techniques, to finger techniques, light body techniques, leg techniques, palm techniques. There was a saying in the Shangguan family, young Master Tien said, sweat does not lie. It's not too late now, as long as they can persevere, they will definitely be successful. Yu Mingwei did not say a word. Young Miss and young Master Tien were two completely different types. Young Miss's talent was extremely high, her intellect unparalleled, she was flawless. Everyone worshipped her, obeyed her, but it was hard to draw strength from her. Young Miss was too perfect, so perfect that it made people distance themselves. Yu Mingwei's expression softened, his heart calmed down, and he hurriedly said, that's good, that's good. Hearing that, Yu Mingwei's expression changed, even his voice changed. Light, honorable martial alliance. They were all youths, their bodies were filled with hot blood, their self-esteem had not been extinguished. The figure that did not know fatigue in the martial arts arena was constantly motivating them. Every time they wanted to give up, their eyes would always look for that figure. These few days, there were a few strangers in the Yu family, their origins had not been investigated. Uncle Chen was quite happy. He could see that these people were quite strong. If young Master Tien encountered any trouble, he would not be alone and helpless. Yu Qing Zedi's handsome face was gloomy, his eyes flashed with hatred. He said coldly, Qi Shangguan has many pursuers, from different clans and races. As long as we slightly incite them, they will definitely gather together and find trouble with Tang Tien. We only need to plant some spies in the dark to fan the flames. I'm afraid the Shangguan family will. Hey. Uncle Chen felt relieved when he saw the young people sweating profusely. The cold voice was like a venomous snake in the dark. Yu Mingwei suppressed the worry in his heart and pretended to be calm. Actually, it's nothing. Don't rush to the front, don't stand out, hide in the shadows, and try to pull more people, especially the young masters of the other families. It's best if the two sides have a conflict. I'll see how the Shangguan family will deal with it then. He never thought that he would actually be involved with the Honorable Martial Alliance, such a huge power. Not to mention the Yu clan, even the entire Immortal Constellation Mountain, would not be able to contend against such a huge power. Aoi Yuzawa's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, his fighting spirit was high. If it was Qi Shangguan, he would still have some restraining fear, but an ignorant fool was destined to become his stepping stone. A tall person stared at him, his expression displeased as he interrupted Aoi Yuzawa's words. Don't tell me young Master Zi Qing is not willing? Yu Qing Zi was Yu Mingwei's son, he and Qi Shangguan were in the same school. Before Qi Shangguan returned, he was the most dazzling person in the entire school, the leader of the entire school. With a single call, hundreds would respond. But when Qi Shangguan came, he was forgotten. The strong contrast made him bear a grudge in his heart. All along, he had been secretly thinking of ways to deal with Qi Shangguan. The pride of the youths made them quiet down. Aoi Yuzawa also regained his senses. He was originally not stupid. After pondering for a while, he felt that no matter what, the Shangguan clan and Tang Tien had no chance of winning. This matter looked dangerous, but it was actually not as bad as imagined. The Shangguan clan was naturally not afraid to deal with the Yu clan, but if they incurred the wrath of the masses, even if Qi Shangguan was here, there was nothing he could do. Respectfully send off the two masters. Yu Mingwei bowed respectfully to send them off. Sweat, everyone had it. He knew that these two people were cold and merciless, killing people like flies. With one look, he knew that the two of them already had the intention to kill. Looking at his son's ashen face, he knew that he could not reject. He clenched his teeth, braced himself and said, "My son is afraid that he is not capable enough, and is afraid of delaying the two masters' plans. Since the two masters trust me so much, even if I have to go through water and tread on fire, I will not hesitate." His age was similar to them, and even younger than some of the disciples, but his face that still had a trace of childishness, was angular, firm lines, made him look more robust than his age. After the two of them left, Aoi Yuzawa's face was ashen. "Father, this, after 10 consecutive days of high-intensity training, the daily workload was constantly increasing. Everyone was clenching their teeth and persevering, no one had the slightest bit of complaints. The handlebar mustache man was rather dissatisfied with Yu Mingwei's performance, but he also knew that this was human nature. He said, "You don't have to worry too much. Immortal Constellation is such a small place, the power of the Honorable Martial Alliance, let it be like that. Other than Kongyu, there are no other strong martial artists. The matters of the Honorable Martial Alliance, naturally we will worry about it. Now think carefully, what ideas do you have?" The handlebar mustache man said, "The higher-ups have already sent a senior expert to help, Kongyu do not have to worry. But if we do not do anything, when the higher-ups come, it will not look good for everyone." Listening to the discussion of the clansmen in hushed voices, Uncle Qian looked at the training grounds, and a smile quietly appeared on his face. Every day, when he had time, he would come to the side to watch the youths train. This had already become his favorite thing to do every day. Seeing the unwillingness to admit defeat on the faces of the youths, he would always feel that the future of the Shangguan clan would definitely be better. Their passion, their unwillingness to admit defeat, their ideals, their ambitions, if only the son-in-law had come earlier. This kind of energetic atmosphere quietly pervaded the Shangguan clan. The entire Shangguan clan would come to the training grounds every day to watch these youths train. Because they were afraid of disturbing the children, all of their eyes were filled with joy and anticipation for the future. But everyone's eyes lit up. The handlebar mustache man praised, "Good plan. It is still young Master Ziyi Qing who is quick-witted and resourceful. This matter will be handed over to young Master Ziyi Qing to handle. He is a member of the Honorable Martial Alliance," a tall person said indifferently. Hearing that, Aoi Yuzawa could not help but be stunned, and then his face changed. Although his heart was filled with hatred, and came up with such a sinister plan, but he was definitely not willing to put himself in danger. Uncle Qian had already started to secretly investigate the Yu clan. Although this matter is dangerous, but it is also an opportunity. If you can achieve great merits this time, and enter the eyes of the various masters, it will be very beneficial to your future. Yu Mingwei looked at Aoi Yuzawa, and encouraged, "I do not want you to stay in Immortal Constellation forever, you have to go to a bigger constellation, and push our Yu clan to a more glorious stage." Miss had chosen a good son-in-law. The training grounds seemed to be enveloped with a strange aura, silent and energetic. But until the young Master Tian showed how hardworking he was, then they were truly moved. Uncle Qian's smile froze on his face. There were people who were so tired that they laid on the ground panting, but after resting for a while, they struggled to get up and continued to train. There were people who fell from exhaustion, but after sitting for a while, they continued to train. Young Master Tian was not smarter than them, but just more hardworking than them. No, even more hardworking. They looked at young Master Tian, practicing a set of fist techniques, 400s of thousands of times. They were speechless. They had never been so shocked before. In this world, there was actually someone who could do this. Tang Tian's son-in-law was like a monster who did not know fatigue, sweating day and night. They did not have any complaints at all. "My son did not mean it that way," Yu Mingwei hurriedly explained. Nothing was more convincing than comparing with someone of the same age in front of you day and night. He tried to defend himself. "My ability is still lacking, but I have a good candidate. Miss has a good eye. Uncle Chen looked at the raging scene, and in his muddy old eyes flashed a trace of gratification. I did not expect that Tang Tian was actually so powerful. The current head of the Yu clan, Yu Mingwei's face was solemn, and said, "He is obviously only at the 5th level, but he is so fierce. Such a powerful young man, he should not be a nobody." Everyone's gaze landed on Yu Qingze, and a tall person raised his eyebrows. "Speak." Young Master Tian's talent compared to Miss was not worth mentioning, but his hardworking was unparalleled. Because Tang Tian's son-in-law's training was many times more than theirs. Son-in-law's training was not concealed at all, and everyone could see the whole process. They could see Tang Tian's son-in-law's thinking, Tang Tian's son-in-law's trial and error, but more than that, it was repeated over and over again, tirelessly, so boring that it made one's hair stand on end. But at this time, a subordinate ran in with a flustered expression, ran to Uncle Qian's ear and whispered a few words. He felt it even more deeply. Yu Mingqiu's death did not cause the entire Yu clan to sink into sorrow. Yu Mingqiu had faded from everyone's sight for many years. His sudden appearance made everyone feel surprised, but that was all. Suddenly, Yu Qingze, who was beside Yu Mingwei, said, "I have an idea." Mrs. Talent was unattainable, but young Master Tian's achievements were all sweat, real sweat. No one retreated. Everyone knew that they had to be hardworking. Every disciple of the Shangguan clan knew. The Shangguan clan's resurgence in these 2 years was unstoppable. The long-forgotten tentacles were quietly reviving. Although because the Shangguan clan had not fully recovered, these tentacles could not be compared to when the Shangguan clan was at its peak, but it could not be ignored. "The sun is so beautiful." Aoi Yuzawa was stunned. He did not expect his father to have such high expectations of him, and was overwhelmed with emotions. He said excitedly, "Father, don't worry. Your son will definitely settle this matter well. Then we'll have to trouble young Master Zi Qing." A tall person nodded towards the two, and said, "We're going to rest." Everyone was risking their lives, and in everyone's eyes flashed a flame that belonged to the youth. Chapter 110. This rascal can't run away today. Just thinking about it makes me angry. If I don't beat him up, I won't feel at ease. Just a step away was the young master of the Yun clan, Yun Yao. The Yun clan was established in business, and was the #1 merchant clan in Immortal Constellation Mountain. Their financial power was so strong that even the Shangguan clan could not compare. That's right. Any random Tom, Dick, or Harry wants to dominate Miss Chi. Let's see if our fists agree or not. No matter how one looked at it, the Shangguan clan had fallen this time. Furthermore, after this incident, it would be a fatal blow to the Shangguan clan's reputation, which was still recovering. They were all pampered playboy, and had never seen such a scene before. They were all scared out of their wits just now. But when they regained their senses, all of them were enraged. He took a step forward, and walked out of the crowd. His face was still wearing a smile that was not a smile. He looked around, and his tone was full of sarcasm and disdain. "Since when did the matters between me and Chi become the place for trash like you to point fingers at me?" Everyone stared blankly at Tang Tian. None of them could believe their own eyes. A large group of youths gathered together. All of them were dressed luxuriously. Beside them were many servants. Looking around, there were more than 200 people. Every one of the youths had an unfriendly face. Their expressions were gloomy. Before he could finish his sentence, his figure disappeared. Tang Tian was dead meat this time. Such a ferocious fellow. No matter what, he could not let anything happen to the young Master Tian. Even if the Shangguan clan offended all the other clans, he would not hesitate. He had followed Qi Shangguan through the most difficult years. Now that he was alone, Miss was like a daughter to him. In his eyes, Miss was more important than anyone else. No one would have thought that under such circumstances, this fellow would not only jump out, but also take the initiative to provoke them. Was this fellow's brain damaged? Was he tired of living? He understood these nouveau riches too well. Because he was the same as them. Although they were not evil people, they cared about their reputation. In a moment of anger, they would definitely do anything. He suddenly grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Too beautiful. The surroundings quietened down. It was the first time in his life that he had personally planned this operation in the dark and saw that his plan was abnormally successful. The young man on the left wearing a light green silk shirt was the eldest son of the Ming family, Junakiko. Although the Ming clan was not as illustrious as the Shangguan clan, but it was the evergreen tree of immortal Constellation Mountain, and there was almost no low tide. The Ming clan was a force to be reckoned with at immortal Constellation Mountain, and Junakiko had long participated in the clan's affairs. She had paid a special visit to the Shangguan family and admired the young miss very much. Tang Tian was a little surprised. They were actually coming for him? He was a little puzzled in his heart. He had just arrived at Rainbow Star, he shouldn't have offended anyone, yet these people actually came looking for him? The Shangguan family was finished this time. He could hear that the entire Shangguan family was in an uproar. The sounds of weapons clashing, footsteps, and angry roars could be heard. People were gathering and closing in on him. Tang Tian had practiced the eagle claw before. His fingers were like hooks as he slightly tightened his grip. Looking at Shanghai Qian's pale white face and the cold sweat on his forehead, he knew how bad the situation was. His heart was like an ice field, cold and murderous. His smile was filled with arrogance and sharpness like a knife. Junakiko never thought that Tang Tian would actually make a move. He was not prepared at all. His identity was noble, but his power was terrible. Once Tang Tian's murderous aura rushed out, he panicked. Without waiting for him to react, his neck was grabbed by Tang Tian. Shangguan Qian's amiable face became stern and solemn, but there was a hint of gentleness in the depths of his eyes. I haven't been so angry in a long time. No one would have thought that everyone was still in a state of shock from Tang Tian's provocation. Tang Tian did not know that as his fighting experience gradually increased, once he was moved, a strong murderous aura would uncontrollably spread out. Uncle Qian was shocked by Tang Tian's murderous aura. Although Tang Tian was a delinquent, super school bully, and his performance was very fierce, Tang Tian did not have any murderous aura at that time. Almost instantly, he appeared beside Junakiko without warning. Tang Tian listened for a while and understood what these people meant. Yun Yao stepped forward and bowed, and said loudly, "Uncle Qian, we are here to see the so-called son-in-law of the Shangguan family. Miss Qian Hui is the most respected person in this nephew's heart, and not just anyone can match up to Miss Qian Hui. Miss, old Qian will always defend you." Tang Tian spat out these words, and the sneer on the corner of his mouth turned into a ferocious smile. Soon, Tang Tian and Shangguan Qian came to the door with Shangguan Wei and the others. Too arrogant. The two attendants suddenly realized that the young master was in the hands of the other party, and quickly withdrew their true power. The two of them groaned, and suffered slight internal injuries. The people were so scared that their faces turned pale, and then realized what had just happened. "Where is that bastard Tang Tian? Come out if you have the guts." The Shangguan family's door was tightly surrounded. Tang Tian made a move. Tang Tian saw so many people, and his eyes narrowed. Troublemakers? But it's very useful. The mustached man said disapprovingly, "This is enough. These people, all had extraordinary backgrounds. A toad lusting for swan meat. Miss Qi is like a fairy. I don't believe there is anyone in this world who is worthy of her." Tang Tian's sudden move was out of everyone's expectations. To them, Tang Tian standing out was already stupid enough to take the initiative to make a move on them. 2 steps away, the seemingly frivolous young man with a head of fiery red short hair was the second son of the Huiyang family, Huiyang, who had a fiery temper, was doted on by the Huiyang old grandmother, and had always been lawless. The Huiyang family was one of the oldest families in immortal Constellation Mountain, and had deep roots. He saw that there were a few playboy who were close to Junakiko, and had already sent servants to report to the Ming family. The 2 attendants were shocked, and 2 rays of sharp fist auras whistled behind them. Tang Tian's move was asking for his own death. Looking around, almost all the families of immortal Constellation Mountain with a bit of history were all here. Such a strong lineup, Uncle Qian's heart jumped. Many of the families were not even in Rainbow City. Chu family, Hao family, Shen family, Qi family. The 2 attendants by Junakiko's side were the first to react. The 2 of them seemed to have awoken from a dream. their faces changed, they shouted, and wanted to block Tang Tian. "I don't like this kind of person." A tall person shook his head. No one was clearer than him about Tang Tian's importance to Missy. In Missy's world, Tang Tian was the only ray of light in the darkness. Uncle Qian was also stunned, but he quickly composed himself. "I wonder why you are looking for my son-in-law." Shanghai Wei and Shangguan Zhu, who were panting heavily, brought a group of Shangguan disciples, and rushed out with killing intent. If they were to be defeated by Tang Tian today, to them, it would undoubtedly be a great humiliation. They felt that they had the advantage in numbers, and had the absolute advantage in power. Just now, it was just a sneak attack by Tang Tian, and they were not prepared. A tall person sighed. Tang Tian is in trouble. Tang Tian's hand was clutching Jun Akiko's throat, his figure rose and fell a few times, and like a bolt of lightning, he flew far away. But when Uncle Qian's gaze swept across this group of people, his heart sank, and gave birth to an ominous premonition. If Tang Tian had lowered his head, these people would have vented their anger, and the possibility of letting him go was very high. But now, Tang Tian had offended everyone, and even threatened Jun Akiko. The nature of the matter had changed. "Aoi Yuzawa does have some ability." The mustached man laughed. The crowd was enraged, all kinds of curses were heard, everyone's face was indescribably excited. "Uncle Qian, all of you, beat him to death. If you want to marry Miss Qi, you have to ask for my permission first." Who knew that Tang Tian seemed to have guessed it long ago. His body swayed like a pendulum, leaving two after images. Like a loach, he slipped in between two attendants, and slipped in. Seeing the increasingly turbulent emotions, this group of people was like a barrel of gunpowder. As long as there was a spark, it would explode. Hiding in the crowd, Aoi Yuzawa was full of pride. Especially when he saw the panic in the eyes of the Shangguan clan's disciples, he was so excited that he almost moaned. The Shangguan clan had gathered a total of more than 200 people. These 200 people, although there were no strong martial artists, but there were many of them, and these servants and attendants by Playboy's side, were all rather strong. And the Shangguan clan did not dare to make a move on these Playboy. Once they offended all these clans, there would be no place for the Shangguan clan in Immortal Constellation Mountain. Hua Yenguang snorted coldly. "Stop pretending. Which one is Tang Tian?" "Son-in-law?" Jun Akiko interrupted at this time. His tone was full of unfriendliness. "I want to see, to be able to become Miss Qi's husband. What kind of person is he?" But the blood in his body, at this time, was boiling hot. It could melt steel. His eyes were like a wilderness burning with raging flames. Those angry and agitated curses, word by word, clearly passed into his ears. "Tang Tian, you're dead meat." Aoi Yuzawa's face revealed a look of surprise. He was so excited that he almost screamed out. "There's a conspiracy." But Uncle Qian was no longer the Uncle Qian from 2 years ago. His face did not change. He forced himself to calm down, and said calmly, "Gentlemen, why are you all gathered in front of my Shangguan clan?" A group of people whistled as they chased after Tang Tian in front of them. "Let me ask first." Uncle Qian hurriedly stopped Tang Tian, not knowing why. He felt that the current Tang Tian was filled with an inexplicable sense of danger. Uncle Qian's heart calmed down, all the hesitation and fear disappeared. "Damn, this is absolutely intolerable. Want to escape? No way. You're simply tired of living." Uncle Qian's eyes flashed a trace of sternness. He took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Call all the disciples in the martial arts arena." On the rooftops far away, people could be seen watching the commotion from afar. Among the crowd, a tall person and the mustache man were mixed in. Almost instantly, Uncle Qian understood that someone was secretly playing tricks. But the other party had the ability to gather almost the entire power of Immortal Constellation. Uncle Qian's heart could not help but tremble. These families, the combined power, even if Miss was here, it was impossible to contend against. Jun Akiko suddenly felt pain in his throat, and immediately screamed. "Chase! Kill him!" Chapter 111. His speed was extremely fast. Although the soaring boots of the pony was not as strong as the blue peacock, it was still a bronze treasure. With the activation of Tang Tian's silver martial spirit, the true power of the soaring boots of the pony could be unleashed. The guard turned pale with fright, but before he could react, he lost sight of the opponent. Good terrain. The confidence in Tang Tian's tone did not seem to be a bluff, but Junakiko floated in the air. At that moment, he was so ashamed that he wanted to die. Feeling the heat wave engulfing his back, Tang Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. You bunch of bastards, very soon, you will know the taste of a young man's anger. Go and die. The crowd surged towards the lamppost like a tide. The impact of this scene on them was unparalleled. But for some reason, he couldn't laugh. His mouth couldn't make any sound. His eyes even seemed to lose focus. The figure of the youth on the lamppost couldn't be said to be majestic or strong, but it seemed to emit a kind of power that could frighten one's soul. Junakiko had never suffered such humiliation before. His eyes were spitting fire, but he knew that no matter what he said, it would be useless. He was silent, his face was green. Separated by the guard, the tip of his foot quietly hit Playboy who was behind, and released his energy. Junakiko heard this, and was stunned. He almost thought that he heard wrong. Was this guy's brain really caught in the door? Could he not understand the situation? Did he not know he had already offended all the powerful families in Immortal Constellation Mountain? Did he not know he did not have the slightest chance of winning? Did he not know, even if it was Qi Shongguan, he would definitely not dare to do such a thing? Looking at the rapidly surging crowd, he opened his arms, and with a step, like a big bird, he dived down towards the crowd. On the tall lamppost, the young man's unruly figure, against the light, seemed to be embedded in the sun. Junakiko, who was being held by Tang Tian's arm, suppressed the panic in his heart, and pretended to be calm. You can't escape. Give up. Escape. A cold laugh came from above his head, carrying with it a cold killing intent. Do you think I'm running away? Tang Tian's figure suddenly stopped. His figure flashed and appeared beside the luxuriously dressed Playboy. The incomparably fast moon hand blade made the two guards feel a cold glint in their eyes. They turned pale with fright and hurriedly raised their palms to block. Junakiko clenched his teeth and swore in his heart, but when he caught a glimpse of other people pouring into the square from the corner of his eye, all his vows were thrown out the window. His face was so red that it seemed like it could ooze blood, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. 4 small hooves, like a powerful spring, full of power, came from under the feet. Tang Tian was like an arrow leaving the bow, the wind whistling past his ears. Just as he was about to open his mouth to stop them, he was blown away by the strong wind, unable to speak. Why was this guy so confident? Playboy let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying like a sandbag, as if he had been rammed by a rhino. You can't. He had never lost face like this. Never. Rank 5 Fire Python Fist Killing Technique, Fire Python Swallowing Kill. In one move, the opponent would either collapse upon contact, or suffer a loss. Hua Yenguang raised his fist, the red flames on his fist exploded, like a huge python opening its bloody mouth. The air crackled and exploded, bringing with it an extremely high temperature, with a loud rumble. Aoi Yuzawa did not know how to describe this power. His mouth floated a gentle smile, warm and gentle, but firm as steel. The people that rushed into the square could not help but slow down their footsteps. They were stunned by the scene in front of them. Tang Tian felt as if he had returned to the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. It was extremely familiar. His 6 times intuition was displayed to the fullest. Rank 5 true power allowed him to lift something heavy as though it was light. Close combat was Tang Tian's most proficient fighting style. The variety of martial techniques allowed him to find the most suitable martial technique no matter what situation he was in. Junakiko stared blankly at Tang Tian, who knew where he pulled out a rope, and nimbly tied him up. The whistling gale blew, causing Junakiko to be unable to open his eyes, but his heart was filled with doubt and puzzlement. Tang Tian's words carried an incomparably strong self-confidence, as though this matter, to him, was an extremely simple matter. At this moment, he should be laughing maniacally. The result of this plan was far more outstanding and effective than he had expected. They opened their mouths wide, but were unable to make any sound. Their disbelieving gazes were unable to move away from the untamed figures. The young man on the lamppost seemed to have some sort of mysterious magical power. Aoi Yuzawa was also in a daze. He had thought of countless possibilities, but none of them matched the scene in front of him. because he did not believe that anyone would be so stupid, to the point of challenging the bottom line of all the clans. The strength of these people, compared to the 18 bronze men, was far from it. Although the number of people had increased, Tang Tian actually did not have the slightest bit of strength. His gaze was fixated on the playboy. Tang Tian, who was against the light, had his face shrouded in the shadows. His expression on his face could not be seen clearly, only the arc at the corner of his mouth was suddenly cold. Qi was Tang Tian's reverse scale, a scale that no one could touch. This idiot actually stopped here. Maybe time has passed, maybe we have already started to grow up, but the promise that the young man made that year was still ringing in our ears. The whistling gale disappeared. Junakiko was stunned, not escaping. Then he is. Everyone seemed to have awoken from a dream. With concealed weapons in their hands, they shot towards Tang Tian, who was rapidly falling from the sky. In a moment, the concealed weapons were like rain, whistling through the air. He had long decided not to let a single one of them go. "Hey, where is he?" someone subconsciously exclaimed. Junakiko's bodyguard angrily shouted, causing everyone to wake up from their dream. The entire square immediately exploded. Everyone started cursing and swearing. Even Yun Yao, a person with good self-restraint, was also enraged. Looking at Junakiko, who was suspended high up in the sky, he could empathize with him. But that fellow was so arrogant to the point that they did not dare to laugh at him. Suddenly, a force came from the arm that was clamping him, causing him to almost scream, but his pride was strong. He endured the pain and did not make a sound. The shouts from the playboy had long angered him. Tang Tian had just stabilized his body when a roar came from behind him. His eyes were blazing, the wind whistled past his ears like knives, but his heart was strangely calm. "Asshole, I will definitely not let you off." Everyone was dumbfounded. "Anyone. Anything. I will definitely dismember your body into 10,000 pieces." The figure that was descending like a big bird was like a shooting star, crashing down towards them. Junakiko could not understand even if he racked his brain, but he had been in contact with the family matters for a long time, and his horizons were much wider than his peers. "Wait a minute." Tang Tian did not care about Junakiko. Using his hands and feet, he climbed up the lamppost, and then he placed Junakiko, who was tied up like a palm, down. The other end of the rope was tied to the lamppost. What was even more out of everyone's expectations was that his true power actually contained two different types of energy chi. Peacock. 6 times intuition. The young lad was very brave, and was not afraid at all. Yun Yao and the rest looked at each other. All of them could see the anger in each other's eyes. This was truly a common enemy. Tang Tian skillfully tied the last butterfly knot, and then raised his head to look at the tall lamppost. "Relax, all of you. I will not let any of you off." In the next moment, screams came out from the crowd. A blue figure, like a tiger in a flock of sheep, everywhere he passed, screams would follow. It was as though he was trying his best to tell himself the young lad on the lamppost was too arrogant. Tang Tian's hand blade suddenly became like a soft rope, touching the opponent's palm, borrowing the opponent's strength. His body swayed. "This rascal, what is he trying to do?" Junakiko opened his eyes in a daze. The surrounding terrain was wide open. He was stunned, but his eyes suddenly lit up. His heart was in ecstasy. It was a plaza. "Kill him." Huoyenguang was the first to roar. Staining falls leverage. Since when, they, who were of noble statuses, would suffer such humiliation? The dense crowd became extremely chaotic, but Tang Tian was as agile as a blue fish. Based on what? Young lad Tang was not a broad-minded person. He was the one who held grudges. It was as though he could see, under the starry night sky, on top of the rock, the young lady smiling sweetly, the young lad ignorant and foolish, his tender and soft fingers hooked onto the calloused and rough fingers, making a childish and innocent vow. "Go." Yun Yao ordered without hesitation. Everywhere he passed, people were thrown off their feet. It became even more chaotic. In such a chaotic battle, concealed weapons could not be used at all. He would not allow anyone to meddle with the relationship between him and Qi. Running with all his might, Tang Tian's calm voice did not tremble. In the howling wind, it was exceptionally clear. A clear shout came out from the sky above him. Everyone only saw a blue afterimage flash in their field of vision and then disappear. At this time, he had already determined that Tang Tian was a brave but not astute person. Such an idiot, actually stopped in such an unfavorable terrain. Such an open terrain was suitable for them to display their advantage in numbers. Jun Akiko suddenly had a bad premonition. Unfortunately, before he could react, he felt like he was riding on the clouds. He somewhat guessed what Tang Tian wanted to do, and his face turned white. Yes, arrogant. The Ming family will not let you go. The crowd gasped, but Yun Yao's voice came out from the crowd, use concealed weapons. Just like playing on a swing, Tang Tian's toes stealthily touched the ground. Tang Tian, you're dead. The sounds of pursuit and roars behind him, Tang Tian did not hear them. The curve of his lips was as sharp as a blade, his squinted eyes carried the coldness of a wild beast. The young lad still remembered. The young lad was stronger than before. A long rope hung from the top of the lamppost. The esteemed eldest son of the Ming family was now tied up like a meat cake, floating in the air. The blue peacock armor made Tang Tian's fighting style even more ferocious, his figure even more ghostly. The large square was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard.